The frontal confrontations in the legendary realm usually involved a confrontation between domains and the power of heaven and earth. Legends, with their domains as the foundation, sit atop the 9 heavens, commanding the power of heaven and earth in all directions, bending it to their will. The range of the power of heaven and earth that a legend can manipulate depends on the size of their domain. According to common theory, the extreme distance a legendary powerhouse could control elemental particles of heaven and earth is 5 times the radius of their own domain. However, this also involves the legendary powerhouse's control strength and willpower. Hence, many in the legendary realm are unable to control elemental particles of heaven and earth up to the 5 times limit. But if a legend's domain is shattered, or if they have not expanded their domain, the range of the power of heaven and earth they can control and the power they can unleash are far below the limit state. The domain is core. The power of heaven and earth is an external manifestation. That is also why the rank of legends is usually measured by the size of the domain. But now, the domain of the human girl before them clearly did not exceed the kilometer level, yet she wielded heavenly and earthly great power across tens of thousands of meters. The domain is real. The heavenly and earthly great power is also real. The slender figure stood firm above the clouds, firmly in control of this vast, ferocious, and substantial power of heaven and earth, without the slightest hint of strain. After all, Duo Lai had long been accustomed to controlling an energy several hundred times its own volume, commanding and manipulating these powers of heaven and earth with ease. It felt that it could also, through devouring abilities, widely swallow the power of heaven and earth and then transform it for its own use. It's just that, as it had only stepped into the legendary realm for a short time, it had mainly cultivated its domain and spatial power during this period, and had not much developed its other abilities. When Duo Lai absorbed the power of heaven and earth within a range of tens of thousands of meters, its thoughts still floated freely, quite at ease. The King of Black Wings widened his eyes. He had no time to ponder this highly unlegendary scene, only to judge based on his rich experience what needed to be done immediately. We can't keep accumulating power, nor can we wait for our domains to collide slowly. Our control over the power of heaven and earth is far inferior to the opponent. The longer we charge, the less advantage we have. Strike immediately. He conveyed the command instantaneously through some form of spiritual link. The other legends, regardless of what they were thinking, also understood that the King of Black Wings was right. They brazenly made their move. The river of thunder tore through the sky. A huge fire wolf, tens of meters in size, took shape and pounced with a roar. Even deprived of most of the power of heaven and earth by Duo Lai, these 2 legendary attacks were still strong, capable of obliterating most peak 4-order beings in a single strike. However, the real main force was still the King of Black Wings and the other 3 veteran legends. On the left, a jackal man legend with a blurred face let out a low growl and swung out a fluffy red giant claw. The claw grew larger and larger, over 100 meters long, with scarlet fur that kept growing, spreading, and falling off to drift eerily in all directions. The corruption of heaven and earth around seemed to intensify. Once hit by the red giant claw, a being in the legendary realm would unavoidably get tainted by the filth, sullying their soul. Even just looking directly at it for a bit too long would result in hearing gibberish, seeing hallucinations, and experiencing confused thoughts, among other symptoms. These symptoms and the symptoms explorers would suffer from prolonged exposure to the disaster moon and the red fog during the red fog disaster moon period, are not exactly the same but essentially identical. They are symptoms of corruption. And the monster power within the legendary realm had begun to be able to borrow, or rather to manifest, the force of corruption lurking within themselves. After all, most pure-blooded monsters were born from corruption. In front of the jackal man sage, countless thin and emaciated hands appeared. He hadn't accumulated enough strength and thus couldn't unleash his strongest, most extreme strike. However, the scale of these emaciated hands he spread still far exceeded those used in the sneak attack on Uda. The emaciated hands formed a gray ocean, possessing the same corrupt power as the red giant claw. These hands did not surge forward. Instead, the palms split open to reveal mouths within. These uncanny mouths chanted a cold, strange incantation along with the Jackal Man Sage, and invisible curses crossed the sky, falling directly upon Duo Lai. Slowness times 500, binding times 500, blindness times 500, weakness times 500, fatigue times 500. Most of these curses were cast by the emaciated hands, and their individual effects might seem negligible. But when the quantities accumulated to a certain extent, they represented a terrifying qualitative change. The Jackal Man Sage had once used his power of curses to exhaust a legend to death. A legend affected by his slowness curse moved as slow as a four-order, unable to escape even if they wanted to. In this war, the sage ranked as the second most crucial figure, next only to the King of Black Wings. This kind of tactic seems very worth learning from. In the vastness of heaven and earth, there's still so much for GU to learn. At a distance, Dead Bone pondered. It commanded the Undead Legion, maintaining a position where it could support Duo Lai at any moment. Meanwhile, a miniaturized Wraith Sacred Mountain materialized behind it, where undead shuffled about within the mountain, changing in accordance with its will. At this moment, within the realm of infinite serpents, Duo Lai's young face was stern. Its domain was expanded, a domain that could ward off and weaken most external attacks. However, Duo Lai's domain was too rudimentary, and as it was up against multiple enemies, the realm of infinite serpents could only weaken limited force. The red giant claw tore through the sky. One by one, the curses fell. And from a distance, several immense black claws of the King of Black Wings seemed to slip into the shadows, appearing around in the blink of an eye, shimmering with multicolored black light, terrifying and ominous. The killing intent had already enveloped layer upon layer. The judgment of the King of Black Wings was not wrong. Their blockade was not entirely ineffective. They had, to some extent, interfered with General Duo Lai's speed in gathering the elemental particles of heaven and earth. However, power of heaven and earth? If it's insufficient, then so be it. The power of legend was not so inconvenient to come by. Over-limit swallowing extreme state. Having stepped into the legendary realm, General Duo Lai, fully prepared, could max out the power of over-limit in an instant. In that moment, Duo Lai transformed into a furnace of heaven and earth, his very being radiating endless light and endless heat. From his delicate, slender body burst forth energy not weaker than the surrounding forces of heaven and earth. No, it was far superior, an even vaster tide of energy than the turbulent flow of heaven and earth. When the energy reached a peak vastness, all skills, techniques, and traits paled in comparison. Like breaking free of chains, Duo Lai shattered the layered curses and debuffs enveloping him. He unleashed pure yet wild and boundless thunder fire energy, blasting it in all directions. A dazzling, blindingly bright orange-red blazing sun suddenly appeared several kilometers above Wolfhead Mountain. A tangible tidal wave of energy erupted, causing space to crack with audible snaps, spewing visible black fissures. Tens of kilometers away, a steep mountain peak was swept by an energy ripple. Its entire summit exploded, sending numerous stones tumbling down, many reduced to dust in the onslaught of energy. Wolfhead Mountain itself was showered with falling stones like rain, continuously striking the humming, ripple-filled prismatic shield bubble. The endless light and waves continued unabated for a good while before subsiding somewhat. Within the faint afterglow of energy, General Duo Lai and the King of Black Wings, among other legends, stood facing each other from afar. The blow just now did not give Duo Lai any advantage. Following that, Duo Lai engaged the enemy several times within the tide, still without emerging victorious or defeated. Mu Yuan observed the battle situation very clearly through the eye of heaven. After all, Duo Lai was just one person, and a newly minted legend at that. He might instantaneously eliminate any legend present, except the King of Black Wings, on a one-to-one basis, but in one against many, General Duo Lai found himself outmatched. The enemies were not mere targets. They also coordinated well, with multiple domains and killing moves tightly locked onto key positions. Duo Lai, even if he wanted to replicate the hard resistance strategy to swiftly kill a formidable enemy, could not find an opportunity for now. Moreover, with the King of Black Wings fully aware of Duo Lai's recovery abilities, taking on the enemy's big moves again was very risky and might lead to incurable contamination. Of course, Duo Lai still had his real trump card held back, not yet used. In the current situation, Duo Lai's greatest strength was not the power of thunder and fire, but the power of space. With Spatial Devour combined with the Space-Tearing Seal, Mu Yuan was confident that Duo Lai could instantaneously kill at least 2 legends. No amount of enemy cooperation could withstand it. However, once Duo Lai revealed his killing moves and the remaining legends focused solely on escape, even General Duo Lai would find it difficult to keep them within reach. But these legends must not be left alive. Each additional survivor from the King of Black Wings forces means more power for the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, which signifies greater future danger for our Tianyuan territory. Round it up, and if they can't keep all these Jackal Man legends here, the future of Tianyuan territory becomes perilous. This won't do, absolutely not. Deploy Plan B, Duo Lai received. Plan B was simple and brutal, a 2-pronged pincer move. Lord Shepherd would wield the Staff of Divine Right for long-distance support. He made his move. In the sky north of Wolf Head Mountain, ripples of energy began to spread, followed by an outpour of infinite thunderfire light. Faintly visible were ferocious heads of thunder flame dragons tearing through the fabric of heaven and earth. This was large-scale magic, however, the way of casting was somewhat different from before. At this moment, Mu Yuan himself stood at the control hub of the Staff of Divine Right, his hands pressed tightly against the golden column in front of him. His spirit, consciousness, and energy momentarily merged with the Staff of Divine Right as one. Energy circulated through his body like a roaring river, emitting a thunderous noise. His skin cracked slightly, a result of internal energy too vast to be contained, exceeding the limit his body could bear. After all, he had loaded the Duo Lai template. Even though far from reaching 80% of Duo Lai's strength, he wielded an indescribable great force. In this half-step legend realm, Mu Yuan's light of will shone brightly, and with the aid of the Staff of Divine Right, an epic architecture, he managed simple manipulation and adjustments of the large-scale magic targeting the designated area. He restricted some of the energy output and did his utmost to lock down the range affected by this legendary super magic. After all, Wolf Head Mountain was right beside them. This control had its benefits, extending the duration of the large-scale magic to a certain extent, akin to slowly throwing out one of the roaring thunderflame dragons at a time. He could also interrupt the magic's output if necessary. A few seconds earlier, the King of Black Wings was also frowning deeply. If they couldn't take down this human legend, it amounted to a grand strategic failure. Could the rulers of the Jackal Wolf region, embarking on a campaign against an obscure vitality force, really end in defeat? Was that reasonable? Logical? It was a laughingstock? No, we still have a chance, he said, casting his eyes toward the distant Wolf Head Mountain. As long as they could shatter this stronghold of vitality force, killing as many creatures as possible, their expedition wouldn't be considered a complete failure. Just a minor one. At least they could offer some explanation to His Majesty. It was when he thought this that the King of Black Wings suddenly looked up, sensing subtle, unusual ripples of energy that had just emerged in the sky. It's Azure Sky Art. Everyone, gather around me. The other legendary beings were also on early alert for this terrifyingly destructive Azure Sky Art. When they saw the dragon head protrude and the dragon claw tear through the sky, they instinctively flashed to the King of Black Wings' side. The King of Black Wings took out a plain and unremarkable black treasure that looked like an earthenware pot. This was the remarkable space urn. In the next moment, an invisible spatial barrier rose up, enveloping the legendary Jackal men completely within it. At that time, they seemed to be in a separate dimensional space, unaffected by any cataclysmic destruction in the outside world. The violent thunder fire dragon plummeted down, shattering the earth and tearing through the sky and space, yet it couldn't even slightly crack the barrier of the space urn. This is the superiority of space, a true spatial barrier. The King of Black Wings wanted to express his joy, But the thought that the Vitality Force using the Azure Sky art didn't indicate a last struggle but intended to annihilate them soured his face with bitterness. They might withstand this technique, but in the end, the battle would still be inconclusive. But do you not feel that this Azure Sky art is much stronger than we estimated? The Jackal Man sage suddenly spoke up. They could see the outer world, but could not exert any force from within. Seems like it has become more violent, powerful, and dazzling, doesn't it? If we were outside, I probably couldn't hold on for a few seconds, but no worries, we are inside the space urn now, perfectly safe. Yes, no matter how violent and vast the energy, what's it to us? Could it possibly crack our space urn? Crack, 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 the sound of something cracking abruptly filled the air. Within this independent space that was isolated from external noises, it was exceptionally distinct. The legendary Jackal Men mechanically turned their heads only to see, on the invisible spatial barrier, one after another, cracks rapidly spreading outwards like a dense spiderweb, breaking apart in the next instant. As it shattered, the destructive thunder flame energy that had already enveloped the barrier, and the even more powerful and massive thunder flame dragon waiting in the sky above, came surging down. Under the wild radiance of the thunder flame, one could vaguely make out a spatial crack over 100 meters long, filled with fissures, slowly fading away. General Duo Lai, holding two space-tearing seals, had already, retreated, farther and farther back to the foothills of Wolf Head Mountain. He looked up at the sky. The fireworks were spectacular, tracing the shape of dragons in the sky. Thunder Flame Dragon X1, Thunder Flame Dragon X2, Thunder Flame Dragon X6, one after another, 6 single-headed Thunder Flame Dragons emerged from the sky and dove down one after another toward the direction away from Wolf Head Mountain. The ground within a radius of tens of miles shook over and over like being pounded by a piledriver. A tsunami-like energy surge began at the explosion site and rolled out from south to north, swallowing countless monsters, mountains, and rivers until it finally dissipated at a vast river in the north, after depleting most of its strength. Half a day later, a few wisdom monsters escaped into the surrounding mountains, while the tide of creatures encircling Wolf Head Mountain had been almost completely eradicated. The smoke of war gradually settled, leaving behind only the corpses strewn across the land, the countless pits, ravines, and fissures on the ravaged earth, recounting the ferocity of the battle. In the middle of the ravaged land lay an especially conspicuous region. A fierce and deep canyon. On either side of the canyon were steep cliffs of crystallized rock, and in the middle, a pale purple, eerie river snaked its way toward the north, extending beyond the farthest point of sight. This place, in later times, came to be known as Thunder Flame Canyon. Atop Wolf Head Mountain, the crackling sound of thunder and the unceasing roar of artillery gradually came to a halt. Beneath the mountain was akin to hell. The Treeman soldiers, commanded by Tree Demon Granny, were all listless. Their branches drooped and many leaves fluttered down from their bodies. The once dense canopies had thinned, swaying feebly in the wind. Around the Treeman, the once robust trees that had contributed a great deal of life power were now withered, having realized their worth. In this battle, although the Treeman did not shine brilliantly, their overall contribution was significant. The forest line they formed was the most solid defense in front of Wolf Head Mountain. They blocked the majority of the monstrous horde, and when the effects of the Undead Legion skill faded, they took on the main responsibility for resisting the monster tide. From the beginning to the end of the war, they fought fiercely. Unlike Uta, who was exceptionally outstanding at his peak moment but then lay injured inside Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, becoming a casualty. It's fortunate that, in one fell swoop, we eliminated 6 legends who were controlling the monster waves. Otherwise, this battle would have been much tougher. If the enemy had continued to whittle them down through monster waves and war machines, drawing out a war of attrition, it would have been very painful for them in Tianyuan territory. Over time, the state of commanders like Uta, Lulu, and Shilu would inevitably slip, and then they might not be able to dodge an ambush from the werewolf legend. The death of the werewolf legend not only caused many wisdom monsters to flee but also lessened the violence of the monster tide. If the werewolf legend hadn't used spatial treasures for defense, Mu Yuan and Duo Lai wouldn't have been able to cooperate and annihilate all the enemies in one go. In Mu Yuan's plans, Duo Lai's spatial devouring and the Thunderflame Dragon were to attack from both sides, but they couldn't eliminate all the legendary monsters. After all, the battlefield was not far from Wolfhead Mountain, and he dared not unleash the full power of the Thunderflame Dragon. He split the 9-headed roaring Thunderflame Dragon into smaller dragons that bombarded the enemy one by one, and ultimately, he did not deploy the entire power of this super technique. Even so, several peaks of Wolfhead Mountain collapsed, and the impact reached Treeman Forest, which shrank by half. Of course, Mu Yuan still had other trump cards in hand. Early on, when Duo Lai and several werewolf legends were at a stalemate, he began controlling thunder magnetic coil towers to connect with smaller thunder coils around him, accumulating the power of thunder. It just wasn't used. Not having to use it is normal. It's fine not to deploy his trump cards, but not to be without them. If he had to throw out all his trump cards just to eliminate the major threat, it would mean that the entire battle was far from secure. Since Mu Yuan did not continue to cast Thousand Prism Large Reflection, in the latter half of the war, some flying monsters broke through the barrage and infiltrated Wolfhead Mountain Fortress, causing some damage to the outer arrow towers, watchtowers, and walls. Shattered carcasses lay strewn about, their blood coagulated while wafts of blood and decay emanated from them. Yet, the most intense scent of blood belonged to the soldiers of Tianyuan territory. Lulu looked as if he had been fished out from a river of blood, his body covered in the stench of slaughter and his armor caked with chunks of flesh and innards. Other elites who had fought back and forth at the front line also bore similar appearances. There were also some severely injured soldiers. Laney, along with a dozen Holy Light Master sacrifices and Holy Light priests, were busily rushing about to save those critically wounded. Some necromancers held aloft their dead bone staves, casting black smoke-like energy to reattach bones to skeletons that were half dead but not yet expired. After all, there were many injured, and to reverse heal them all before reviving would require too much energy. The elites stationed in the watchtowers for long-range shooting, such as those armed with the arrow of Polarstar, were unharmed and not tarnished with blood or minced flesh but could not hide their exhaustion either. This battle was indeed too perilous, sighed Deadbone, who hadn't been stained with a single drop of blood and whose condition remained high. It, too, had accumulated a not insignificant list of achievements. Earlier, the flesh nest constructed by Fang of the Jackal Wolf at the front lines was Deadbone's deed. But with the chaos of the grand battle, Deadbone captured the flesh nest without the werewolf legend noticing. The battle had ended, yet perhaps not entirely, so concluded Deadbone. It summoned a reserve undead legion from Wraith's Sacred Mountain, dispersing them for vigilance all around. Victory in a great battle is when everyone's guard is at its lowest, and if I were the commander of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, I certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Deadbone spoke with some reason. Even Lord Shepherd felt a lack of safety. While Deadbone patrolled and kept watch, the others were not idle either. The post-war cleanup was a vast undertaking. Then, Lord Shepherd transformed into a transportation base, ferrying troops back and forth with the Lord's seal. He transported a large number of intelligent skeletons, spearmen, and slimes to Wolfhead Mountain, where they, under the guidance of the remaining elite forces, quickly cleaned up the battlefield. "First, are we to gather the spoils of war?" asked a crown-bearing slime, Excellence 1 star, with innocent, large eyes, unsure. Duo Lai crossed his arms and shook his head. No, the first thing we do is to collect those high-order monster carcasses," instructed Duo Lai. "You, who have inherited my transportation techniques, it must be done quickly, before the monster carcasses cool." But the defense battle at Wolfhead Mountain had been raging for several hours, and those high-order monsters that had been slain early on were likely already half-cooled, far from fresh. Moreover, the majority of the wisdom monsters around Wolfhead Mountain were those killed at the onset of the war. Thinking of this, Duo Lai's heart ached, making it hard to breathe. How much soul power had they lost in the end? Damn Fang of the Jackal Wolf, he logged another grudge. Duo Lai glared at the corpse of the King of Black Wings, which was now reduced to less than half, and thought viciously. Outside Wolfhead Mountain, the corpses of monsters littered the hills and dales, and the soul sand and remnant soul that had been extracted from atop these corpses were also too numerous to count. These treasures shimmered like pure lotuses that had grown out of silt, clean and sanitary, and now in the gradually encroaching darkness, they twinkled with specks of starry white luster, like a beautiful tapestry laid atop hell itself. This tapestry brought relief to the heart. Unfortunately, it made the soldiers who were collecting spoils of war suffer. No, 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 how can exercising the intellect be considered suffering? These new soldiers rarely get a chance to go out on any day, and coming to the foot of Wolfhead Mountain today is exceptionally rare, a great blessing for them indeed. After laboring through half the night, the new soldiers finally managed to collect most of the scattered soul sand. Gathering it all was beyond them. The soul sand was too fragmentary and too minute, and the intelligence of the new soldiers wasn't high enough, so some oversights during collection were inevitable. Some of the veterans, having recovered, also began the work of picking up and gathering. Their tasks were even more burdensome, tasked with cutting off and collecting valuable parts from monster corpses that could serve as materials. Notice. You have obtained 998.6 soul crystals. Notice. You have obtained several ordinary level materials and 68 rare level materials. Notice. You have obtained several ordinary level remnant souls and 366 rare level remnant souls, as well as 3 superior grade remnant souls. The drop rate for remnant souls was actually very low. In the past, many players would complain on forums that after busy work for half a day, they couldn't get even a single ordinary level remnant soul. Players hoping to burst out rare rank remnant souls through defeating monsters found it even more difficult. It depended on the rank of the monsters. Some monsters reached the levels of 3rd Order War Generals or 4 Order Commanders, but if their rank was only rare, then the probability of them dropping rare remnant souls was minuscule. Only the superior grade boss monsters had a much higher probability of bursting out. But regardless of how low the drop rate was, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of the monster tide. The quantity of ordinary level remnant souls was countless. It's just a pity that most of them were Goblin or Jackal Man remnant souls. Even if they are ordinary 3-star level Big Goblin, Giant Wolf, Bladesman, and such remnant souls, they are hard to sell nowadays. After all, his only channel was the Elf Courtyard Mystery Territory. And those who could enter that secret realm were all outstanding lords who would not be interested in ordinary remnant souls. Rare level remnant souls were much easier to sell, and if all were sold, it would at least exchange for more than 1,000 soul crystals. Superior grade remnant souls, as always, were highly sought after treasures, able to be traded for some scarce items. This battle has brought no small gains, but the cost was not low. The fabrication costs of large-scale magic, the consumption of defense buildings, the ammunition loss of fortification weapons, the recovery treatment and equipment loss of each corpse elites, and so on. Tianyuan territory's total consumption exceeded 800 soul crystals. This was still under the premise that he possessed energy well, resurrection skills, epic healers. For other lords, fighting such a war could start at an expenditure of at least 2,000 soul crystals. If they also lost some elites or main forces, the lords would be at a considerable loss. But on the other hand, war is not something lords can choose not to fight if they don't want to. What they often fight is a defensive battle. The weakened and pitiful Tianyuan, facing the bared fangs of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, had no choice but to mount some feeble counterattacks. This battle's true gains were strategic positions, followed by some special loot, and lastly, the soul sand and remnant souls. Found it from a distant valley, which was still resonant with the aftertaste of thunder and fire. Duo Lai salvaged several spoils of war. Broken treasure armor, shattered staff, fractured storage ring. Under the devastating impact of the Thunderflame Dragon, these pieces of superior grade equipment also suffered greatly. But at least, these pieces of equipment could be melted down and remade, right? From 2 or 3 damaged pieces of treasure armor. One could forge a piece of superior grade equipment, couldn't one? The only piece of treasure that hadn't been damaged under the force of destruction was an ordinary-looking black pottery urn. If it weren't for the fact that this pottery urn was fished out from the River of Thunder, it would be easy to overlook on a regular day. It's too ordinary, not a hint of treasure's luster on it. No, but there's a fluctuation of space power, Duo Lai affirmed. Mu Yuan recalled that half a day ago, the werewolf legend had erected a space barrier. Was it related to this artifact? He pulled out a bunch of identification crystals from his domain and started using them on the black urn. After consuming a total of 31 identification crystals, he finally gleaned some information. Space urn, rank. Epic, description. Contains the power of space, capable of erecting spatial barriers that isolate everything. More functions are unknown, please explore on your own. This was an epic treasure. Speaking of which, this was the first time Mu Yuan had seen an item of epic level. This thing was far more rare than legendary ones. Mu Yuan gave it a try. The space urn can maintain itself for 30 seconds, enveloping an area of about 30 meters around oneself, and it seems like it has to rest for several hours before it can be activated again. However, this is limited to a fool's way of use. The Jackal Man legend had foolishly injected energy to activate it, but he, Lord Shepherd, was different. He was a man who wielded the power of space. The man with Duo Lai's power of space. With a little exploration, he discovered some tricks. Using the space urn to envelop and wrap oneself could, it seemed, allow one to enter a true different space, completely disappearing from this world. I'll leave this topic to you to research, Duo Lai. I have high hopes for you. Duo Lai gazed back with his clear yet puzzled large eyes. Mu Yuan continued to command his troops, salvaging and collecting the spoils of war, while also deploying the Falcon Squad to investigate the north and pinpoint the location of the monster tribe. The battle at Wolf Head Mountain had come to a complete end, and there were no accidents during the cleanup of the battlefield, but the impact of this battle was just beginning to spread like a storm. Featherman Kingdom. The Queen and some of the high-ranking powerhouses waited anxiously. Half a day ago, Fang of the Jackal Wolf had unleashed the monster tide, bearing down on the human fortress city. Of course, they were focused on this battle. They were all horrified by the might of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, whose overwhelming tide seemed desperate. And then what? Why is there nothing more below? What in the world is the scout doing? Whether the human lord's domain can hold or is decimated, there should be some news coming back, right? But Wolf Head Mountain is relatively close to the entrance and exit of Featherman Valley, so they dare not venture out carelessly at this time. Finally, whoosh! 2 Fourth-order feather court guards helped each other, flying down through the spatial curtain. They looked very miserable, their bodies scorched, and feathers falling as they landed. Their energy seemed very feeble, giving off the appearance of having just narrowly escaped death. Miserable, too miserable. They must have gone through indescribable life and death dangers on their mission to gather intelligence. Right under the nose of Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Which certainly wasn't an easy task. Heroes, both of you are heroes, many older feathermen cried, vaguely recalling the past. But now wasn't the time for sentimentality. They needed to understand what had happened in the battle. The human lord used a large weapon to blast all the legends of Fang of the Jackal Wolf to death. We weren't fast enough to escape and were slightly affected by the aftermath of the Azure Skyard, and we fainted. We passed out for half a day before finally waking up. The 2 Featherman powerhouses were ashamed. They were still terrified when they mentioned it. Featherman Old General. Attack Faction Featherman. Queen. They went to investigate the battle at Wolf Head Mountain, right? The morning light was faint, threads of it appearing from the end of the azure sky, piercing through clouds and fog, gradually sprinkling down upon this uneven, scarred earth. Yet even as the dawn broke the night, it couldn't dispel the lingering cold that enveloped the land. A chill that could neither be waved away nor chased off. Here, the blood had already coagulated. The legendary battle of yesterday had torn apart all the clouds and mist in the heavens. After the battle, Duo Lai manipulated the power of heaven and earth to bring forth pouring rain that continuously washed the earth, but it was still unable to cleanse the battlefield outside Wolf Head Mountain. A battlefield like a meat grinder. Outside the battlefield, dozens of kilometers away from Wolf Head Mountain, several elves stepped onto this land with reverence. The leader was the elf Taili, accompanied by 3 fourth-order Peaks strongmen of high standing from the natural garden. Their first stop was a canyon adjacent to a great river. The canyon walls were steep, with traces of crystallization here and there. But what caught the elves' attention even more was the river flowing through the middle of the canyon. The river water appeared a bizarre blue-purple, with faint arcs of lightning darting across its surface. Within the riverbed, in some areas, blue mingled with red as the water boiled and occasionally erupted with thick pillars of flame, followed by thunderous roars. This spectacular sight meandered up the deep valley and could be seen everywhere. Are you sure this canyon was created by a legendary battle, and not some natural treasure formed by the world itself? I'm not saying I don't believe it, I just can't imagine it with my limited education. That's where you and I differ. If it weren't for Taili using the crystal of image retained to record some scenes, I definitely wouldn't believe it. Who would believe such an outrageous thing? No wonder they call it an epic battle. The 2 elves expressed their disbelief and lack of imagination, yet their faces were filled with expressions akin to pilgrims. They had seen legends and legendary battles before. But that was precisely why they found it exaggerated and unbelievable. Of course, the entity that created Thunder Flame Canyon with such great force was the vitality force remaining in this territory, not a defending legend. However, it was said that at that time, the legend had fought evenly with several Jackal Man legends for a short period, which was already quite astonishing. Anything more would have been unrealistic. The emissary elves continued to advance along Thunder Flame Canyon, occasionally uttering exclamations of awe like, "Wow," and "Amazing." They walked and stopped intermittently, occasionally gazing at the surrounding scars, taking more than half an hour before finally seeing the Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, shrouded in a light mist in the distance. We've finally arrived here, the site of the great battle at Wolf Head Mountain. Next, will we have the chance to behold the face of that great legend? Just the thought fills me with anticipation. Honey, I suggest you keep your expectations in check. We're only 4 order. How could we be worthy of seeking an audience with a legend, especially one who is deemed legendary even among those in the legendary realm? That's true. After all, we are merely the first emissaries visiting this power. But once we get familiar, perhaps we'll have the chance to meet that great legend, right? The thought is still so exciting. The natural garden, after all, had no understanding of this power. This power also seemed to be related to the undead, so they had to be cautious. Therefore, their mission was merely a tentative contact, far from a formal visit. What diplomatic strategy the natural garden would adopt depended on the information that Taili and the others gathered. After all, vitality forces are not necessarily allies. Some vitality forces have lower limits than the monster overlords. Some vitality forces, like the once Dragon Man Valley, were powerful yet exceedingly arrogant, which the elves did not wish to flatter too eagerly. However, the power of Wolf Head Mountain was different from that of Dragon Man Valley. At its peak, Dragon Man Valley had not achieved any splendid military feats and, due to excessive arrogance, met with a miserable end. The power of Wolf Head Mountain was different. Before them stood an invincible legend who had fought 1 against 5, and the creation of Thunderflame Canyon that stretched for tens of kilometers was a feat of their great force. Either point inspired the elven powerhouses present. They had no desire to flatter Dragon Man Valley, but this power was, to some extent, worthy of their reverence. They revered strength. Elves might have once been a peaceful race that lived in harmony with the world, but times had changed. The Elf Empire and the Holy Court had fallen, and the surviving elves scraped by, fighting against monstrous creatures that were fierce, bloodthirsty, murderous, and brutal. They too gradually learned how to fight, how to battle, and how to shed blood. Especially for these elven powerhouses who often ventured outside and explored areas ruled by overlords, braving great danger. They understood all too well how important strength was. Taili was petite, with an owl whose head was cocked sideways perched on her shoulder. By her side were 3 other elves. 1 was older, and 2 were younger. The elder had a goatee and wore a white, loose robe, with an ebony wand that seemed quite heavy in his hand. He had rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong muscles. The 2 younger-looking elves, one with a shiny forehead and one bare-chested with scars, shared the common trait of having exceptionally stout and knotted muscles, with a fierce look in their eyes. Elf Great Martial Monk ×2. Were it not for their distinctive pointed ears, nothing about them resembled traditional elves. But as far as they were concerned, the ability to fight and withstand was the key to the elves' survival. The group no longer concealed their approach and headed towards the base of Wolf Head Mountain. At the same time, within Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan would hear a pleasant notification chime in his ear at intervals, bringing him joy. Notification. Received, Soldier Recruitment Order, Blue. Notification. Received, Excellence 3-star level Remnant Soul Skeleton General, Blue. Notification. Received, Secret Realm Upgrade Stone, Special. Notification. Received, Excellence 1-star level Remnant Soul. Notification. Received, Miracle Blueprint. Mage Tower, Green. Notification. Received, Miracle Blueprint Permanent Sniper Tower, Green. Notification. Received, Miracle Blueprint Permanent Golden Fertile Soil, Green. Notification. Received, Miracle Blueprint Gravity Practice Field, Blue. Mu Yuan ignored some of the less important notifications, but still reaped a rich harvest. Yesterday, right after the battlefield cleanup had ended and the night was still deep, Mu Yuan took Duo Lai along with a few powerful beings and immediately launched a night raid on the monster tribe. At that moment, many Tianyuan powerhouses, including Duo Lai, had not fully recovered, but time was of the essence, and striking at this time could catch the fang of the jackal wolf off guard. Otherwise, waiting another day or two would lead to complications in their plans to conquer the large tribes to the north. For instance, running into ambushes or something of the sort. Such an event was not impossible. Thus, Mu Yuan targeted 3 large monster tribes located north of Wolf Head Mountain, ranging from over 200 to 600 kilometers away, the locations of which they had already pinpointed. This move will continue to remove the fang of the jackal wolf's spies and further weaken their power. Secondly, it will yield a wealth of high-order treasures. Keep in mind, the defense battle at Wolf Head Mountain was so tough that they narrowly defeated the powerful enemies, yet the spoils were not substantial. 6 monster legends only contributed 3 excellence-grade remnant souls. This expenditure and gain were utterly disproportionate. But by conquering large tribes and cleansing the polluted blood pond, they could receive valuable gifts from heaven and earth. Moreover, this conquest process would be quite easy as long as they were fast enough. For this reason, Mu Yuan dispatched his own avatar. The avatar didn't take many actions in the defense battle at Wolf Head Mountain. It was the actual body that, due to the integration of the Duo Lai template and the manipulation of legendary super techniques, was cracked and significantly exhausted, and currently lay in the city lord's mansion enjoying the wounded treatment. He himself could be called the second, third strongest in Tianyuan territory. Mu Yuan used the Lord's Seal to incorporate Deadbone, Difu, Niu Si, and a group of epic juniors. He himself, riding on Jun, followed Duo Lai flying swiftly. Any flying monsters that blocked their way were blasted by Duo Lai from afar before even showing their faces. They arrived at the first target tribe in just a short amount of time, traveling swiftly as lightning. Here, the monsters were much sparser than the Jackal Man number 1, number 2, and the kobold tribes they had previously encountered. High-order intelligent monsters were but a scant dozen. With just a little assistance from Duo Lai, the group of powerful beings quickly overwhelmed all the monsters in the tribe. They quickly cleansed the polluted blood pond. Due to the urgent timeline and lack of personnel, Mu Yuan's team couldn't thoroughly loot the treasures, materials, and various resources within the tribe. They had to content themselves with a quick search before leaving with the spoils of war. Afterward, they moved from place to place and swiftly erased 3 large monster tribes that had dominated the surrounding areas for years from the map. When Mu Yuan returned to Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, there was not a hint of daylight on the horizon yet. It was then that he had the leisure to check the gains from this expedition. He stored the harvested rare materials and equipment in the warehouse. The high-ordered treasures gifted by nature were laid out one by one in front of him. Soldier Recruitment Order can be used to recruit treemen or snow girls, Excellence remnant souls continue to be auctioned in the secret realm. Besides that, there are some brand new treasures. Secret Realm Upgrade Stone, Special, Description. Can be applied to a secret realm under one's control, enabling it to level up. After upgrading, the secret realm will expand, and there's a chance of developing other special functions. Most secret realms are visited by lords, not owned by them. However, Mu Yuan actually holds a small secret realm, the money-making, Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland is a true secret realm built upon the foundation of Tianyuan territory, level 1 secret realm. The secret realm cannot be upgraded simply by investing soul sand like miracle buildings. It requires prolonged nurturing from the territory. The higher the level of the territory, the faster the nurturing of the secret realm. This was the description for the Black Wasteland. Clearly, the level of Tianyuan territory wasn't high enough, nor had the nurturing time been sufficiently long. After more than half a year, there had been almost no changes to the secret realm of the Black Wasteland. The upgrading stone is another method of upgrading, other than nurturing. Sniper Tower Permanent, Green, Description 1. A defense-class building that enables remote troop types stationed in the tower to increase their range by 30%, and reduces the energy consumption of the stationed troops. As the building is upgraded, the amplification ratio can continue to increase. Description 2. A single tower can accommodate up to 4 combat troop types. Mu Yuan stroked his chin, quite nice indeed, especially since my Tianyuan territory has such a large number of remote troop types. When troops with already incredibly long attack range like the Arrow of Polarstar are stationed in the Sniper Tower. Just thinking about it was delightful. The Sniper Tower may not be extremely powerful, but it's definitely practical. Another miracle building was just as useful. Gravity Practice Field, Blue. Description. Can effectively train the user's physique, making it quicker to improve or break through limits. Note: training buildings and techniques used in combination will yield better results. This type of purely training-focused miracle building isn't really valuable for ordinary territories. Most troop types don't need it, and for those that do, the cost-effectiveness is low. The time and effort spent on training are not worth it compared to absorbing soul sand for upgrades. Moreover, most troops lacking self-awareness don't know how to train. But, for powerhouses striving to break through from the 4th order peak to the 4th order limit, this gravity practice field can significantly shorten the time needed for refinement. Of course, the legendary beings can gain even more obvious effects from training their bodies in a gravity room. Mu Yuan collected the blueprints, ready to send them back to the main territory. He was contemplating his next phase of development plans. After the overwhelming victory at Wolfhead Mountain, my Tianyuan territory should logically be able to fight for a significant amount of development time, but my understanding of Fang of the Jackal Wolf is still too limited to guess what the monster overlord will do next. At this time, he received news that guests had come to visit. The first-rate vitality forces of this region, the Natural Garden and the Giant Stone Ridge? It seems. I have heard slightly about them, just slightly. After all, they had been a green-hand force in this region for just over half a month. The elves and giants weren't here for a formal visit. They just came to get acquainted, to do some simple introductions and exchanges, to get to know each other. On behalf of Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan and Duo Lai didn't show up. Instead, Isloa and Lulu made an appearance. Although Lord Shepherd was observing everything through the eye of heaven at all times. It didn't take long for Mu Yuan to get a general understanding of Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge. These two vitality forces, like the Featherman Nation, were remnants of an ancient and glorious empire. Unlike the Featherman Nation, the elves and giants were still exploring the world and would often skirmish with Fang of the Jackal Wolf on a small scale. Their understanding of Fang of the Jackal Wolf went far beyond that of the Featherman Nation. Fang of the Jackal Wolf indeed has more, stronger legendary beings. However, Fang of the Jackal Wolf also has its main enemies. They often wage war against the forces governed by the fallen god to the north. Before figuring out our details, Fang of the Jackal Wolf will probably not rashly wage war. After all, Compared to Duo Lai, the super-legendary being, what truly made Fang of the Jackal Wolf wary was the core-level magic of the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. This was the real deterrent force. They might think that such core-level magic was not available a second time, but they didn't dare to take the risk. They could not afford another loss of multiple legendary beings of that scale. It seems that using core-level magic in the Battle of Wolfhead Mountain was a fluke that had remarkably effective results. Fang of the Jackal Wolf may not launch an all-out war, but sneaky attacks, probes, and other small-scale clashes will definitely not decrease. It's still far from the time to let our guard down. While Mu Yuan was delving deeper into understanding Fang of the Jackal Wolf and the two major forces of Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge, the elves and giants were also starting to recognize this emerging force that had made a name for itself in combat. Not an undead force, nor a Treeman force, but the human race. It seems to be a miracle territory established by a powerful human called Tianyuan. Prepare the carriages, it's time for us to make a formal visit to this premier human force, the Tianyuan territory. 2 days had passed since the great battle at Wolfhead Mountain. Thanks to the intelligence shared by the elves and giants, Mu Yuan identified 6 large tribes under the control of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. He did not strike. The timing was no longer suitable for an attack, as the risks were considerably high. Moreover, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf still had more than a handful of legendary beings, with a combined force still far surpassing Tianyuan territory. Whether the ruler of the Jackal Man had stepped into the second realm of legend, whether they concealed more legendary beings or powerful weapons of mass destruction, these details were unclear to both the elves and giants. They had already risked much by exploring the outside world, naturally making it very difficult to ascertain the true strength of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Under these circumstances, retaliatory strikes were acceptable, but pressing the Fang of the Jackal Wolf too hard and provoking a full-scale war would be disadvantageous for them. In the end, this was because Tianyuan territory was too weak, its situation precarious and lacking the power to crush the Fang of the Jackal Wolf completely. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf was, after all, just one of the regional hegemons. Tianyuan territory needed time to develop. Time was on their side. The closest major monster tribe to Tianyuan territory now is several hundred kilometers away, greatly reducing the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's control over this area. Of course, it's now the tribes to the south that are closer to our border. Observations from the Eye of Heaven indicate that it seems the Fang of the Jackal Wolf is conducting construction on the Blood Pond, though it's unclear whether they intend to relocate it or if they are planning to set traps within it, waiting for us to blunder in. Whichever it was, they didn't have to go. The significance of subduing large tribes for Tianyuan territory mainly lay in the Blood Pond. Slaying high-order monsters? Not very useful. Monsters breed quickly like cockroaches, and their numbers are inexhaustible. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf was not lacking in tribes or miners for mining. These tasks could be accomplished by numerous monsters. However, apart from these tribes serving as spies and black slave miners, according to information provided by the two great forces, there's a very important fortress with strong defenses overseen by the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Its location is at. Mu Yuan stood on the outer corridor of the Staff of Divine Right, his view extending over the city walls and across the mountains, where he could faintly see a colossal black mountain of indeterminable height and grandeur, partially shrouded in the mist. The place lay a considerable distance from Tianyuan territory, over 1,000 kilometers away. Yet, he could gaze at it from afar on days when the mist was less dense. Beneath the colossal black mountain was the stronghold of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Although referred to as being in plain sight, this fortress was much more hidden and its scale far smaller compared to the major tribes scattered across the lands. If it weren't for the advance intelligence provided by the elves and giants, even if Mu Yuan had asked Jun to scour this area repeatedly, it would have been difficult to discover this fortress. Enshrouded in thick mist, it almost merged with the surrounding landscape. But under the gaze of the Eye of Heaven, this fortress of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf was unmistakably revealed. The fortress was not extensive, bordered by tall reddish-brown walls, with a majestic blood-red structure standing in the middle. Beyond that, There were just a few dozen flesh towers like those Mu Yuan had seen in monster tribes. However, these flesh towers seemed more imposing, and their gigantic eyeballs at the top were even more chilling and bizarre. The ground area of the fortress is only equivalent to a dozen or so football fields. Whether there are wider spaces underground is uncertain. According to the elves, there seems to be a secret of great value hidden within the Black Mountain, and as a result, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf has stationed elite forces within this Black Mountain fortress. The werewolf legends stationed in this fortress definitely number more than one. The elves were certain. To gather this intelligence, they had sacrificed a considerable number of their third order and fourth order strongmen. They paid a heavy price. Unfortunately, they were unsure of what lay on top of the Black Mountain. The Eye of Heaven could not observe it either, as it seemed that a black mist akin to an enchantment enshrouded the mountain's peak, concealing the gaze of the Eye of Heaven. However, the mist above the Jackal Man fortress was nearly transparent to the Eye of Heaven. Therefore, Mu Yuan was convinced that the elves' intelligence was correct, but not precise enough. There are not just 2, but 5 werewolf legends stationed in this fortress. Had the Natural Garden been planning to launch a surprise attack on this fortress, expecting only 2 or 3 enemies of this stature, they would have been thoroughly defeated. Looking at the Eye of Heaven's display showing the sizable red dots representing beings of legendary realm, and then glancing at the control center beside it, where a button to activate large-scale magic awaited, Lord Shepard felt a strong temptation. He was so eager to press it and unleash a nuclear blast on that fortress. But in the end, Lord Shepard, with his strong will kindled by the light of will, managed to suppress the budding impulse within his heart. They couldn't fight, not now, it wasn't the right time. If they launched an attack now, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf would be forced into a full-scale war with Tianyuan territory, possibly even drawing the attention of the Blood Snake in case from the south. Tianyuan territory needed time to grow. I have to think like this. The lives of these werewolf legends are merely being held temporarily in the hands of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Yes, that's right. Only when Tianyuan territory has gathered enough strength, and the Expedition Corps and Nuclear Blast from the Staff of Divine Right act in unison, can the optimum strategic impact be achieved. Time continued to crawl by, and a week had now passed since they had quelled the waves stirred up by the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. In the past period, the exploratory team set out toward the distant lands once again. After crushing formidable enemies and severing the claws of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf that controlled the outside world, there were virtually no natural enemies left for the Tianyuan exploration team within hundreds of miles. The elite of the exploratory team quickly discovered one wilderness treasure after another. Snake blood fruit, rare, dragon blood fruit, excellence. Star steel, excellence, material, generally used for forging high-order equipment. Sage fruit, excellence, treasure. Consuming it enters one into a state of no desires or needs, the state of a sage, for 1 month. Since this region was under the control of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, there were not many wilderness treasures. However, the root of corruption and some special treasure sites were discovered in great numbers by the exploratory team. For the former, heroes rushed to purify them quickly and received heavenly gifts that descended. These gifts were mainly ordinary and rare rank treasures, but among them were some not very valuable yet capable of enriching the blueprints for territorial development. Like luxury bathrooms, high-end mansions, gardens, and so on. But among these ordinary treasures emerged a rare and superior item, the hero's proof. Purifying the root of corruption indeed had a chance of yielding the hero's proof. In fact, most of the hero's proofs also came from heavenly gifts. However, the drop rate of these purifying gifts was very low. And the exploratory team of Mu Yuan's family had already purified quite a significant number of roots of corruption. The latter were special treasure sites that took root across the wilderness and couldn't be relocated. The exploratory team could only carry out protective harvesting. For example, the Shi Lu squad discovered a treasure tree that grew the special treasure, God Shine Crystal Edge. There were a total of 6 treasure trees, naturally born from nature itself. Mu Yuan called upon Isloa to try transplanting them, but did not dare to proceed. The roots of the treasure trees penetrated deep into the Earth's veins, akin to veins of ore, and they currently lack the technology for transplantation. They could only harvest the fruits of the treasure trees one by one. The quantity was not large, and it was apparent the jackal men had harvested them as well. This was a treasure site that could still be preserved. As the exploratory team advanced, they also found numerous treasure sites that had been violently exploited and destroyed, which made Mu Yuan's heart bleed. Even these surviving treasure sites cannot be occupied or defended by my territory, Tianyuan, and there's always the possibility that they will be destroyed by monsters. After all, Tianyuan territory was still in a weak position and was just managing to survive. Not to mention these wilderness treasure sites, even the mines located within the ruins of several large tribes were difficult for Tianyuan territory to seize. To occupy them, troops had to be deployed to defend them. However, Tianyuan had only Duo Lai at the legendary realm. How could it have the capacity to defend places beyond Wolf Head Mountain? The most important point was that the Fang of the Jackal Wolf didn't care about the loss of lower monsters, but Mu Yuan cared about his own soldiers. On the 8th day after the battle at Wolf Head Mountain ended, Mu Yuan discovered that monsters began to rebuild in the north, where 3 large tribes they had subjugated after the battle were located. They rebuilt into new tribes: the Jackal Man tribe, the Half-Beast tribe, and the Crypt tribe. These 3 tribes were nowhere near their previous scales and hadn't built blood ponds or flesh towers, yet they still possessed formidable power. They were strong enough to repel surrounding lurking monster groups and to mine for resources to supply to the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Dead Bone conducted a tentative raid, but with little effect. The enemy didn't care about death or loss. Even if a legendary figure attacked, they would still continue mining afterward. But when Dead Bone went to raid, he vaguely sensed a legendary realm being watching in the shadows. Besides, Dead Bone, Lulu, and other generals needed to train themselves to step into the legendary realms soon. They didn't have that much time to waste in a standoff with monsters. Once the 3 tribes were rebuilt, the exploratory team began encountering more strong enemies and ambushes in the wilderness. The exploration started to be hindered. This was also within Mu Yuan's expectations. He was only seizing the time to plunder a batch of wilderness resources. Afterward, the main task of Tianyuan territory's elite squads shifted from exploration to guerrilla warfare. They encountered elite monsters controlled by the Fang of the Jackal Wolf in the mountains and dense forests, constantly clashing. In such encounters, Tianyuan naturally suffered more defeats than victories. However, Mu Yuan still felt increasing pressure. It was the same issue. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf didn't care about losses, but they couldn't afford them. To Tianyuan territory, even 10 battles with 9.9 victories were still considered a loss in his view. Sometimes when the exploratory team encountered an ambush, elites would suffer losses, with no time for rescue or revival. He also had to be wary of surprise attacks by the legendary figures of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Even though the players at the legendary realm of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf didn't fall under the category of indifference to loss, they too were afraid of being counter-ambushed by Duo Lai. However, such a risk was something Tianyuan couldn't afford. Maybe the Jackal men are also waiting for Duo Lai to counter-ambush so they can strike directly at Wolf Head Mountain when Duo Lai leaves. After all, monsters' scouts can be gradually found lurking around Wolf Head Mountain. Under these circumstances, Tianyuan territory was facing considerable pressure. He needed time and allies. The reach of the Taizan alliance was too limited. He still couldn't pinpoint his own location. Around him, the Featherman Kingdom was isolating itself, lacking courage. Just then, after waiting for more than 10 days, representatives from the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge finally arrived. Outside Wolf Head Mountain, a caravan slowly emerged from the mist. In the middle of the caravan was a delicate and elegant carriage. The side of the carriage bore the insignia of the Natural Garden and was pulled by 4 pure white Pegasus with wings on their backs. 10 elf guards rode outside the carriage on pure white steeds with Pegasus lineage, emerging from the mist as one. Inside the carriage, Milena from the Natural Garden, A being of the legendary realm known as White Swordflower peered through the carriage window toward the fortress, becoming visible on the mountain in the distance. Her gaze swept around and finally rested on another sight, the mysterious valley spewing lightning and fire. "Humans, Tianyuan territory," she murmured. Milena was dressed in an exquisite gown adorned with white roses. For a visit to human lands, appropriate formal attire was necessary. After all, the natural garden had a history of splendor and a long cultural heritage. Yet even this gown couldn't conceal the sharpness about her. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the dress seemed somewhat out of place on her. An old friend has also arrived. Her gaze suddenly shifted to one side. There, where there had been nothing, several giants made a thunderous appearance with the falling lightning. The elf envoy included Taili, the #1 scout, and elven martial monks who had visited before. The giant's envoy was naturally joined by the #1 scout from Giant Stone Ridge, Jern. However, this large and majestic giant now seemed like a child next to the leading giant. He was tall and magnificent, standing there like an insurmountable range of mountains, providing an immense sense of security. Legendary giant Absolute Barrier Asalo, the second in command from Giant Stone Ridge. The giant's envoy appeared simplistic, but Milena did not dare neglect them, proactively stepping out of the carriage. "We haven't seen each other for 12 years, have we?" Counting the time, indeed. The two powers had exchanged many times, but encounters at the legendary realm had been few and far between. After all, they were legends. They had to be very careful when stepping out into the world, as their lives were not only their own but tied to countless others. Previously, the two powers lacked a formal setting for conversation, sitting down to talk. They couldn't reveal their homelands to the public. But now, the human power had occupied an official territory in the external world and had repelled the frontal assault of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Human power was not yet secure. Whether the Wolf Head Mountain Fortress could be defended in the future was also uncertain. But at least for now, Tianyuan's humans had triumphed, a delightful piece of news for both elves and giants. The opportunity to break through the impasse was right before them, and they had to consider whether this was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. Even if it meant taking great risks, it was a risk worth taking. When they arrived, Mu Yuan naturally detected them immediately. Led by Isloa, a group of elite warriors took the two envoy parties up the mountain. The entire process was straightforward. After all, they were all swift and decisive warriors, preferring to negotiate tactics that could counter the monster overlord over ceremony and grandeur. Even the legendary elf Milena put away her carriage, traveling light and unencumbered, appearing to shake off her fetters with ease. The careful arrangements beforehand could be seen as the elves' last act of defiance, rooted in their long-standing and culturally rich heritage. But now, the elves wished only to look. This is the defensive architecture of Wolf Head Mountain Fortress. With these powerful weapons, human elites fought against hundreds and thousands, shattering the vast waves of monsters. You should have seen it, such a ferocious and terrifying tide of monsters, actually held at bay, not advancing a step past the Wolf Head Mountain defensive line. Taili, who had visited once before, gesticulated wildly as if welcoming guests, sharing her experience. This made her brothers and sisters, who didn't have the chance to witness the epic battle, envious. We get it, we get it. No need to show off your experience anymore. You've already told us dozens of times." They were actually quite curious. How did human forces, despite being few in number, manage to defend against an enemy hundreds, thousands of times their size? Now they understood. Just by looking at the watchtowers in the distance, which seemed unimposing, yet the dark muzzles of their firing ports gave them goosebumps. The area surrounding Wolf Head Mountain was anything but peaceful, with monster howls and the occasional roars of cannon fire audible from afar. Elves and giants made their way up the uneven and blood-stained dirt road, winding upwards. Atop the mountain, the black castle walls stood imposingly, with each watchtower, arrow tower, and sentry post rising solidly. From time to time, arrows that looked like shooting stars would shoot out from the battlements, whistling into the azure sky and vanishing from sight. This seemed hardly remarkable. But when they focused their attention and gazed at the openings in the towers, Trying to catch the moment the light arrows shot out, they suddenly felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. Their hairs stood on end. Even though the arrows were dozens to hundreds of meters away and not aimed in their direction, they still had the illusion that the arrows could turn a corner and punch a hole through them at any moment. Was this reasonable? The giants scratched their heads. Unable to understand, they simply stopped thinking about it and silently marveled at the strength that Tianyuan territory, true to its reputation, possessed. The elves couldn't help but ponder over it. Elves, by nature, excel at archery. Among the professions they could awaken to, archery was mainstream. From the lower tier, wood elf archer, common 3 stars, to the high-ordered troops, moon elf ranger, and then to the epic beings, god moon elf, their archery skills were exquisite and peerless within their class. Elves took pride in their archery and gardening. Among those present from the natural garden delegation, half were skilled archers, including the superior scout Taili. She excelled at reconnaissance with owls, sharing vision, and could take out enemies from 2 or 3 kilometers away with a single arrow, leaving them dead without even understanding what happened. Taili's scouting owl was still soaring outside Wolfhead Mountain. The sharp-eyed eagle spotted the sharp arrow. The sharp arrow turned a corner in front of a distant rock and pierced through the skull of a wisdom monster hiding behind cover, killing it instantly. And the distance was 4,900 meters. Holy smokes. If she were on the tower, could she accurately hit and kill a sneaky wisdom monster hiding behind rocks? Taili imagined it. Taili broke out in a sweat. Her actual strength might be slightly superior to that of the arrow of Polar Star on the tower. But after all, the arrow of Polar Star was an epic life with a bit of a cheat on extreme shooting range, so that made sense, didn't it? Taili and the other elves naturally were unaware that the arrow of Polar Star, a name of great renown and not much inferior to the god moon elf, was present on the tower. They only saw towers capable of firing such arrows, not just one. They were even more sweat-soaked. Wolfhead Mountain's meeting venue had already been arranged, and there were even seats tailored to the size of the giants. Made from black ironstone, hard and of extremely good quality. And it shouted one word: lavish. Lord Shepherd, after all, was from a wealthy family with plenty of mines, not short of money. Besides, if they needed materials in the future, they could simply melt down these ironstone chairs, with virtually no loss to middlemen. Being legendary visitors, Lord Shepherd personally met with the two this time. General Duo Lai was seated beside him, in the next seat, with a stern face, eyes fixed straight ahead, his expression serious and solemn. His ever-changing badge was transforming into the style of a robe, with streams of colorful lights flowing on it, setting him apart as more extraordinary. Is this the big shot who fought against several werewolf legends on his own? Holy smokes, I didn't expect to really meet this great legend who set a miraculous record. To be honest, why does this legend look a bit young? If he hadn't been introduced just now, I could never have imagined that this is the great legend. I thought the one who would defeat Fang of the Jackal Wolf would be a mighty figure with bulging muscles. Arms strong enough for horses to run on, with at least 8 arms. You just don't get it. This legend might not look strong, but that only means we are too low-level to see the real deal, and the fact that this big shot has reached the pinnacle in controlling his aura and divine rhyme, which all the more reflects his immense power. The surrounding elves and giants looked towards Duo Lai with awe and admiration, only daring to glance from a distance, not worthy of direct gaze. After all, without being of legendary status, one was not entitled to look legends in the eye. Mu Yuan glanced at Duo Lai. In silence, General Duo Lai had a certain amount of dignity. Duo Lai was merely a mascot. The real strategizing was handled by Isloa and Lulu. Initially, Mu Yuan had wanted to include Deadbone, but Deadbone felt that such a high-profile role did not suit him. The mighty ones of Tianyuan should not be completely exposed, even to allies. Mu Yuan had to admit, Deadbone was right. Even if Deadbone was not present, they were still able to communicate and exchange opinions through spiritual link. We, too, have clashed several times with Fang of the Jackal Wolf's legends, but more often than not, it ends with our defeat and withdrawal. Legendary elf Milena spoke. Natural Garden was manned by more than one legendary being, but compared to Fang of the Jackal Wolf, they were still at a disadvantage. Actually, when we first fled to this place, there was only one injured legendary elder left in our group. That was the weakest, most vulnerable time for Natural Garden. After years of operation and striving for development, the strength of our Natural Garden has far surpassed what it was at the beginning, and we are also seeking a real solution to break the suppression and blockade of the monster overlord. Natural Garden has only taken root for just over 100 years. Being able to cultivate and birth several legendary realm figures and dozens of fourth-order strongmen in such a short time is undoubtedly related to the elves' natural talent, steely will, and unyielding spirit. But more importantly, Natural Garden holds some legacies of the ancient empires in its hands. With these legacies, they have a legendary promotion rate far beyond the norm, such as one particular legacy that can, with a relatively high probability, assist a fourth-order strongman in birthing a domain. Unfortunately, these legacies have almost been exhausted over the past 100 years. Now, if they cannot break the suppression of the monster overlord, their young people's cultivation resources will soon be depleted. They must break through the predicament. Otherwise, they might face being trapped to death in this territory, or one day, only be able to watch helplessly as the Jackal Man sets their homeland ablaze. They cannot hide forever. Moreover, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf is also advancing. They are at war with the Northern Fallen God Force, and occasionally, a legendary realm warrior falls, but within the monster overlord power, a new legendary realm arises every so often. The development speed of the Jackal Man is faster than ours. The longer we delay, the greater the gap between us and the Fang of the Jackal Wolf could become. We, Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge, originally, also wanted to find an opportunity to pick a fight with the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. However, the appearance of Tianyuan territory has given them even greater hope. So they became somewhat impatient. Although, at present, the number of legendary realm strongmen in Tianyuan territory is the least of the three factions, there is only one. But General Duo Lai is no ordinary legendary. She alone is worth several legendaries. Neither Milena nor Asalo will underestimate human power. Moreover, human power has a trump card. Even without the strongest, nuclear-level trump card, there is still likely a second tier one. Lord Tianyuan claims to possess it. They might as well assume it exists. Whether it exists or not, the mere existence of this trump card would make the Fang of the Jackal Wolf wary. Just this point alone has strategic value equivalent to one or two legendaries. Mu Yuan pondered. He did not entirely believe Milena's words, after all, a woman's mouth. However, strategically, his home, along with the elves and giants, certainly shares a common goal. He needed more intelligence and someone to distract the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. At this thought, he paused and asked, "Have both of you ever considered exploring further afield? Perhaps in some places, monster power isn't so vast, and life could survive quite comfortably and easily. Within the inner circle of the Tai-Zan Alliance, lords have no pressure to survive. Of course, Tai-Zan is a powerful nation after all. But beyond Tai-Zan, many small countries and scattered territories can also survive just as well by finding a patron. In these places, life forms are the true overlords." The elf shook her head slightly. "We elves have gone through several great migrations, crossing one territory after another, and with each move, our group became more sparse and fragmented, and that's why we settled here. Compared to the areas we passed before, the red mist here is not so dense. In this era of widespread disaster, this is already a rare safe territory." It seemed that some regions had denser red mists, and the disastrous moons were everlasting? Mu Yuan reflected on this. The giant spoke in a deep voice, "We are the same." Everyone had reached a point where they could no longer migrate, which is why they had settled down. They also did not believe that there were areas more peaceful and tranquil than this outside. In their eyes, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf was an easy-to-bully power already. Mu Yuan. You might not believe it, but there are indeed peaceful places out there. It's just that where this peace lies and how to get there, he also couldn't quite clarify. Although they did not long for the world beyond, the maps of elves and giants were not low in exploration. To the east, the great river flows into the sea, but the area of the ocean seems not very vast, or rather, the range of territory available for activity is not ample enough. Flying thousands of kilometers east from the coastline, one would enter an endless area of whirlpools. In the water were whirlpools, in the sky, water dragon tornadoes. Not only are the heavenly and earthly great powers violent in these areas, but our legendary realm find it difficult to control them, and the space is somewhat disturbed, misplaced, and broken. Even for a legendary realm to step in, it is extremely dangerous and hard to pass through. I once tried to cut through a furious region. Unfortunately, after traveling 200 kilometers, I dared not go any deeper. Beyond that point, even if I could save my life, I would likely get lost, and the end would still be death. Spoken by the giant Asalo. He, known as the Absolute Barrier, with his unmatched physical defense, was already riddled with wounds after venturing 200 kilometers into the territory. Having gained new clues, Mu Yuan contemplated. By natural logic, even if Tianyuan territory had experienced a grand displacement during integration, and even if the distance of the shift was 100 or 1,000 times that of Shilling Town and other plagued territories, it shouldn't have been too far off. At least, it shouldn't be such that not a trace of the pioneer group's big shots could be found. But, if the place he was in was not a typical wilderness but rather a region with distinctly different spatial characteristics and special geographic coordinates, then everything would make sense. This situation was quite possible. He needed more clues to analyze. Elves and giants didn't care about these matters. They were only concerned with when the Tianyuan territory was planning to go to war with Fang of the Jackal Wolf. When the time came, they would also strike with all their might, encircling Fang of the Jackal Wolf on three sides. Together, our three forces could even have an advantage against Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Milena was itching for action, unable to wait, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. But Mu Yuan frowned. Fang of the Jackal Wolf is not the only monster overlord. To the south, there is Blood Snake in Case, and to the west, the Blood Tree King. It's not as if defeating the Fang of the Jackal Wolf would allow us to live in peace. We must take our time to plan for this. We cannot rush or be hasty. The elves and giants frowned. They understood this principle, but the longer they delayed, the more afraid people would become of failure. They did not want to end up one day as the very thing they detested when they were younger. Before they could speak, however, they heard Mu Yuan say, "At least, several months, maybe a year later. We must have ample time to prepare our troops, supplies, and to gather more intelligence on Fang of the Jackal Wolf. We must not rush into such a battle that touches upon our fate and survival," Lord Shepherd earnestly advised. The elves and giants stared, mechanically nodding in agreement. They agreed, completely agreed. It's just, wasn't it a bit too hasty? By as soon as possible, they meant within a few years. But your idea of taking time to plan was to wait just a year or even a few months. Buddy, should we consider, maybe, slowing down a bit, being a bit more prudent? Lord Shepherd was a very busy man. Lately, it seemed he had caught the multiple tasks syndrome from Isloa. Even though he was still meeting with the elves and giants at Wolfhead Mountain, the bi-monthly trade meeting in the Secret Realm was also convened at the same time. Good thing he was skilled in creating copies of himself. After half a month, the activity at Elf's Courtyard, in this Secret Realm, had increased significantly, and the overall size of the Secret Realm had visibly expanded. Lush forests could be seen in the distance, streams babbled gently, with fish swimming through. Some puppets were hammering away, constructing new buildings and pavilions from the miracle blueprints. Lady Han Yu used a special wonder to upgrade the Secret Realm this time. Mu Yuan recognized the familiar voice, Lord Linglong. She had been absent from the last trade meeting, but this time, evidently, she was still presiding, judging by Lord Linglong's radiant appearance. "Brother Yuan, big news. Lord Linglong has entered the legendary realm." Zhang Luoxing approached him exaggeratedly and enviously. "Lord Linglong is really soaring high now." Great Dragon Lord, one of the prominent senior lords, added with envy and longing, "I always feel like there's now an insurmountable barrier between us and Lord Linglong. I've also heard rumors that not only did Lord Linglong enter the legendary realm but also personally led troops to slay a werewolf legend. Lord Linglong already has achieved the feat of slaying a legend, absolutely terrifying. Shen Linglong's keen ears twitched, and she appeared in front of Mu Yuan and the others in a flash. I can testify to that, the message is true, not just rumors. She looked at Mu Yuan with an expression that said, "How about that? Impressive, aren't I, your sister Linglong?" Breaking through to the legendary realm and slaying a legend was something she could boast about for months. However, boasting in front of ordinary lords was not as satisfying as showing off her achievements in front of the future powerhouse, Tianyuan. No, wait, how could discussing her achievements be considered boasting? She had indeed slain a monster legend. Slaying a veteran legend as a newly minted one was indeed quite impressive. She needed to showcase her glorious victories while Tianyuan had yet to reach its peak. Otherwise, when Tianyuan became more powerful in the future, her impressive achievements might no longer be worth mentioning. An opportunity not to be missed. One must show off while they can. What could Mu Yuan do but praise her? He recalled the self-cultivation of an actor, opened his eyes wide by about 45%, maintained his mouth slightly ajar, controlled his breathing to quicken a bit, and then paused before exclaiming, "S's, wow, that's amazing." Shen Linglong's lips curled into a smile. Her mood as buoyant as if she had drunk 100 gin of happy water. She wasn't here just to show off. She was well aware that the Tianyuan territory was currently in a precarious situation. And she, Shen Linglong, was now a legend. "Don't worry, I'll head north from Shillingtown in a few days and I'm sure to find clues for you. Leave it to me," she confidently proclaimed, patting her breastplate until it rang out with a resounding clang. Leading the army northward and searching for clues along the way requires Shen Linglong to expend a great deal of extra energy and time. She doesn't need to bother at all. Previously, she had asked friends from the Pioneer Group whether anyone had seen a black giant that resembled image.jpg. This was already her helping out. "Ahaha, it's nothing, really. I've already stepped into the legendary realm. Wherever I pioneer is pioneering. Heading north from Shillingtown and excavating some clues along the way is like killing two birds with one stone. You don't have to be moved. Just remember me when you're rich and famous." She waved her hand, indicating it was no big deal. The way she talked about finding clues seemed casual, as if it was just something done on the side. The main reason for her departure was her promotion to the legendary status, which qualified her to explore dangerous areas in the wilderness one by one. However, Mu Yuan was already quite familiar with the legendary realm. To those newly advanced to the legendary level, the veil of heaven and earth began to lift, revealing some truths and mysteries. They often gain new insights into their own abilities. This is when legends are in a rapid enhancement phase, and they usually do not travel far, opting instead to take the time to strengthen their own power. Shen Linglong's actions were something he couldn't refuse. Having a legendary lord out searching for clues was indeed efficient, a task no single legend or a few fourth-order strongmen could match. He could only accept the favor and repay it another day. Shen Linglong murmured as she stared at the map. "I heard there was a legendary monster sighting in Shillingtown. If I travel north from there, I should be able to find some legendary monsters too. Hehehe. My broadsword is already itching for a fight. Let me think. How many legendary beings do I need to slay to make it onto this year's Legendary Lords Kill leaderboard? Work hard, heave ho, and let my great name resound through Tianyuan and the wilderness." Hehehehehe. Mu Yuan. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Before leaving the secret realm, Mu Yuan sold Shen Linglong a remnant soul of an excellence 2-star strength type troop at a friendly price. Meaning, he sold it cheaply for soul crystals or basic materials rather than exchanging it for high-order treasures. Shen Linglong was a rich great lord with a mine at home. In the ranks of great lords, she was considered poorer, but she was still a great lord, vastly wealthier than Mr. Mu. The speed of a lord's family's combat power growth may vary greatly, but the accumulation of wealth requires a gradual process. The longer the time, the higher the level of the domain. The more special products, the faster the wealth accumulates. All this hinges on time. If we set aside epic structures, high-order buildings, and a whole host of high-order treasures and only consider the value of soul crystals and common items, Mu Yuan might even be poorer than many senior lords. For now, because the soul sand mine south of the Tianyuan territory is too close to the heart of the domain, its mining could increase the risk of exposing the heart of the domain. Mu Yuan is not ready to use it yet. His daily sales of various high-order treasures and remnant souls keep the supply of soul sand and soul crystals sufficient. Of course, he still needs to buy reserves of various kinds of war supplies, construction materials, infantry spirit hatchling nurturing materials, and cultivation materials, as well as legendary breakthrough auxiliary treasures, and so on. His daily expenses are also enormous, and he always wishes he had more cash flow. Stepping out of the secret realm, Mu Yuan looked towards another wide-open secret realm's gate. Notice, the Black Wasteland has fully absorbed the secret realm upgrade stones, escalating its level from LV1 to LV4. Perhaps because the Black Wasteland was initially at such a low level, a single upgrading stone caused this secret realm to undergo earth-shattering changes. The output of the Black Wasteland before the upgrade was indeed a bit low. The Black Wasteland is a resource-producing secret realm, previously yielding about 10,000 grams of soul sand per day, equivalent to 10 soul crystals. This output is not low, akin to the daily production of a small soul sand mine that's mined non-violently. Additionally, the secret realm has the advantage of being close to home and inexhaustible compared to a soul sand mine. In comparison, it streets ahead of a small soul sand mine. Yet the Tianyuan territory has high expenses and does not rely heavily on farming income. This mode of operation is not very healthy. A break in the balance chain could significantly impact the domain's economy. Mu Yuan still hopes to one day live the true lord's life, earning money without doing anything, just lying back and enjoying. After all, he's seen some old lords living luxuriously with dozens of maids in their mansions, having everything handed to them. Why doesn't he experience the same? Possibly, it's because his moral standards are too high. Black Wasteland. Description. This secret realm captures a segment of historical projection, reflected within. The monsters in the secret realm will refresh intermittently. Killing the monsters will not yield remnant souls, but will produce a certain quantity of soul sand. Passing through the spatial curtain, Mu Yuan entered. The sky here was dark and gloomy. The earth bore a reddish-brown hue, dry and ruined, permeated with a desolate and eerie air. Great Lord Shepherd surveyed the area and then, with hands behind his back, rose towards the sky. Before the upgrade, the Black Wasteland was not very large. Standing at the entrance, one could see the misty edges of the secret realm. After the upgrade, its size had clearly expanded several-fold. The area greatly surpassed the adjacent, Elf secret realm. Of course, the two secret realms belong to different categories, so their size is not directly comparable. The Elf secret realm belongs to the Lord of Han Yu City, and its level is certainly much higher than 4. The monsters of the fallen devils within the secret realm used to be just at the apprentice level, but now they start at the first-order professional level, with occasionally a few second-order elites encountered. It seems that if a lord's power is too weak, they may not even be able to harvest resources from a secret realm. However, given the difficulty of obtaining and upgrading a secret realm, such a predicament seems unlikely. Until now, he had only obtained one such realm. Mu Yuan released a thunder glow from his fingertips, effortlessly killing the monster in front of him before flying off into the distance. Earlier on, when the secret realm hadn't been upgraded, the outline of a dilapidated church, or at least a corner of it, was faintly visible. Only a corner. But now, the ruined church was fully visible to Mu Yuan. He descended. Inside the church were different kinds of monsters, humanoid creatures that resembled sludge. Sludge monster. Desire monk, sludge monster, headless nun. Sludge monster, red robe bishop. The bishop too was composed of sludge, with an indistinct face, but he wore a striking red robe and held a staff in his hand. Perhaps because Mu Yuan controlled the secret realm himself, he naturally identified all the information about these monsters as his eyes scanned over them. Among them, 4 monks and nuns had stepped into the Third Order. And the red-robed bishop was at the Fourth Order limit, comparable to the leader-level bosses of a large monster tribe chieftain. He exuded a frightening, terrifying presence. He died. The church turned to ruins while Mu Yuan held a sun in his hand. That was a tough boss. I take back what I said earlier, if a lord is not strong enough, indeed they cannot harvest this level of crop. But the danger wasn't high. After all, it was his own secret realm, not the wilderness. He had already been notified that bosses like the Red Robe Bishop, and elite monsters like the Desire Monk, unlike other monsters, do not respawn once a day. These significant monsters would take a very long time to resurrect, and they would not leave their own activity areas. Which is the dilapidated church. If the Lord could not defeat them, a strategic retreat was all that was needed, as these bosses wouldn't give chase. Proportionate to the difficulty of the harvest was the loot dropped by the monsters. He waved his hand casually, tearing a half-meter-long fissure in space. The rift opened like a gaping mouth, sucked in voraciously like a whale swallow, ingesting all surrounding flames and storms, leaving only the dissipating particles of light from the monstrosities they were hunting. Clusters of soul sand appeared where the monsters had vanished. Besides that, there were a few items glowing in green and blue light. Notice. You have obtained rare level materials times 5. Notice. You have obtained superior grade materials times 2. Notice. You have obtained a superior grade equipment embryo. That means, after a certain period, this secret realm can be harvested for a batch of rare and high-order materials. As for the regular income of soul sand, it is. Mu Yuan organized a group of elites, quickly sweeping through the area. The final tally came out to 60 per day. That's 600 soul crystals in 10 days, amounting to a net income of 21,900 in a year. The benefits of a secret realm are not limited to just these outward aspects. The Featherman tribe has turned a secret realm into a hidden home where they can grow crops, live, and form a self-sustaining cycle. Whereas here in the Black Wasteland, a desolate, run-down atmosphere rushes forth. This place is not suitable for building a residence, but rather, it's a fine training ground for troops. If this place expands further, we might even be able to test core-level magic. At Wolfhead Mountain, their first formal exchange with the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge had ended. The elves and giants left one after another. Besides exchanging information and agreeing on some bulk trades, the focus of their discussion was how to deal with the fang of the Jackal Wolf. Both the elf Milena and the giant Asalo thought that the Tianyuan territory was too hasty. However, they agreed to the proposal of joining forces to combat and target the minions of the Wolf King. With these two forces joining in, the pressure on Tianyuan territory was greatly reduced, allowing him to recall some elites for rest and training. After all, constant skirmishes in the wild significantly affected the development of his elites. For the elves and giants, as the fang of the Jackal Wolf took control, a large number of high-order monsters perished in battle, significantly weakening this monster overlord grip on the surrounding areas. They were now able to step into the outside world with boldness to acquire resources. They had considered letting Tianyuan territory bear the pressure, but everyone was in the same boat, and short-sightedness was absolutely unacceptable. Natural Garden. This was a hidden sanctuary, a paradise of breathtaking beauty. The architecture here was mainly treehouses with a distinct elven style. However, if a miracle lord were present, they would notice buildings with unmistakable signs of miraculous power within this paradise. Lord's Altar, Watchtower, Arrow Tower, Wood Elf Training Camp. Although the elves of the Natural Garden were remnants of an ancient empire by nature, they also had opportunities to acquire a lord's heart, receiving the gifts of heaven and earth. Inside the secret realm, the palace, Milena's three-dimensional image appeared, communicating with another legend. By the way, Your Majesty, it seems that humans have no intention of occupying the other two major mining sites, formerly monster tribes. Should we pay a price to obtain these mines from the humans and extract the resources ourselves? After all, we are in dire need of these basic resources. That's not appropriate. Taking over the mining sites means we have to send legends to guard them, Otherwise, we could be attacked by the legends of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf at any time, suffering heavy casualties. But once we send out legends to guard them, there is more danger awaiting our legends. She was reluctant to admit it, but that human legend was probably the most powerful among their vitality force. That legend could handle several Jackal Man legends at once by himself. The elves couldn't do that. For the time being, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf couldn't handle the Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, but if they tried to emulate the humans and occupied the mines, wouldn't the Fang of the Jackal Wolf go after them? They needed to continue lying low until they could crush the main forces of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Fang of the Jackal Wolf, the main base. The Wolf King, cloaked in a grand cape, reclined on his throne, resting his chin on his hand while looking down upon the vast numbers of his Jackal Wolf subjects. I am already aware. Humans, elves, giants. They did have considerable power, and the Wolf King had some reservations about them. If these three vitality forces were to make a desperate, all-out attack against them, it would be very troublesome. At that time, the losses of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf could be substantial, and the fortress underneath the giant peak could likely not hold. However, such is the nature of living beings, always with flaws like the fear of death. They can never make the most decisive and correct choices. Perhaps, their rational minds have made the right judgments, but cowardice, hesitation, and doubts dominate their thoughts. Such are living beings, weak and ignorant. Their children of the red mist are the most perfect life forms. Seeing that living beings were only preparing to fight a war of attrition and guerrilla warfare against them, the Wolf King felt even less urgency. He appeared relaxed and confident of victory. I am waiting for reinforcements from Tianqi Eternal Life. And you, isolated and alone living beings, what are you waiting for? Waiting for death? The dead bone wishing to be honed to the limit and breakthrough still needs a month or two, but Skeleton Lord +1+1+1+1. At this stage, the dead bone's combat power could hardly see significant improvement. What it could do was expand the Well of Death, enlarge the Wraith Sacred Mountain, cultivate the undead of the Holy Mountain, research and push the storage limit of the power of Witherness, develop advanced uses for King's Might, and perfect the giant human of death remains, among a few dozen other tasks. Its capabilities were limited. This was the restraint of the laws of heaven and earth. But as the number of skeleton lords increased, and as the old skeleton powerhouses expanded their own land of the dead, the upper limit of power that the dead bone could unleash continued to climb. Now, slaying a goblin legend probably wouldn't be too difficult. Not only that, inside the secret realm that was cleared of monsters, shrouded in black fog and howling winds, a black-armored, black-cloaked undead legion climbed up into the sky, step by step through the fog. They wielded their swords. They charged. The great sword stuck in a grave pack-shaped army soul embryo above them was becoming increasingly condensed and real. Mu Yuan opened his panel. Undead Legion, 999 1000s. The Army Soul Core, once reaching a count of 1,000, faces a crucial threshold, signifying that this corpse army spirit has evolved from the form level to the complete level, vastly enhancing its amplifying abilities and deriving compatible powers based on the characteristics of the core. A complete level Army Soul Core differs significantly from a form level core. Among lords, it is said that a mortal territory lord commanding such a core can contend with the legendary, referring precisely to the complete level Army Soul Core. Each genuine Army Soul Core has endured countless wars of blood and fire, carved through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and has established a resounding reputation and formidable status. They are the trump cards among trump cards, possessing the ability to intimidate numerous monsters and carve through waves of creatures. In combating massive waves of monsters and defending cities, the role played by such a trump card legion can even surpass that of a figure in the legendary realm. Of course, if such an Army Soul Core is commanded by a great lord of the legendary realm, it naturally exhibits a combined might far surpassing the sum of its parts. Shen Linglong could effortlessly slay a legendary creature thanks to her newly promoted status and her formidable, awe-inspiring, unparalleled Linglong Legion. In contrast, for a lord to cultivate such a trump-card legion, they must have immense wealth to shower the army soul embryo with innumerable supporting materials. Combat refinement and resource investment can both enhance the army soul embryo. While materials can be purchased with money, rare troop types are harder to come by. Especially for a lord aspiring to form an army soul corps, gathering 1,000 rare troops of the same category with similar strength is even more challenging. This hurdle often stalls most veteran lords and even great lords. They can only acquire, buy, and slowly complete their trump-card legion with rare remnant souls over years. If it's a top-tier great lord, they have resources, troops, and commanders at their disposal, and they can even use connections to send their corps to the most suitable battlefields for training. Even so, it generally takes 2 to 3 years for a corps to evolve from the army soul embryo to a complete level army spirit. The elite troops need synergy, and through repeated resonating with the army spirit, they increase its power, expand the corps size, and step by step ascend to the peak. This process requires even influential and wealthy lords to patiently hone their forces, spending copious time enhancing the elite's understanding with one another. His Tianyuan territory needs the same, only his elites are a tad smarter than those of other formative corps. In typical form-level corps, aside from the top commander, there are about a dozen junior commanders. These leaders, carefully cultivated by their lords, often awaken their self-awareness, acting as nodes within the corps, capable of commanding and influencing, allowing the army spirit to resonate more smoothly. That's the role of a commander. But, the elites of the Tianyuan territory have all awakened their self-awareness. They instinctively mimic the commanders, absorbing experiences, identifying shortcomings, and improving themselves. They're proactive, engaging with their comrades in daily life, practicing and fostering deeper bonds. Under such circumstances, the army spirit embryo of the trump card, Undying Troops, advances very rapidly. In just half a year, the corps has already incorporated 999 elite troops, and is but one step away from breaking through. Today is the day. Boom. Boom. Inside the secret realm, the 1,000-strong corps slashes and gathers mist, emitting a roar akin to a landslide or tsunami, battering the landscape into chaos, demonstrating a destructive power rivaling that of the legendary realm. The Black Wasteland is quite practical as a secret realm, and can even serve as a training field. Mu Yuan has his own training field, plus the high-order, warrior arena. Training here doesn't benefit from the perks of miracle buildings, but the Black Wasteland, it's enormous. Bigger is stronger, and bigger is more beautiful. The undead can unleash their potential without restraint. Although this somewhat damages the environment of the secret realm, the Black Wasteland is already synonymous with desolation, barrenness, and destruction. It can tolerate a few more ravages by the undead. In the distance, on a bald hillock, Duo Lai sits cross-legged. It is also cultivating here. It's not cultivating its domain. Its mouth expands and contracts like a toad, and in the next instant, with a deep breath, the elemental particles of heaven and earth around it rush toward it like rivers flowing into the sea, swallowed in one gulp. Even the dense black fog lingering above the undead legion is shaken, nearly unable to maintain its form against what feels like gales of wind force 8. The elite undead train even harder. Duo Lai is developing a new skill under the guidance of Lord Shepherd. Compared with its peers, Duo Lai once held the greatest advantage in boundless energy, capable of using ultimate moves without worrying about the cost. Now, however, legends can summon the power of heaven and earth to unleash powerful attacks, making Duo Lai's energy reserve advantage less pronounced. In response to this, Lord Shepherd offered 3 suggestions. Mu Yuan doesn't change Duo Lai's combat style, it excels in overwhelming with volume. It has always been this way, and it shall remain so. He incorporated his personal insights and Duo Lai's strengths to come up with a suggestion. You also hold an advantage in controlling the power of heaven and earth, but it's not significant enough. Duo Lai nods, only semi-understanding. Not significant enough means not having a difference of several tens of times. If you had this magnitude of disparity, during the battle at Wolfhead Mountain, you'd have been able to effortlessly seize complete control from the enemy, right? Upon hearing this, Duo Lai suddenly nodded, realizing the truth. That's exactly right, boss. But with elemental control force and affinity difficult to significantly improve in the short term, let's shift our strategy. We won't vie for control, we'll simply devour the power of heaven and earth. With that, they were back on Duo Lai's familiar track. In doing so, it only needed to use all the great force of the legendary realm in perception and guidance, leaving everything else to the devouring. Mu Yuan named this move, Whale Swallow. After all, this move was based on devouring and spatial devour, both of which Duo Lai had essentially mastered. But Whale Swallow alone wasn't enough. Duo Lai also needed to convert the devoured power of heaven and earth into energy it could command as easily as moving an arm. So, taking over-limit swallowing strategic skills as a reference and incorporating the epic architecture staff of Divine Right 9-turn furnace, Mu Yuan came up with the concept of using the body furnace. Combining the two, Duo Lai could not only strip enemies of their control over the power of heaven and earth but could also harness the vast, ineffable energy itself. Moreover, it could bypass processes like gathering the power of heaven and earth and accumulating power, enabling instant activation of powerful moves without any cooldowns, among other techniques. It was indescribably ingenious. At present, the body furnace was just a concept. After all, Mu Yuan wasn't Emperor Deadbone, and his expectations for Duo Lai weren't overly high. A mere 3 months for research and development would suffice. 3 months? Why would it take 3 months? Duo Lai wanted to say 3 days would be enough, but its remaining rationality reminded it that 3 days were indeed insufficient. So then, let's go with 2 months and 29 days. This way, it would also be able to complete the tasks set by the Lord ahead of schedule and showcase the heaven-defying comprehension ability of Duo Lai. Thinking of this, Duo Lai began to devour with even greater effort. In the distance, the elite undead were also forced to put forth more effort, resonating with military spirits to resist Duo Lai's influence. With a simulation target to disrupt legendary enemies, Duo Lai's training efficiency went up by +1+1+1. Facing a formidable enemy that could impact the army spirit, the elite undead also squeezed out 200% of their training speed. This was double the training, quadruple the joy. Lord Shepard watched on, feeling deeply gratified. Half an hour later, the time has come. Once we integrate the last warrior and maintain the stability of the army spirit, the embryo of the Undead Legion's army souls will be truly complete. The undead ceased their endeavors, and a leader turned to look to the side. There stood hundreds of expectant undead. They were all elites, each had awakened their self-awareness, and on normal days, they too would train with the main force. These undead were all exceedingly capable, but today, only one among them would obtain an official position. The person was naturally pre-selected. Many undead were full of envy as they looked at the newcomer nearby. Damn it, they've got me feeling sour like a lemon. I want to join the Legion too and wreak havoc in the legends with the boss. Fair's fair, why him? I came here first, go, Bone 996. Carry the hopes and will of your brothers into battle. Some undead waved their handkerchiefs, their black mist turning into scalding hot tears. This was probably the downside of having a fully self-aware bunch. They were all too good at dramatizing things. Bone 996 stepped forward boldly and melded into the embrace of the great Undead Legion. The next moment, Dead Bone took over command, reorganized the formation, and raised, Wailing Death, high, resonating with the army spirit. Hum, hum, hum. The phantom of a giant sword planted upside down on a mound appeared above the troops. When it first appeared, the entire embryonic silhouette was highly unstable due to the new soldiers' integration, making the vast machinery of the Army Soul Corps run roughly, with hitches and stalls. In such a delicate situation, any minor mistake could dissipate the formation, signifying a failure to enhance or break through the embryonic stage of the army spirit. But Dead Bone and the elite undead were fully prepared. The embryonic shadow rippled violently with the water's surface, and after a dozen seconds, it began to stabilize, becoming solid and real at a speed visible to the naked eye. Black mist surged from all directions around the undead legion, springing from seemingly nowhere, endless and boundless. The undead energy and dark elemental particles between heaven and earth also swarmed and converged. Gather, 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 a black storm rose, and a black tide enveloped everything. The sky turned completely dark, and every inch of the secret realm was filled with inescapable wailing winds. Amidst the howling wind, a notification sound rang in Mu Yuan's ears as expected. Notification. Your undead legion has broken its bounds, the army soul embryo has condensed to completion, and will awaken and derive an army spirit ability in line with the legion. Above the legion, the small mound, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a mountain as majestic and towering as Wraith's sacred mountain. That great sword, like a pillar reaching to the heavens, the black mist faintly gathered into a human shape. Its stature was colossal, its face blurred but crowned, and with both hands, it drew the great sword. Clang. Notification. Complete army spirit of the undead, awakening legion trait, immortal bone. Notification. Complete army spirit of the undead, awakening legion skill, tide of wasted bones. Notification. Complete army spirit of the undead, awakening legion final skill, Emperor's One Sword. When a complete level army spirit condensed, it usually derived one trait and one legion skill. A trait was essentially an extra talent given to the elite warriors during battle. Immortal Bone. The strength of the holder's bones increases, allowing them to withstand more energy scouring. Also, in the face of a fatal attack, as long as their bones remain, they will not die and can recover quickly. This talent was quite powerful. With Army Soul Resonance, the soldiers could share life and distribute damage. Ordinarily, there was no risk of dying in battle, but he had heard that at high-end combat levels, some powerful beings wielded great force that could penetrate the protection of army spirit, breaking through the army soul core one by one. Immortal Bone could play a big role in the later stages. Even now, just the recovery ability on its own was invaluable. Army soul resonance and the sharing of damage meant the overall state of the soldiers during battle would inevitably decline gradually. But Immortal Bone provided extraordinary recovery capabilities. This also extended the duration of Army soul resonance to some extent. This trait had many extended effects. It's just, you need to have a skeleton. The traits and legion skills awakened by the Undead Legion are biased towards skeletons, which are not quite suitable for the elite of the Phantom series. Ghost Baby felt aggrieved. This was not a big problem. The main commander of the whole legion, over 77% of the elites, were from the skeleton lineage. Now that the army spirit had broken through, they would phase out the Phantom series slowly. His Tianyuan territory was not lacking in elite skeletons after all. Cough cough, of course, it did not mean that the elite Phantoms were being kicked out of the official ranks. Mu Yuan planned to form a core with the Phantoms as the main force. With experience in their creation, shaping the army soul embryo would certainly be quite efficient. A complete level army spirit was not the limit for the army soul core. It was just the beginning. In the future, the two large core might even grind out a combination skill full of bonds. Army Spirit Final Skill. When the Legion has sufficiently charged, the soldiers can exhibit their final ripple through overlimit resonance. After the final skill is cast, the shadow of the Army Spirit will shatter, and for a certain period in the future, that Legion will be unable to resonate an Army Spirit again. Emperor's One Sword. Disregarding space, shattering space, it bestows upon the enemy the ultimate sword of death. The target designated by the Emperor's One Sword will be unable to dodge or flee and will hardly muster the will to resist, only passively accepting the death granted by the Emperor. This was a super move. A strong combat output final skill. It's just that, the conditions for using the Army Spirit final skill, and the cost of using it, were quite harsh. After studying for a while, Mu Yuan realized that the requirement of charging would demand intense battle for half an hour to just barely accumulate enough. If there was no intense battle soon after accumulating enough momentum, it would quickly dissipate. If the final skill was cast in vain, and if it failed to kill the enemy, then the one to suffer would be oneself. Of course, the Emperor's one sword unleashed under such harsh conditions is bound to be outrageously strong. It seems that not just any more refined and complete army spirit can awaken the final skill. Typically, a complete level core must continue to improve, enduring continuous blood and fire tempering, and constantly expand its scale before it might awaken it. The Undead Legion skipped the intermediate steps. These basic pieces of information were already within Mu Yuan's hearing, but more detailed ones, such as techniques for accumulating momentum and capabilities of other army spirit final skills, were unknown to him. This involved high-level intelligence, which he would even find difficult to find someone to ask. Perhaps these were the troubles of the accomplished. In the end, Mu Yuan did not experiment with Emperor's one sword on the spot. This powerful move needed to anchor a target, and obviously, they couldn't find a suitable target to anchor. Anchoring a common target, even a fourth-order boss-level monster, would not fully demonstrate the great force of Emperor's one sword. Anchoring Tianyuan's strongest, General Duo Lai. That would be a bit dangerous. There's no guarantee that Duo Lai could withstand that sword, even if he used the splitting techniques in advance to save his life. It still wouldn't be safe enough. Dead Bone, who commands the Army Soul Corps, vaguely understood the power of this move, and in its own words, it was a bit formidable. It's worth mentioning that when Dead Bone's position within the Corps changed from main general to vice general, the super killing move, Emperor's one sword, turned gray. Whether commanded by Bone 2, Bone 4, or Sario, they all were unable to gather the forces of the Corps to accumulate power and unleash this ultimate technique. Mu Yuan thought this unreasonable and strange phenomenon was quite reasonable. The complete level Army Soul Corps was just the beginning. The army spirit could still continue to condense and improve, resonating with even more elite formations. The breakthrough of the Corps was of great significance to the Tianyuan territory. It meant that the territory had two top combat powers. Thus, even if the Tianyuan's main base was exposed and subjected to a surprise attack by the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, they would have the ability to contend. Like before, if Tianyuan territory was subjected to a surprise attack, relying on large defensive techniques and many defensive structures, they could temporarily hold on, long enough for General Duo Lai to reinforce them. But in that case, the situation in the Wolf Head Mountain would become perilous. Without General Duo Lai, relying solely on the Wolf Head Mountain fortress, they could only resist an assault by one or two individuals from the legendary realm. This level of defensive capability was already quite strong in the eyes of various vitality forces. Mu Yuan felt it was far from enough. Now, his meager sense of security had increased a little more, of course, just a little. 3 days later, south of the territory, in an immeasurably distant land. The sky was low, as if there were only a thin space separating it from the earth, and the surroundings lacked high mountains or vegetation, rivers or streams. All barren. Typically seen wild creatures were rare here, and the fearsome presence of any was not seen even in a single glance. There was only a dark-skinned, tall, and robust man with a long spear walking not too quickly across this desolate land. It was Rakshasa. His gaze swept the surroundings, not missing an inch of ground. Suddenly, not far away, a few red and blue elemental particles appeared, followed by more and more visible elemental particles emerging out of nowhere, manifesting between heaven and earth. They appeared suddenly and converged, forming a colorful tide of elements that lashed out violently in all directions. The process from the tide's formation to its strike was very brief, less than a couple of seconds. However, the area it covered was several kilometers in radius. Any ordinary fourth order being encountering this would struggle for only a few breaths before possibly falling beneath the energy tide. Rakshasa reacted quickly, instantly turning into an evil heavenly dragon smoke cloud, rising hundreds of meters into the air. However, compared to the range of the elemental tide's impact, his shift was short. He shook his long spear, and a dot of reddish-brown cold gleam shot out. Riding on the crevice opened by the spear gleam, he quickly passed through the tide and landed safely. Behind him, the majestic tide fell, raising a sky full of flowing light and roaring thunder. When Rakshasa first encountered this kind of energy tide, he too was caught off guard and suffered significant injury. He even tried using the evil heavenly dragon to blast through the tide, but when the evil heavenly dragon came in contact with the energy tide, it set off even more violent fireworks. He ended up getting even more severely injured. Luckily, when he first stepped into the furious region, the scale of the energy tides stirring between heaven and earth wasn't so great, which gave him time to familiarize and toughen himself up. Rakshasa kept traversing, having already covered thousands of kilometers. However, he was moving laterally, not depthwise. He could no longer continue deeper into the furious region and could only keep running along this region, hoping to find a gap where the energy wasn't so violent. He found one. And also, not quite. This area is almost the calmest region of the energy tides, but even so, he couldn't get through. From afar, he could see at the end of his vision that the energy tides were even more turbulent, with the sky and earth seeming to be squashed together. There was nowhere to hide, no way to advance. Just try and go for it. Rakshasa was determined enough to try, and indeed, he perished amidst the energy tides. The one who perished was one of his three-phase body aspects, the evil body, which possessed strength far surpassing a fourth-order leader. Yet, even such a formidable body couldn't withstand for long. He didn't get to see the end. He couldn't possibly try again, that would be too stubborn. Rakshasa was really too stubborn. Mu Yuan also learned of this news after Rakshasa had made his attempt. After all, he couldn't always pay attention to everything around him, nor could he see what Rakshasa was up to. Most of the time, Rakshasa reported to him through hero power. Rakshasa reported that he tried, he failed, and thus concluded that it really wasn't possible to cross. But Mu Yuan had already told Rakshasa several days earlier that even the legendary giants failed to cross horizontally, let alone him, a mere fourth-order leader. He had told Rakshasa to continue exploring in hope of finding a passable gap in this furious region. Really, there likely wasn't one. Even if there were, it wouldn't be something that can be found in a short amount of time. Otherwise, elves, giants, and the once renowned feathermen would certainly be aware, and they wouldn't have only tried once. There is a considerable possibility that beyond the furious region lies the familiar Twilight Plains territory. By then, he could hug the thigh of a strong backer, develop and grow stronger with peace of mind, and live the leisurely life of a lord. Traversing the furious region is difficult, however, it is an important clue. In the Twilight Plains territory, is there such a region? Mu Yuan pondered this while also commanding Rakshasa to return. This general had been away for a long time, and now, having lost an evil body, his combat power had significantly diminished, and his condition had worsened. He needed to be recalled to rest and recover. Rakshasa, with his three-phase body, could resurrect as long as either the good body or the evil body survived, even if his original body died. His avatar didn't need energy to sustain itself and was entirely on par with his real body. However, the price was that if his good body or evil body was damaged, it would take a considerable price to recover. So much time has passed, and I have accumulated a fair amount of evolution points. It's time to let an old general like Rakshasa bask in the miracle light. From the battle at Wolfhead Mountain, a large part of his gains was actually the basic remnant souls of various types. He had the soul shrine at his disposal. Even after the battle, due to many of the wisdom monsters dying early and their souls dispersing, they still gained quite a bit from the sacrifices. These days, his exploratory team also transported the corpses of high-order enemies to the shrine to be converted, if conditions permitted, after skirmishes with the minions of Fang of the Jackal Wolf in the wild. Ensuring the enemies were eradicated completely and cleanly. Little Skeleton plus 3000, Militia plus 2000, Slime plus 1000. The numbers for other minor troop types like the green-vined snake had increased by over 1,000 each. Although the prospect of evolving Dead Boner Duo Lai into a legendary status still seemed extremely distant, evolving some to Epic or Epic 2 stars was now a breeze. Rakshasa was still on his way back. Hong Yi and Frost Giant Dragon Sario were the first to enjoy this treatment. Alert! Hong Yi bathed in evolutionary glory, awakening the epic talent, like illusion. Under this talent, Hong Yi possesses the ability to turn illusions into reality, using illusion power to interfere with the physical world. Previously, Hong Yi's illusions could only affect the mind and soul. However, against spiritually furious and chaotic, monster conglomerates, composed of countless different consciousnesses, her illusion power had a negligible effect. Hong Yi indeed had more than illusions at her disposal, but her illusions were her strongest technique. Without her illusions, she felt as though she had lost both arms, wailing in distress. After all, even using illusions against her enemies was exhausting, so rolling up her sleeves to fight tough opponents with Ghost's Claw and ghostly flames, she'd rather not. And now, Hong Yi could create a storm with her illusions, and then immediately render it real. The storm would then rage across the land. Furthermore, Hong Yi can also turn the enemy's power from reality into illusion, which consumes several times more energy, or even 10 times more than doing the opposite. This was somewhat overpowered. Like illusion, was comprehensive and versatile, but dependent on Hong Yi's mental and energy limits. She said this wasn't a problem. I still have many battery packs for ghosts and goblins in the underworld ghost market. Possibly influenced by General Dead Bone, many Tianyuan division generals had taken up the living battery pack path. Alert! Frost giant dragon Sario bathed in evolutionary radiance, awakening the epic talent, Heart of Death. Under this talent, all of Sario's attacks possess the power of death. He is death incarnate. In addition, high-order units killed personally by Sario will turn into nourishment, slightly increasing his base stats with no upper limit, thus it can break through limits. The already massive body of frost giant dragon Sario grew even larger. From it, billowing black smoke began to rise. It seemed to emerge from death itself, embodying death. With this evolution, Sario felt an endless surge of overwhelming power within itself. With a swipe of its claw, a storm of death swept over the world. Its enhancement was all-encompassing. It felt invincible. I, Sario, am invincible in. It suddenly closed its mouth and looked around with a cautious and timid demeanor. It was, after all, a frost giant dragon. But heaven knows how many times it felt invincible only to be heavily struck down. Being a dragon was hard. After Sario's evolution, Mu Yuan checked the panel. 17 was a veteran general, and Sophia hadn't been around long, but her contributions ranked her high in the Tianyuan territory. Both were eligible for evolution and deserved it. Regrettably, neither was present. So Mu Yuan decided to evolve Shi Lu. Alert! Your hero, Shi Lu, bathed in the miracle light, evolving into an epic 2-star being, with the talent, Dragon Roar, now completed into Dragon Feast. One under this talent, as long as Shi Lu consumes a certain quantity of dragon flesh and blood, he can achieve an increase in stats, with a chance of gaining extra strength and a small chance of obtaining a dragon soul. If he kills a dragon-type creature, he gains the full effect. 2 Shi Lu can awaken ancient dragon souls to fight for him, or stimulate them for dragon soul amplification. 3 is Dragon Feast. Shi Lu naturally suppresses all dragon-type life. This was not just awakening, but completing. That's not too bad either. The previous, Dragon Roar, talent was indeed powerful but somewhat lackluster in implementation. After all, dragon types, especially high-order dragon types, were extremely rare, and for Shi Lu, who was at the epic tier, absorbing a few high-order dragon souls was no longer significantly impactful. Now, the demands of the Dragon Feastener have significantly decreased. He could find channels to buy some epic dragon meat if he searched around. Should I say it's as expected from the foodie duo? Mu Yuan's expression was odd. In the future, Shi Lu would be able to have discussions with Duo Lai in the domain of gourmets. The three of them also awakened additional high-order skills and were now practicing to become familiar with them. Not far away, the water mirror dragon Long Difu crawled over, casting timid glances at Shi Lu, then made a ying 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 cry next to Mu Yuan. I want to evolve too, ying. Truth be told, during this time, Difu had been diligent and made many contributions. The large defensive techniques currently used in the territory were developed by integrating its innate talents and abilities. Its contribution points would be sufficient for it to bask in the evolutionary glory soon. But, Dragon Series Evolution Points stock, extremely scarce. Keep up the good work, and you too will enjoy the baptism one day. Mu Yuan wasn't just talking pie in the sky. He didn't fully understand the mysteries of the evolutionary miracle, but he had an inkling that the next evolution of the Evo power wasn't far off. It was likely to happen when the territory advanced to level 5 through trials. At that time, both the Lord's power and the Evo power would undergo a transformation. He had a feeling that by then, evolving a pure dragon series like Defu would not be difficult. The battles around Wolf Head Mountain and the surrounding area continued unceasingly, yet they maintained a delicate balance and tranquility in an intangible way. During this period, Mu Yuan conducted some trade with the elf and giant tribes. They proposed to buy some basic materials, cultivation materials, and auxiliary materials from Tianyuan territory. Initially, they just made a list without high expectations, mainly aiming to purchase the black iron and red copper ores that humans were already mining, but to their surprise, Frontier Crystal, Pure Crystal Luster, Cleansing Crystal Dust, and other materials are available for trade from Tianyuan territory. How do they have everything? Mu Yuan didn't have everything. He couldn't produce these on his own, but he could act as an intermediary. He wasn't mainly doing it for the profit but to help his allies with their urgent needs. He was just too noble. As a result, the allies couldn't afford it. The giants were somewhat wealthy, while the elves no longer had many items they could trade. They only had a few high-ordered treasures and inherited treasures they were reluctant to trade. So, the elves offered several of their self-produced high-order skill learning scrolls. Technique Eagle Strike the Sky. Description: release the spirit of the falcon at a designated target location. The spirit of the falcon can exist for a certain amount of time, providing shared vision to the caster. Description: learning scroll engraved by a legend of the elf tribe, can be used 3 times. The user resonates with the scroll spiritually to absorb the forces and divine rhyme inscribed therein, but there's not a 100% chance to master the technique. The actual chance of mastery depends on the user's race, expertise, and comprehension. This skill was indeed very practical. Creating high-order skill learning scrolls was also quite challenging. It required a legendary realm powerhouse to have enough mastery over the skill to engrave and produce the scroll with considerable effort. Looking at his own Tianyuan division was enough to know. It was simple for Tianyuan division members to learn a basic skill, but most of their high-order skills were awakened during evolution. Self-learning required specific conditions and items for assistance. These few technique learning scrolls were quite valuable. Of course, the materials that the elves wanted to purchase were substantial, and these alone weren't enough. Therefore, the elves compensated with information. The 3 parties were allies, and information about Fang of the Jackal Wolf was shared among them, but other intelligence, painstakingly explored and acquired by the elves and giants, wouldn't be given away for free. The elven powerhouse Taili, who relayed the message, said, "We want to compensate with the coordinates of a wild miracle building. The region where this building is located is both hidden and safe, and the miracle building itself possesses tremendous value. This building is called the Temple of Knowledge. You might not have heard of it before, so let me explain it in detail." Mu Yuan had actually heard about the Temple of Knowledge, a miracle building. He used to surf the internet with high intensity and had come across many pieces of information, however brief. Among them, the Temple of Knowledge, along with the Hero Duel Arena, Challenge Arena, and Temple of Blessings, were all relatively well-known, valuable, highly versatile, and comparatively less rare kinds of miracle buildings. The elf Taili was on Wolf Head Mountain, communicating with Isloa, who was responsible for diplomatic affairs. She introduced, the Temple of Knowledge is a very magical outdoor building where we can learn extremely precious and rare cultivation skills. As long as we possess even one cultivation skill, the likelihood of us in the 4-order leading realm breaking through to the legendary realm can significantly increase. Her words were true. Cultivation skills were very special. They could be considered as techniques that were not related to leveling up. However, if a strong person mastered and practiced such techniques, they could gain enhancements on top of their existing foundation. Usually, these were basic tri-dimensional cultivation methods for the physique, spiritual power, or energy. 17 had fortuitously created a mind-type cultivation skill called heart engraving, though it was quite rudimentary and not as universally applicable as the former. A 4-order limit great perfection, who already possessed a body beyond limits, could significantly increase their chances of advancing to the next realm if their physical strength grew even further. Taylor had yet to comprehend her domain. One either comprehends a domain, or they do not, and she had no leads up to now. But Taylor thought, if she could cultivate her natural spirit condensing method to a profound level and her spiritual power could break through on top of the limit, then with the addition of some treasures, she might not lack the possibility of forcibly breaking through to the legendary realm. Even if we cultivate cultivation skills to a profound level, they are hard to teach to others. However, within the Temple of Knowledge, there are special rules that allow us to simply learn skills, provided that. She paused. We passed the assessment of the Temple Guardians. Isloa naturally knew about the Temple of Knowledge as well, and by comparing it with her own database, she could confirm Taylor was not lying. Her understanding of this outdoor building might even be greater than that of the natural garden. The Temple of Knowledge could randomly appear in various major domains and regions of the eternal world. Their functions might be similar, but due to different guardians, the strong ones who encountered this opportunity faced different assessments and acquired different skills. The assessments of the Temple of Knowledge were mostly related to knowledge, learning ability, or wisdom. Which specific type it would be would only become clear once one encountered it. Regardless, the value of this building was high enough. It was worth exploring thoroughly. We from the Tianyuan territory have bought the coordinates to this building. 2 days later, a luxurious team comprised entirely of fourth-order individuals carefully made their way through a narrow gorge to a tranquil area. Here, bamboo was dense, shadows of trees loomed, and the area was not large and showed no signs of monsters. Not far inside, less than 100 meters away, stood a building surrounded by a faint golden glow. The building, about 13 meters high, had a semi-human high stone base in front with a massive open tome resting upon it. Antiquity, mystery, and the essence of knowledge hit one in the face. We've arrived. This is the outdoor building, the Temple of Knowledge. Taylor said. She was the leader. At her side were 4 outstanding elves. Each of them was a top contender and a strong youth in the Fourth Order. Among them were 2 elven martial monks who had accompanied Taylor that day. There were no legends in this group. First, because they were all top-notch fighters capable of swiftly breaking through if they encountered an ambush by Fang of the Jackal Wolf's minions. Second, since their human allies had only one legend who had to stay at Wolfhead Mountain, the elves would not send any of their legends. Third, several legends from the Natural Garden had already visited the Temple of Knowledge, and could no longer visit this building, so there was no need for them to make the trip again. From Tianyuan territory, only 4 division leaders were temporarily dispatched. Lulu, Shi-Lu, Bone 2, and a manifestation of Isloa. Many of the Tianyuan division were tied up. Some were battling the Fang of the Jackal Wolf in the wilderness or at a critical point in their cultivation. When Lulu and others returned, Mu Yuan would arrange for himself and the next group of division leaders to go. Alert! Your hero, Lulu, has visited the outdoor miracle building, Temple of Knowledge. Alert! With the perspectives of several scouting falcons, Mu Yuan also saw the interior of the building. Inside, it was dozens to hundreds of times larger than what was visible from the outside. The hall was spacious, and even with dozens of Sarios or several tree demon grannies present, it wouldn't be crowded. Several pillars, which would take about a dozen people to encircle, seemed to prop up the heavens. Alert! You have 3 attempts to pass the assessment. Upon passing the assessment, you will receive a rule baptism and learn a special skill. Alert! Depending on the performance in the assessment, the strength of the skill you learn may vary. If you failed the assessment all 3 times, you will leave with regret. Alert! Lulu, Shi-Lu, and other hero units heard the prompt in their ears. Even though the others did not hear the rule prompts, they had already figured out the rules while on their way over. As the prompt sounded, a strand of golden light bloomed deep in the hall, forming the figure of a being clad in robes, seemingly indistinguishable from humans except for a head that was several sizes larger. I am omniscient God Gabu Fool, young elves, you have come again. Oh, and this time, there are even a few new faces among you. Interesting, it seems that you have come prepared. Let me see how many of you can pass the examination today. But don't make a strategic retreat in the face of battle. Speaking of a strategic retreat, the faces of two elven martial monks reddened. No, the matter of a strategic retreat, how could that be called fleeing? They had tried twice before. The first time to become familiar with the pattern, the second time to officially challenge but fell short by a move. They, feeling their accumulation was still insufficient, of course, dared not lightly waste their last chance. Now, after a year and a half, they had come to challenge once again. This time, they were very confident. I'll go first, to familiarize everyone with the process. The elven martial monk with a shining forehead and an honest face spoke up. Guardian Gabu Fool snapped his fingers lightly. The theme of this examination is creation. Within the designated time, you must create at least one self-made skill in order to pass my examination, proving that you possess enough wisdom and knowledge. The time is 30 minutes. Of course, within this time, you can receive enhancements such as clarity, transparency, understanding growth, inspiration surge, and so on. He waved his hand grandly, and 3 platforms appeared in the hall. Those who wish to take the examination should step up. Once you enter the formation, it means the examination begins. After the countdown, I will evaluate you based on the ingenuity of the skill you create, and its similarity to skills you previously possessed. That is to say, you can improve upon your existing skills, but if the newly created skill is too similar, I will not be lenient. As the omniscient god, Gabu Fool, during his life, had very extensive knowledge, and he could recognize a vast array of obscure skills, rare high-order skills, and even quite a few epic skills. Of course, no matter how knowledgeable, he could not identify at a glance whether the skill placed before him by the examinee was freshly created or already possessed. This already involved rules, and unfortunately, as the guardian of this place, Gabu Fool had received the power bestowed by the rules. He could recognize at a glance and determine the similarity between this skill and the old one. He was the humanoid paper identification machine. No matter whether it was copied, it was absolutely impossible to deceive his eyes. It's the challenge of creating skills, Taili pondered to herself. She had been here many times, and had witnessed many companions face different tests. Wisdom Lock, 6 Union Rubik's Cube, Dream Maze, Heavenly Book Imitation, and so on. The Creation of Skills challenge was of moderate to upper difficulty among these many tests, but it came with the added benefit, during the examination period, one's understanding could grow. Even for 4th-order strongmen like them, having one or a few more ordinary skills would not lead to a significant increase in combat power, but this opportunity to organize one's own learning, refine one's system, and create skills was quite rare, and would greatly benefit their future. Besides, they surely couldn't make a strategic retreat just because the test was too difficult, right? That would anger the guardian of this place. Even if the guardian must follow the rules formally, the elves dare not offend lightly. What if, from now on, each time they came here, the guardian randomly assigned them the most difficult test items and lowered their scores? It is said that such guardians were all formidable warriors in their lifetimes. They did not dare to gamble on how extensive the guardian's powers might be. The nameless elven martial monk stepped into the formation. An hourglass emerged, starting an intense countdown. The elven martial monk had already closed his eyes, practicing his boxing on his own, with utmost focus and self-forgetfulness. Can he pass the test? Tianyuan territory. How many can pass the examination? Taili mused. The natural garden was an ally with humans, but this did not mean there was no competition. In such occasions, Taili naturally rooted for her companions, striving to outperform the human strongmen. They from the natural garden had a long history, profound heritage, and excellent traditions. They learned more, had more personal accumulation, so naturally, they also had an advantage in creating skills. It's all about transferring knowledge from one context to relate to another. Only those with strong intuition and a rich knowledge base could pass the Guardian's test. Therefore, cultivation-type skills are very precious, but the vast majority of beings, even third-order and fourth-order strongmen, do not possess the ability to achieve this one skill. Lord, what do you think? Mu Yuan exchanged views with Isloa, Lulu, and Shi Lu, among others, in the Hero Channel. Indeed, limited by factors such as birth age and time, officers like Lulu did not have enough experience and accumulation. The Tianyuan territory also only had less than a year of long history. However, learning materials were something Tianyuan territory was never short of. Under the leadership of Great Lord Shepherd, the territory boasted a robust atmosphere of learning where everyone eagerly pursued knowledge, except for certain slimes unwilling to divulge their names. In terms of understanding, Bone 2 was a bit simple-minded. Shi Lu was a bit simple-minded, too. And Lulu was not adaptable. However, it didn't matter, for the epic bloodline would intervene, right? After all, Mu Yuan had never made it through a trial, so he couldn't say for sure. Fortunately, everyone had 3 chances to try, and if they failed all 3, then it was time to step down. Inside the arena, the elven martial monk still exuded an imposing presence while practicing his boxing, surrounded by an invisible aura. He had evidently mastered the artistic conception to a great extent. Suddenly, his pupils opened wide, shining with a brilliant golden light. I did it, I've succeeded, ha 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 ha. The countdown quickly reached 0. The monk stepped forward to the Guardian, presenting the skill he had just created, clumsy though it was, with precision. A faint golden glow emerged on his fists. His shiny forehead seemed to radiate a luminance as well. It's the Golden Fist skill. Not bad. It's relatively advanced among basic skills, said Gabu Fool, nodding slightly. He glanced again, with the light of laws flickering in his pupils. Similarity. 34.5%. Not bad, you've passed. At that moment, the splendid radiance of heaven and earth fell upon the shiny forehead of the elven martial monk. He soon emerged from his immersed state, claiming he had acquired a new body tempering practice technique. Perfect for him. Awesome. After he stepped down, another elven martial monk bearing numerous scars walked up with his head held high. The others watched closely. No need to wait. A mere creation challenge can't possibly stump your lordship, Bone 2. Watching a bit longer and preparing a bit more would give it a better chance, but waiting patiently clearly wasn't in the nature of Bone 2. Prepare? Think, plan, all unnecessary. Lord Bone 2 could bulldoze through anything? It strode forward and stepped onto another magical platform. Right, what kind of skill should Lord Bone 2 create? Your undead companion, is he always this bold? Asked Taily, noticing Bone 2 scratching his head in puzzlement on the platform, seemingly without any mental preparation before rushing forward. He's always this rash. Isloa held her forehead in exasperation. But knowing she couldn't dissuade this fool, she didn't say anything more. Besides, there were 3 chances, so there was nothing to lose in trying. On the platform, the elven martial monk was meditating with his eyes closed, while Bone 2 also began to sink into a state of self-forgetfulness. Time quietly passed by. The guardian Gabu Fool directed his power at both of them. Suddenly, he nodded slightly. A glimmer of gold flashed over the monk, followed by the appearance of a pale golden shield. This was a golden shield, created based on the guard skill, featuring a stronger self-protection capability. The audience, being fourth-order strongmen themselves, had exceptional insight and quickly grasped what kind of skill the monk had created. Suddenly, boom, violent black flames erupted, slamming into the array's light screen, sending ripples across it like water. Bone 2 was engulfed in shadow power, transforming into a dark light, continually charging back and forth. Notification. Your troop, Bone 2, has achieved enlightenment through an opportunity, upgrading the skill charge to Shadow Fearless Charge, named by Bone 2. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like an advanced skill. 1 arena, half an hour, 1 advanced skill. Oh my goodness. Soon, Guardian Gabu Fool announced the assessment results. The skill created by Dead Bone was indeed classified as advanced, with a similarity of 49.3%. That meant that the powerful individual from Tianyuan territory had indeed just created an advanced skill. There was no cheating, and no one could cheat in the face of miracle building rules. For the elves like Taili, the result of a high degree of similarity was not surprising. If anything, it was reasonable. Advanced skills cannot be learned through text or word of mouth. They contain something special, either related to bloodlines or requiring a certain seed of power as a catalyst. In such cases, even legendary figures cannot create a completely new advanced skill out of thin air. An advanced skill must inevitably derive from another advanced skill. Even so, to be acknowledged by the rules of heaven and earth as a new skill is quite remarkable. Taili herself acknowledged she could not achieve this feat. She expressed her admiration, worthy of Tianyuan territory. Mu Yuan, on the other hand, found it strange. The skill, Bone 2, was not derived from an advanced skill but was merely created based on the ordinary skill, Charge. It indeed used Charge as the base, but Shadow Fearless Mega Charge should not have had much in common with Charge, either internally or externally. A similarity value of 49.3% was unreasonable. He discussed this with Isloa. Isloa then asked Taili for more details. I see. Mu Yuan understood. This degree of similarity not only compares the template skill, but also relates to the creator's preliminary preparations. Just like Bone 2. Bone 2 wanted to upgrade the skill charge with its talent, Heart of Darkness, and had pondered this for a long time, even consulting boss Deadbone on several occasions. Though Bone 2 didn't understand or comprehend 99% of Deadbone's suggestions and demonstrations, its long-time preparations had naturally led to many ideas and thoughts. It had made sufficient preparations, and now in this field, it had just organized its thoughts more perfectly and taken that final step. And so it succeeded. However, because the preliminary preparation was too comprehensive, the score Bone 2 received was slightly lower. A challenger has 3 attempts at the trial. But if a contender leverages the experience gained from the first trial to prepare for the second, the score received would be substantially reduced. The Temple of Knowledge tests insight, creativity, intelligence. And under the rules of heaven and earth, shortcuts? Loopholes? They do not exist. The skill created by Bone 2, although with a high degree of similarity, was an advanced skill regardless and naturally scored way higher than a certain elf extra from earlier. Notification. Your troop, Bone 2, has passed the trial of Guardian Gabu Fool with an outstanding performance and learned the cultivation skill, Dark Tide Refinement, during the Heaven and Earth Baptism. Dark Tide Refinement constantly hits and polishes oneself with an endless tide of dark elements to continually improve one's physique. When this skill is cultivated to a profound level, the cultivator will have the unending trait when using dark energy. A skill that can enhance physique and moreover possesses special characteristics. Indeed, it was a cut above the ordinary. Taili felt a bit envious. Their natural garden indeed had individuals who had acquired such advanced cultivation skills here. However, cultivation skills are special, and even legendary beings cannot produce learning scrolls to impart the method to others. She could only feel envious. In the following time, each elf challenger tried one after another. Their pass rate was 100%. After all, this was a joint visit to the Temple of Knowledge with their allies, and the natural garden had certainly selected the cream of the crop. They couldn't afford to lose face in front of humans. Those contenders who had a chance to pass but not a great one were all waiting for the next opportunity, for a later time when the hall was empty, to quietly go and try their luck. The one who performed best among them was a legendary elf with the Moon Elf bloodline, a legendary seed of their generation in the natural garden. He, too, had created an advanced skill. However, this skill was refined from another advanced skill, with a degree of similarity even higher than that of the aforementioned bones. Still can't compare, just can't match up, Taili lamented internally. This fellow was already the potential carrier among their elf representatives, and yet he couldn't beat the #1 contender from the other side. She consoled herself, it's actually normal. Many strong individuals from our natural garden have visited this miracle building before, and now we only have the second echelon left. Whereas the human Tianyuan territory, this is their first visit to the Temple of Knowledge, and of course, they brought their most outstanding prodigies. After the elves from Natural Garden had taken their challenge, it was Shi Lu's turn from the Tianyuan side. She stepped into the range of the formation platform. From the outside, the formation platform seemed small, but inside it appeared to be a vast mini-world. Without much thought, she quickly immersed herself in consideration, speculation, and enlightenment. Around her, the flame territory spread out, with bright orange-red flames swirling and dancing around. Menacing dragon wings burst through her armor, growing from the sides of her scapulae. Her body also grew taller, emitting more ferocious and surging flames. Dragon mode, red dragon bloodline, dragon scale armor, ring of intense fire. Many skills flashed through Shi Lu's mind. At this moment, her thought process was crystal clear, with flashes of spiritual light emerging and intertwining, igniting new and magical inspirations. While waiting below the stage, she was thinking that she couldn't waste such an opportunity. She wanted to create a skill that could be used in actual combat and would significantly enhance her combat power. And not just to score high on an assessment. After a while, ding, the pleasant notification sound rang out. The armor on hero, Shi Lu, began to transform slowly, morphing into armor that seemed forged from lava, with brilliant, dazzling flames flickering over it. It was armor, it was scales, and it was also a skill. Notification. You have fused your accumulated experience to create a special self-made skill, Sunflame Armor. Sunflame armor has the ability to burn and incinerate everything around it. It can also change size along with your body's form, human, dragon man, giant dragon, and has a self-repair capability. It can be combined with the defense capabilities of a giant dragon scale armor. Just from its appearance, Sunflame armor was clearly a high-level skill. And among high-level skills, it belonged to a very special and powerful category. After all, ordinary skills differ in strength, much like the difference between a rare 1-star and a rare 3-star. The gap between high-level skills is even greater, similar to the difference between a bone dragon and a vampire viscount. The experienced guardian Gabu Fool was also somewhat surprised. He assessed that Shi Lu's skill had a very low similarity, merely 18.6%. Taili and others had their mouths slightly open in awe. 2 years ago, the 6th princess of our natural garden did not perform as well as this one. That 6th princess was an unbeatable prodigy of their generation. The old brother from earlier possessed a legendary demeanor, but whether he could step into the legendary realm in the future was still uncertain. However, for the 6th princess, who had created her own domain early on, stepping into the legendary realm seemed to be just a matter of time. She was an invincible figure at the 4th order peak. She slaughtered common 4th order bosses as easily as slaughtering chickens and cattle. But then again, Taili suddenly recalled that this human powerhouse seemed to possess an exceptionally rich red dragon bloodline. She had seen Shi Lu transform into a giant dragon, causing chaos on the battlefield. Perhaps this was a Lady of the Dragon, whose bloodline was almost, or possibly already stepped into the epic stature. For their 6th princess to lose to this person seemed, perhaps, somehow, probably, acceptable. Notification. Your hero, Shi Lu, has passed the trial with an excellent performance and learned the cultivation skill, flame breathing method, during the heaven and earth baptism. This cultivation technique was also a form of physical training, and when practiced to a high level, had 2 characteristics. One was the amplification of fire-type damage, and the other was the ability to quickly recover one's energy through high-frequency breathing. The characteristics themselves were not very strong. But what Mu Yuan valued most was the cultivation technique itself. Higher-level cultivation skills often allowed the user to train with greater efficiency, which was key. Now, only 2 people were left who had not yet tried. Lu and Isloa. But at the same time, Mu Yuan and General Dead Bone were sprinting through the dense forest. rushing toward the Temple of Knowledge at high speed. He had found Dead Bone 2 hours ago and called it to start the journey together. The reason was simple. The Guardian offered many types of trials, but only the self-made skill type of trial was a benefit. One could not only gain rewards but also have an opportunity to create a self-made skill. Wasn't this double happiness? Mu Yuan worried that the next group heading to the Temple of Knowledge would not encounter this type of assessment. He had to squeeze in at the tail end of this batch. Dead Bone had been eagerly practicing, wanting to step into the legendary realms sooner rather than later. Apart from training and fighting with the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, Dead Bone didn't want to do anything else until just now. The ability to temporarily enhance comprehension and gain spiritual light? Is there such a miraculous place in the world? Marvelous. Marvelous. It had been worrying about not being able to create a skill that could shorten the time required to polish its body. While it had some ideas, creating a high-level skill from scratch without any foundation or reference was very time-consuming. If it spent a lot of time pondering and refining, wouldn't it be counterproductive? Now, it saw an opportunity. Inside the Temple of Knowledge, Lu walked forward. Guardian Gabu Fool watched him closely, taking a few extra glances. This power known as Tianyuan territory seems to have more potential than the natural garden. Will they continue to impress me? Bone 2 and Shi Lu had performed very well, especially the latter. But he did not expect the remaining 2 testers to perform well just because of the excellent performances of the first 2. He was not so superficial. He purely judged from his own exceptional insight that the human in front of him was extraordinary. Even if this human had not yet reached the 4th order peak leader level. The other human woman was the same. However, since the human woman presented herself in an incarnated form, Gabu Fool couldn't discern any more information. Lu stepped onto the formation platform. He had already decided on the category of skill he wanted to deduce. It was Guard. He was originally from the Imperial Guard series, and the Imperial Guards have always had the duty of protecting important individuals. But now, his strength was more than sufficient, yet his guarding abilities were far from enough. Especially group guarding. He was a legion commander, and behind him were the hearths and homes of his entire territory. Guarding was his duty. Lu sat down directly and closed his eyes. As time ticked away until at a certain moment, Lu opened his eyes, and golden wings unfurled in mid-air, scattering specks of golden brilliance, like a sacred barricade. Alert! Hero, Lu, has created the advanced skill, Glory Guard. As long as the glory remains, as long as the will exists, the guard will never vanish. This was a wide-range protective skill. Not only did it extend over a broad area, but it could even bring together the guarding skills of the Imperial Guards, melding them into one, forming a protective barrier with a wider coverage and stronger defense. Similarity. 33.6%. The performance seems not as good as Shi Lu's. Despite the astonishment, Taili and the other elves had grown accustomed to it. But could these silly elves not see what he, the omniscient god Gabu Fool, could? Even if this skill was derived from Guard, even if it had some similarities with Guard, but it faintly, vaguely already had a hint of strategic skills. And strategic skills are typically awakened by heroes who have received the heaven and earth baptism. Yet this human being had managed to create it with human power, human knowledge. This individual, formidable indeed, of course, as the omniscient god Gabu Fool, a personage well-versed and worldly, he had heard and even seen such prodigies before. But this time, he personally witnessed the birth of a unique skill. Given time, this Glory Guard might even have the chance to ascend to a true strategic skill. Do not disappoint me, O future generations. Alert! Hero Lu has learned the cultivation type skill, rock breathing method. Next up was Isloa. In terms of heritage and accumulation, Isloa had much more than Lu, Shi Lu, and others. Her status was even high enough to reach epic 3 stars. Having the same starlight body talent, there was a world of difference between those at the excellence 3-star life level and an epic 3-star life. For her to create an advanced skill was naturally not difficult. However, as there weren't any advanced skills that Isloa particularly desired, She took this opportunity to organize and perfect what she had learned and considered some difficulties encountered in human transformation learning and astrology, drawing upon the spiritual light benefits of the miracle building. In the end, she spent a bit of time to forge a concealment-type skill. She received an extremely high evaluation. Alert! Hero, Isloa, has learned the cultivation-type skill, void breathing skill, during heaven and earth baptism. With that, the test ended. Although Isloa was keen to take further advantage of the boost, Gabufool did not permit it, stating that those who passed the test could not try again. This is the purpose of the guardianship. To prevent any loopholes, to maintain absolute fairness and justice, to ensure the miracle building operates indefinitely. He was about to put away the testing platform. Two figures burst in from outside. Wait, Mu Yuan, stabilizing the somewhat tumultuous energy within him, looked towards the distant platform, his eyes shining. If only he could dismantle the platform and take it back with him, that would be even better. Gabufool's brow furrowed slightly. For some reason, he felt affronted by the human's gaze, but upon closer inspection, he saw that the human's eyes were only sincere, filled with the anticipation and urgency of facing the test. This was normal. Perhaps it was just his own misperception. Still, it was rare to see others so eager to undertake the hall's challenge. These two, they must be prodigies as well. One of them looked a bit like the undead they had seen earlier, while the other human, with an imposing bearing and transcendent aura, was clearly an extraordinary talent. Gabufool focused his attention on the human, and Dead Bone already started walking forward. Respected Lord Tianyuan, Taili and the other elves bowed in an elegant manner, somewhat surprised by Mu Yuan's sudden arrival. There was no time limit for challenging the Temple of Knowledge, anyone could attempt it whenever they wished. Taili glanced at the distant array platform, then her realization dawned. He had come for a skill. Indeed, for a top fourth order like himself, having one more or one less common skill hardly made any difference. It wasn't that common skills were weak. Her combat system also included several common skills, but mastering common skills wasn't difficult. She could learn them through a variety of means. In their natural garden, there were also many documents and secret manuals on common skills available for them to choose, learn, and combine. High-order skills were different, they couldn't be acquired through normal means. Not to mention someone at the peak of 4-order like herself, even legendary realm beings would see a significant increase in their overall combat power if they mastered one more high-order skill that fit their system well. And just now, several top beings of the Tianyuan territory had each created their own high-order skills. Such confidence they have. The elves felt under a lot of pressure. They had been thoroughly outclassed, of course, they could not represent the natural garden. When the legendary figures of their house took on the challenge in the past, they too performed exceptionally well and were affirmed by the guardian Gabufool. However, when these legendary figures visited the Temple of Knowledge, they did not tackle the challenge of creating skills. They were tested in other areas and thus could not be directly compared to the strong ones of the current Tianyuan territory. If Lady Milena and the others had taken on this challenge, they surely could have deduced high-order skills as well. She believed. But the strong ones of the Tianyuan territory seemed to be doing more than just deducing high-order skills. Could Lady Milena and the others really achieve better scores? Reason told her, maybe, perhaps, probably, not. But emotions told her, not defeated. As long as there was no direct comparison, they were not defeated. If the legendary figures back then hadn't visited and passed the test so early, surely, they too could have used the platform of the Temple of Knowledge to deduce even more exquisite and superior skills. Yes, it must be so. Dead Bone had stepped onto the platform. A sand clock illusion emerged above it, beginning a tense countdown. The elves didn't pay too much attention. Their gaze was still stealthily directed at Lord Tianyuan. After all, this lord held the highest position within the Tianyuan territory. Commanding many top powerhouses, just what capabilities did this lord possess was something they dared not imagine. What they could be certain of was that Lord Tianyuan must be tremendously powerful, brilliantly talented, and stunningly enchanting. And today, by passing the Guardian's test, They might catch a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of this mysterious lord. They were all waiting for Lord Tianyuan to take the stage. As for the black armored undead up front, it clearly looked like a nondescript, utterly unremarkable extra. That's what Guardian Gabu Fool thought as well. The black armored undead gave him the first impression of being too common. It wasn't weak, but perfectly ordinary, like a drop of water blending into the environment, the least noticeable among a group of prideful beings. Gabu Fool subconsciously ignored it. A few seconds later, he vaguely felt something was amiss. He caught sight of some spiritual light shrouding the black armored undead. It was a scene that indicated a skill was about to be deduced. He was certain. After all, he was the guardian of the Temple of Knowledge, overseeing dozens of such buildings and having seen many visitors. He was none other than the omniscient god, Gabu Fool. He was sure he wouldn't make a mistake. But just a few seconds had passed, right? It hadn't even been 7 seconds since that fellow entered the array platform. Even if one was well prepared and had some drafts in mind, to reach a breakthrough in such a short time was indeed an exaggeration. But suddenly, the divine radiance that was about to burst forth dissipated as if it had never appeared. No new skill was deduced. Had he seen wrong? Gabu Fool fell into contemplation. Dead Bone was in contemplation. Indeed, it had almost deduced a skill. After all, some ideas had been conceived in Dead Bone's mind before, and during the journey just now, it had given some thought. So stepping onto the array and experiencing an outpouring of spiritual light, completing the deduction within seconds, was reasonable. This was not too fast. But Dead Bone was not satisfied. This place provided exceptional conditions. An opportunity missed could not be regained, and it had to grasp it firmly. Being cautious, Dead Bone immediately halted the nearly complete cycle of skill deduction in its mind, leaving the progress stop dead at 99.99%. This was taking a page from Isloa's previous experience. If in the 30-minute state of spiritual light it still could not deduce a satisfactory skill, then at least, it could continue to mooch off this blessed land for another half-hour of inspiration. Guardian Gabu Fool couldn't possibly guess Dead Bone's thoughts. Gabu Fool had seen a variety of challengers, naturally encountering those who sought to exploit loopholes without creating a skill, trying to linger in the glow of the rule's spiritual light. But while such a move seemed easy, it was incredibly difficult to actually achieve. Almost impossible. In a state of enlightenment, a thinker's mind is flooded with continuous streams of thought, extending unbroken to the end. That is what enlightenment is. If one could control, cease, and resume at will, then it would no longer be enlightenment. A skill that only needed a little bit more, just a poke to break through, while in a state of bright outpouring spiritual light, to manage to hold it in is even more far-fetched. Either don't pursue the deduction at all, or fail to reach a conclusion when the time limit expires. Or go all the way with it. This is the skill creation project. For Dead Bone, stopping right before the finish isn't an easy task. Fortunately, with its barely adequate willpower, average comprehension, and a bit of enlightenment experience, it managed to hold the skill it was about to deduce just short of completion. It began to ponder. It immersed itself in deduction once more. This time, it aimed to deduce an extreme training method that was more comprehensive, suitable for everyone, had higher efficiency, far beyond the previous version, and if possible, included some special effects. Dead Bone sat on the platform, silent as a withered tree, devoid of life. Only the hourglass above continued to trickle down slowly. Could he, this Tianyuan powerhouse, deduce an advanced skill? That's what the elves thought. Gabu Fool didn't think so. Coexisting with the Temple of Knowledge, he could see the special miracle powers, spiritual light, emerging over the platform. The rules endowed the testers with inspiration, allowing their thoughts to gush out. And they granted the intangible and elusive spiritual light, which, when deducing skills, helped the testers to complete the final link. Otherwise, how could even the most talented individuals create an advanced skill that couldn't be learned through conventional means in just half an hour? Even geniuses who could deduce it would need certain treasures or methods to compensate for deficiencies to make it truly complete. But here was spiritual light. When the tester deduced ordinary skills, there would also be a faint and almost invisible flash of spiritual light. When deducing advanced skills, in the final stage, spiritual light would burst forth, until it became misty, esoteric, and profound. But now, why does your spiritual light keep bursting forth again and again? How many times has it burst forth now? It's like almost completing a bowel movement several times, but somehow nothing comes out. Guardian Gabu Fool had his eyes wide open, experiencing something he had never seen before. According to common theories and experience, it won't take long after spiritual light bursts forth for the skill deductions missed like spiritual light to complete. But now it keeps bursting forth. This signifies that this person's inspiration is gushing like a fountain, and his deduction speed is extremely fast, yet he's somehow unable to perfect the skill. Could it be? SSS, Gabu Fool dismissed all the impossibilities, and in the end, only one truth remained. This person, is he actually attempting to deduce an epic skill? That's overestimating one's capabilities. He wanted to say that, but seeing the spiritual light billowing around Deadbone, Gabu Fool didn't dare to say it. Still, epic skills, they can't just be deduced. Even with the help of miracle spiritual light, it's utterly impossible, something living beings can't achieve. Only an epic life can awaken epic skills. It's closely related to bloodline and the blessings of the world. No matter how extraordinary Deadbone is, it cannot deduce an epic skill. It's not that he lacks insight, but some things are simply impossible. It's impossible, indeed impossible. There's a chasm in the middle that cannot be crossed. Deadbone furrowed its brow. It truly wanted to create an epic-level extreme training method, fully aware of the gap between epic skills and non-epic skills. Epic often carried power beyond common sense. And to refine its body to the limit at a speed beyond common sense, it surely needed to be epic, didn't it? Not only that, Deadbone also hoped the skill it deduced would be suitable for most of the generals in the territory. Everyone was facing the problem of time-consuming and laborious refining of their physical limits. But indeed, it seemed impossible. I am still not strong enough to shoulder the burdens of the Tianyuan territory. As Deadbone's thoughts drifted, it deduced two high-grade extreme training methods. One was tailored for itself, with even higher efficiency. The other had 65% lower efficiency, but was suitable for most people to learn. It wouldn't be too difficult for others to master. There was still time, and it might be able to deduce a few more methods, each with different specializations. Wait, Deadbone suddenly had another idea. A direct bridge to epic doesn't exist, but if one continuously accumulates and combines different skills, it might be possible to construct something epic. It's not totally out of the question. I had to take the risk. Having created skills to fall back on, it could afford to take the gamble. Time was running out. Deadbone dared not waste any more, couldn't let its thoughts drift aimlessly again. It geared up, fully immersing itself in the deduction. At this moment, it was full force enlightenment GU. Boom. To others, the world remained calm, Deadbone sitting alone like a withered tree. But to Gabu Fool, pure spiritual light surged out, forming a misty fog. This fog had not yet dissipated before a second wondrous burst of light appeared. Deduce, deduce, deduce continuously, Mr. Mew, listening to the succession of prompting sounds beside his ear, had his mouth slightly open. So that's Deadbone's plan. Because it's impossible to create an epic skill all at once, it deduces skill after skill and, by combining and interlocking them, tries to merge them into one epic skill. This seemed a reasonable approach. No way. Mu Yuan remained silent. Gabu Fool was petrified, and the spiritual light around Deadbone kept surging. It had deduced skill after skill. Some were ordinary level, and some were high grade. Among them, many skills' functionalities were missing. They were unfit for training, unfit for use, merely individual components. All was for the ultimate combination. An outline emerged in its mind. This outline was being filled in bit by bit, completed little by little. But it was still too slow. It had initially taken the wrong path, wasting quite some time. It had to be fast, faster, even faster, surpassing the limits of speed. With the aid of the rule spirit light, Deadbone's thought processes became faster and faster, as if entering the mystical state during evolution. and it continued to maintain and elevate this state. It was drawing from the invisible spiritual light, creating one skill after another. It was still creating. What is the body beyond limits? What is the extreme realm? The body's potential has 206 points to delve into. The mind's potential has 33 facets to break through. The energy's potential. The soul's transcendence. Life's leap forward. During the process of inference, Dead Bone had numerous breakthroughs. Its understanding of the world, of dimensions, of life became clearer. Its eyes were shining, the cobalt blue soul flame light burst forth, illuminating the already bright hall even more brilliantly. Its inference speed increased. Its bones were also crackling and popping. Its consciousness, its soul, had been enduring indescribable pressure. But it was smiling. This was an indescribable joy, the bliss of gradually clearing the fog to glimpse the truth. The light in Guardian Gabu Fool's eyes grew brighter. The spiritual light surged like a pillar, like the earth splitting open and a subterranean spring gushing forth. Crack, it was as if he heard some noise. A voice that seemed about to collapse. The spiritual light suddenly dimmed a bit, still gushing, but the spring eye appeared to be drying up. No, wait, this can't. Gabu Fool's eyes widened. The temple of knowledge was dimming. The miraculous spiritual light was drying up, collapsing. No, stop now. No, wait, not yet. Dead Bone's eyes widened, feeling the inspiration becoming gradually harder to draw upon, yet it was still slightly short. It couldn't stop now. Dead Bone gritted its teeth, its will almost igniting. A pair of eyes watched intently. In midair, the last grains of sand fell. The countdown had already reached 0. The platform's barrier disappeared, the enhancements gone, leaving only a figure like withered wood still sitting there. What's going on here? Taylor looked left and right. Based on the previous occurrences, after a strong being had inferred a high-level skill, they often couldn't help but manifest the new skill, and there would be gorgeous light and shadow effects. This strong being remained, still as withered wood. Had he failed? Yet, looking at the expressions of the Tianyuan leaders and Guardian Gabu Fool, it didn't seem like it. By the way, was Lord Gabu Fool disconnected? He had been maintaining that posture for quite a while now. Gabu Fool remained silent. Silence was the hall of the Temple of Knowledge at this moment. Mu Yuan was also silent, staring at the panel before him. Prompt. Your hero, Dead Bone, has inferred a special cultivation method. The current cultivation method is unnamed, and it has reached the threshold of epic proportions. Skill. Unnamed. Category. Extreme training method. Description 1. A unique method specifically targeting the transition from 4th-order peak to 4th-order limit. Practitioners of this mystery skill can significantly increase the polishing speed, reducing the polishing time. The mystery skill consists of 3 stages. The first stage increases the polishing speed by 120%. The second stage by 240%. The third stage by 399%. Description 2. Practitioners of this mystery skill can uncover more potential during the polishing phase and ascend to higher 4th-order limits. Moreover, the cultivation of this mystery skill can also tap into the potential of life, soul, and will. Description 3. Practitioners of this mystery skill can slowly enhance their potential, but they cannot step into the epic realm. Note: the practice of this mystery skill should be supplemented with various materials. Whether the eternal world had such extreme training methods, Mu Yuan guessed that it probably did. But Tai Zan did not. At least Mu Yuan had never heard of it. Even if the outside world possessed it, the effects on body polishing might only be incidental. Who would create a skill specifically for polishing the limits of one's body? The skill of Dead Bone was quite unique indeed. It's useless to others. Other 4th-order peaks don't need to rush for that little bit of time. What does it matter if it's faster or slower? What they really find challenging are the domain and the light of will. But for the Tianyuan leaders, this cultivation method is perfect. It's just, can others really learn it? The skill of Dead Bone was special. It seemed to be broadly applicable with a low learning difficulty and no special thresholds or requirements, but this is a high-tier skill, anyway. As long as Dead Bone itself could use it, it was worthwhile, and Lord Shepard could use it as well. Perfect. People from the outside world would also covet this skill. Its third effect, the precious potential enhancement, is very valuable. Long-term cultivation of this method might lead to natural evolution of the troop types. This was not very useful for the Tianyuan territory, however. It's probably because of the exploration and development of potential in the polishing phase that this skill derived its third effect. It's rather superfluous for the Tianyuan territory. And for people from the outside as well. With the tier of the skill being what it is, it's not something just anyone can learn. Mu Yuan closed the panel and moved forward. Next, it was time for Mu Heavens Chosen to take the stage. He truly mastered only a few high-level skills, and he was indeed looking forward to using the power of the rules of heaven and earth to infer a powerful and prestigious skill suited for his own use. Dead Bone slowly awoke. I won't disappoint you. Mu Yuan patted its shoulder, appreciating the effort. My bone indeed has an imperial bearing. He walked towards the array platform and stepped into it. The barrier light screen did not rise. The timing hourglass did not appear. Most importantly, Mu Yuan did not enter that state where spiritual light surged. Was it necessary to wait for Dead Bone's evaluation to be completed? He looked towards the guardian of this place. The guardian Gabu Fool was also looking at the two of them. Although his body was woven of light and shadow, his expression seemed somehow dark. Dark as the bottom of a pot. In the future, there will be no inference skills test item. Mu Yuan. Huh? Under the silent gaze of the cauldron-faced guard, Mu Yuan gradually figured out the reason. It seems that inference skills do have a cost for the Temple of Knowledge itself, don't they? And the cost of inference by Dead Bone might be a bit higher than for others? His generals were not short of epic skills or advanced abilities, to the point where Mu Yuan had somewhat neglected just how formidable the obstacles were when normally trying to deduce and awaken an advanced skill. Wisdom, bloodline, fate, all are indispensable. Even for Dead Bone, without great fate, it wouldn't be possible to deduce an epic skill. Even if this skill barely touched the threshold of epic and its mysterious and marvelous functions were far inferior to a true epic. But after all, it was still epic. The inference skill project was Dead Bone's great opportunity. Under normal circumstances, this project would at best be a minor opportunity, with the vast majority of strong beings only able to deduce a common skill here to pass acceptably. Only a minority of exceptionally talented individuals could deduce advanced skills. For them, this project represents a true opportunity. What about Dead Bone? In order to obtain a satisfactory extreme training method, it forcibly deduced dozens, if not hundreds of skills in a short time and used them to construct a practice method that touched upon the epic. With such a great harvest, the cost of this creation process was naturally enormous. However, Dead Bone had only paid a small portion of that cost. It burned the light of wool, allowing its wool to sublimate momentarily, entering a semi-extreme sublimation state. This caused some damage to its source. The majority of the cost was paid by the Temple of Knowledge. Looking at the depleted, spiritual light, the guardian Gabu Fool's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He didn't even have time to be shocked at what the young undead had done, only grieved over his own spiritual light running dry. He was dumbfounded, he was heartbroken, he really felt like hitting someone. But Gabu Fool was a bit puzzled. This young undead had deducted hundreds of skills, including quite a few advanced ones. This feat was nothing short of cheating. However, the Temple of Knowledge was a miracle building formed by the rules of heaven and earth, a construction more mysterious, grand, and unbreakable than any ordinary building out there. The Temple of Knowledge was not so fragile. To drain the temple, normally one would have to deduce a several times larger number of advanced skills. Gabu Fool could not understand. After all, he was not the rules, nor had he reached the realm where he could understand and see through the rules. He just vaguely felt that the spiritual light drawn by this young undead when deducing skills seemed likely far greater than that of others. So what exactly did this young undead do? Dead Bone claimed innocence. It had always deduced skills this way for so many years. It just felt that the state just now was very familiar, like returning home, bathing in the evolutionary radiance. But when it borrowed the afterglow of the evolutionary miracle to deduce skills, the mysterious state would visibly fade away. Many times, after it finished evolving, it would have to spend an extra half-day to finish deducing the skills. Just now, though, the mysterious spiritual light was like an endless river, brimming no matter how much spiritual light it drew. It was the first time it had experienced such joy. Unfortunately, in the end, the mysterious spiritual light still faded away. Just a little more, and it would have failed to deduce the skill. It had committed the sin of lacking steadiness again. Dead Bone silently recited from Steady Spirit. Aside, Guardian Gabu Fool stared at Dead Bone as if looking at an NTR enemy, but after all, he was the guardian of a rule-constructed building. What could he do? Of course, follow the procedure and give the highest appraisal to this challenger. What can he say? Or is it truly that this challenge has broken, otherwise he has no right to refuse later challengers? Hint. Your hero, Dead Bone, has obtained the cultivation skill, Death Breathing Method. Dead Bone was highly rated, but among the cultivation skills that the Temple of Knowledge could confer, there were only so many. Death Breathing Method was also just an advanced skill, albeit a little more profound and mysterious among them. Dead Bone merely tried it out and found at least 3 points that could be improved. However, without the benefit of enlightenment or mysterious spiritual light, he couldn't immediately proceed to deduce and improve this cultivation skill. Dead Bone felt a bit regretful. Suddenly it thought of something else. Wait, there is no more inference skills project? Gabu Fool let out a somewhat displeased snort. Due to special circumstances, this project has been cancelled, and the test for the later comers will be altered to other projects. Ah, wait, this? Won't their human lord be unable to deduce skills anymore? Dead Bone also faintly sensed that the closing of the project seemed to have a tiny bit of relation with itself. It felt ashamed and embarrassed. But not shame toward the Temple of Knowledge. What did it care if this miracle building was ruined? But if it was to break, shouldn't it at least wait until the Lord and all the companions from their territory had used this opportunity before breaking? The Temple of Knowledge, this construction, was not up to par. In the distance, Taili and the other elves looked at each other, truly not understanding what had transpired, only vaguely sensing that something significant had occurred. This inconspicuous undead strong being seemed to have deduced quite an impressive skill, leaving that guardian at a loss for words. However, what was the special reason that caused the project to close? Is the human lord from Tianyuan territory unable to perform skill deduction now? The elves breathed a sigh of relief, yet also felt a sense of regret and pity. After all, the overbearing presence of the several strong characters from Tianyuan territory had been too overwhelming. But if the generals from Tianyuan division were already so stunningly brilliant, what about their leader, who had earned the trust of many powerful beings? They were looking forward to seeing what kind of skills Lord Tianyuan could infer. But they did not have the chance to witness it. Lord Tianyuan himself might feel even more regretful, as he had missed this opportunity for nothing. Mu Yuan did feel a little regret, but not too much. He had always been a person who knew his own limits, with his understanding slightly inferior to Emperor Dead Bone, but on par with Isloa, and far surpassing Duo Lai. He could not possibly deduce an epic skill. He could only infer an advanced one. Advanced skills were also something he needed now, but not urgently. When fighting, he could harness the templates from Duo Lai and the others. Having complete mastery over an advanced skill himself would help deepen his understanding of energy and the laws of the universe. Now that the opportunity was gone, it was gone. Once he stepped into the legendary realm, there would be plenty of opportunities to create his own system. And now, with the extreme training method inferred by Dead Bone, his time to step into the legendary realm as Lord Shepherd would be greatly shortened. Thanks to the Lord's power, Mu Yuan didn't even need to go to the trouble of learning this skill. He just had to know how to use it. However, talking about detailed levels, he, Mr. Mu, was not yet at the 4-order peak. He was still a few minor levels short. So were his main generals like Lulu, Hong Yi, and Uda. Recently, they had actually found some upgrade fragments, but the quantity was very small, nowhere near enough for everyone's use. The generals improved slightly in level, but they were still some distance from the fourth order peak. This distance required a considerable amount of time to overcome. Now, it was nearly impossible to find upgrade fragments in the wilderness. For the Tian Yuan division, having an additional advanced skill is good, but it's no big deal if they don't have it, after all. During the general's evolution at the epic stage, one evolution often came with the awakening of 1 to 3 advanced skills. Their combat systems were also built around epic abilities, rendering many advanced skills unused. They were not lacking in skills and tactics. At most, they regretted not having the chance to benefit from the inference of skills. Mu Yuan brought his thoughts back and looked to the guardian Gabu Fool, proposing to undertake a different kind of challenge. Gabu Fool continued to randomly select the next challenge, face dark as a pot bottom. Soon, Lord Shepard passed the test of the 6 Union Rubik's Cube. Due to his short completion time, he received a high-level evaluation. The rule's blessing poured down on him. Mu Yuan felt as if he was soaking in a warm spring, his thoughts accelerating in an instant, colliding to produce endless spiritual light. It was a shame that such a mysterious and marvelous sensation came abruptly and left even more quickly, as if it had merely been an illusion. When he came back to his senses, he had already begun to master his newly learned cultivation skill. Prompt. You have been baptized by the rules and learned the advanced skill, high-level general breathing method. This cultivation method has the wonderful effect of simultaneously increasing physique, spirit, and energy, though the growth of any single attribute may not be as significant as that of other cultivation methods. Quite interesting. Mu Yuan explored this advanced skill, and immediately gained a new understanding of the use of energy and the essence of strength. Not bad for me, after all, he really didn't have many actual skills of his own, and the borrowed skills were like flowers in the fog. Visible but untouchable. Upon delving into this study, Mu Yuan felt his artistic conception was on the verge of a breakthrough. 20 hours later, Mu Yuan and his people returned to their territory. They had reaped considerable benefits. The cultivation skill was one of them. Such skills would be very useful even in the legendary realm. In fact, mastering several cultivation skills could even greatly assist in deducing the most suitable cultivation method in the legendary realm. Moreover, using cultivation skills in conjunction with cultivating structures, the gravity practice field and the Ice Heart Lotus platform, could produce even better results. Mu Yuan would definitely arrange for Duo Lai, Sario, Uda, and others to head to the Temple of Knowledge to take advantage of this opportunity. However, they would need to go in batches and quietly. Especially Duo Lai. If it weren't for the presence of Dead Bone and the complete army Soul Corps in his territory, Mu Yuan would indeed feel a lack of security without Duo Lai. The cultivation skill might not significantly improve the general's combat power in the short term, but the time reduction afforded by the extreme training method was visibly significant. It could increase the refining speed by 399%, that is to say, 5 times the original. If it took Emperor Dead Bone another 2.5 months to refine before, now he needed only half a month. Becoming legendary was in sight. Mu Yuan tried out this cultivation method and soon made a delightful discovery. When cultivating using soul sand, using this mystery skill in combination can significantly increase the absorption speed of the soul sand, as well as the cultivation limit for the entire day. How marvelous, truly marvelous. The extreme training method held great value and profound significance for Tianyuan territory at its current stage. To fully exploit its value, it needed to be disseminated. At the very least, all the strong characters at the level of the Tianyuan division had to learn it. When inferring the skill, Dead Bone had considered this point too, constantly lowering the threshold for learning it, hoping that everyone could learn and cultivate it. Soon, the small lecture hall of Emperor Dead Bone opened. Within the cultivation structure, Ice Heart Lotus platform, powerhouses like Lulu, Isloa, Sario, and Bone 2 were focused and eagerly anticipating. Dead Bone began to speak. To practice this method, you first need to open the 206 nodes in the body and 33 facets in the consciousness and thought. Then, you can begin. Isloa, Lulu, Sario, at winking face, and then what? There was no next part. What about the process? The formula? Understanding? Reasoning? None of that. Dead Bone was also somewhat silent. It was strange because Dead Bone thought it had made itself very clear, and that there were only a few difficult points to pay attention to with this training method itself. However, as a steady GU creature, Dead Bone, of course, had other plans prepared. It had learned from Lord's steady spirit to always have various backup plans ready. It had also thought about how to teach in more detail in case any of its friends didn't understand. Bone 2, come up here. Dead Bone called Bone 2 up to the platform and extended its hand, out of which a towering black fog surged from its jade-like palm bone. The fog descended, enveloping Bone 2, thick enough to block out any light. It was transferring skills. In fact, this is how most powerhouses transfer advanced skills to others, using their own power to condense a skill seed and pass it to someone else. This method also skips the step of inscribing the power into a scroll. To use this method, a powerhouse needs to have an understanding and application of the skill that has reached the utmost extent. Even so, the one performing the skill transfer would suffer no small amount of loss, and the recipient might not necessarily learn it either. It depends on the learner's compatibility with the skill and their own comprehension. The extreme training method, as crafted by Dead Bone, already had a very low threshold and could fit the vast majority of life forms. It was imparting the skill to Bone 2. Half an hour later, Dead Bone withdrew its power. The dense black fog dissipated, revealing Bone 2's frail figure. "How is it? To which realm have you entered?" Dead Bone asked with anticipation. It had set 3 realms for the extreme training method, fearing that some might not be able to complete it all at once. This way, at least they could learn the first or second part. Bone 2's eyes were wide open. Within its hollow eye sockets, the faint soul flame was filled with confusion, innocence, and a heavy dose of cluelessness. It hadn't learned a single thing. Dead Bone wanted nothing more than to pull out Wither King Bone and fiercely smack Bone 2 on the head. "This bone can't be taught." Next one. Another half hour later, General Dead Bone became slightly silent. Next one. Yet another half hour passed, and General Dead Bone was slightly powerless. Next one. Yet another. Next half hour later, General Dead Bone started doubting its own bone kind. How strange, is this really reasonable? Maybe. It's too difficult to learn an epic skill through more conventional means. Is that it? Dead Bone didn't think so, but the only remaining truth told it that maybe it was. Some distance away, a certain general who had come to mingle in a condensation avatar, patted his chest with relief. Luckily, Benduo is already a legend and need not learn this whatever method. This is too terrifying. In all his life, Duo Lai had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Even the powerful ones like Isloa and the rest found it obscure and headache-inducing. If it had not yet become a legend and had to learn this skill. Just the thought made Duo Lai turn pale. Terrifying, too terrifying. Shi Lu turned pale as she looked towards Duo Lai. "Big sis, save Sloya." Duo Lai. "No hope, can't save, goodbye." In the room, there was only one cool dude who understood what Dead Bone was talking about. That was none other than the great and extraordinarily brilliant Lord Shepherd. Cough cough, after all, he was able to borrow Dead Bone's skill. His comprehension of the borrowed skill might be fuzzy, but at least he had hands-on experience and naturally could deduce the cause from the effect. Under Lord Shepherd's explanation, and with Dead Bone performing skilled transfers time and again, finally, everyone was gradually getting an outline, a bit of understanding of the skill, and it was no longer like listening to heavenly scriptures. If they continued like this, spending a bit more time, they could arguably grasp the rudiments of the ability. Of course, that was limited to Isloa, Lulu, Tree Demon Granny, Hong Yi, and others. Certain Bone 2 who doesn't want to disclose its name, Dragon Girl, and a certain muscly man, couldn't make heads or tails of it no matter what. Eventually, the first one among the Tianyuan division to learn this skill was Rakshasa. Skill. Extreme training method, epic incomplete. Rakshasa stood out because Lord Shepherd had given him a bug. Rakshasa first learned the basics, then, seizing the moment of his evolution to epic 2 stars, used the lingering power of miracle power to master this technique in one go. Although it was only at an incomplete level, how could they still not get it? Dead Bone sat in front of the Lotus Terrace River, gazing at the sparkling water, sighing alone. Ding. Notification. Your hero, Rakshasa, has bathed in the miracle light, and evolved into an epic 2 stars life form, also awakening the epic talent, Banish Evil and Exterminate Sins. Banish evil and exterminate sins. Description. With the eradication of evil deeds in the world as his duty, Rakshasa under the influence of this talent can perceive evil deeds that exist only in conceptual form. Moreover, Rakshasa can inflict conceptual damage that cannot be defended against or healed by eradicating the evil deeds on the target. The more evil deeds the target has, the higher the damage Rakshasa can cause. Remark. What are evil deeds? All those who oppose are guilty, and those who become enemies and harm others commit atrocities. Rakshasa's newly awakened epic talent was in perfect continuity with the powers he had before. It was still about evil spirits, evil deeds, and the extermination thereof. Rakshasa had already possessed abilities such as Flame of Fenye, Good Body, and Rooting Out the Evil Body, Evil Body. He inherently had specialty attacks against the wicked, but this evolution further amplified this specialty. In addition to this, what Mu Yuan cared more about was inflicting conceptual damage that cannot be defended against or healed by eradicating evil deeds. Logically speaking, this concept was a bit beyond Lord Shepherd's understanding. He could understand the part about it being irrecoverable. Dead Bone's power of witheringness could not only prevent the enemy from healing but also rapidly bring them closer to death, even if it was just a small wound inflicted by the Wither King Bone. But the part about it being indefensible. Mu Yuan ordered the elite frontline squad to capture a lucky third-order monster and handed it over to Rakshasa for a trial. I can see at a glance that you are laden with sins, sinner, suffer death. Rakshasa punched out, but hit thin air. Lord Shepherd, who was equipped with the same template and could be considered a mini Rakshasa, however, was able to see Rakshasa smashing the clingy dark strands of sin. The next moment, that third-order monster howled as one of its fuzzy arms suddenly shattered. At its root, this particular arm carried the most sin. This right claw is guilty, however, the third-order monster was still alive. Did Rakshasa's epic talent seem a bit underwhelming? In dealing with ordinary monsters, it does seem a bit underwhelming, or rather, in dealing with these low-level monsters, Rakshasa doesn't need to attack through the medium of sin, he could kill them with one stab. But against more formidable enemies, especially in future legendary battles, the talent, Banish Evil and Exterminate Sins could play a significant role. Epic abilities in themselves required powerful beings to step into the legendary realm to truly bring them forth. Yet with the extreme training method, even if Rakshasa took advantage of the lingering effects of the miracle light, he could only learn the incomplete level. The result was, he could only step into the first realm of the mystery skill, enhancing his polishing speed by 120%. In the future, he might be able to step into the second realm, but to obtain plus 399% polishing speed like Deadbone was nearly impossible. It's like gaining a mystery skill that is almost epic level. This is not bad either. It's lucky that the card bug plan worked. Otherwise, it would take God knows how long for them to learn this skill on their own. Most likely, they would finish polishing their bodies without even being able to start learning this training method. Like a certain Bone 2, or a certain Dragon Princess. Mu Yuan was not planning to evolve Bone 2 and the others now. He had grown accustomed to retaining some evolution points for emergencies, and the contribution from Bone 2 and the other Skull's territories was still insufficient. Furthermore, Bone 2 and the others were still far from the fourth order peak. There was no hurry, as haste wouldn't be helpful. Those at higher levels were Isloa, Lulu, and a few other powerhouses. Among them, Isloa had already become an epic 3 stars life form, so she didn't have the opportunity for another evolution cleansing soon. Nevertheless, Isloa was one of the few powerhouses present who could actually, genuinely start learning this method purely on her merit. Although, when she started, it would probably also be the incomplete version. Even epic life forms cannot truly learn an epic skill through conventional methods. And unconventional methods? Mu Yuan pondered. The only thing that might qualify as unconventional methods could be miracle power, or treasures of epic grade, right? The Tian Yuan division now had an additional task in their practice, to study and learn the extreme training method. Most of the time, the division members researched and discussed on their own, rather than having Dead Bone teacher transmit the skill. After all, Dead Bone needed to spend its limited time polishing its extreme body. It estimated it needed half a month, just half a month. But that was under the assumption of full force training and polishing. Sometimes, Dead Bone had to lead the army to the wilderness, to skirmish slightly with the enemy. During this time, we have repeatedly detected the presence of Jackalwolf the Legendary, yet these legendary beings often disappear after showing themselves briefly. The enemy seems to intentionally reveal their presence, but has no intentions of truly engaging in battle. Isloa said, currently, the Tianyuan territory lacked high-level scouting and intelligence collection methods, making it extremely difficult to capture traces of legendary beings. The scouting falcons were somewhat outdated. They were suitable for scouting the battlefield and tracking large-scale troop movements, but it was wishful thinking to detect a legendary being that was intentionally concealing itself. The grudge radar of the evil spirits had limited range as well. Moreover, those legendary beings who had ignited the light of will had the ability to perfectly control and contain their own emotions. It was nearly impossible for the evil spirits to capture grudge feelings, and by the time they did, they might have been discovered by Jackalwolf the Legendary. Long-range reconnaissance now relies primarily on Lord Shepherds, Black Crows, with the occasional use of Isloa's destiny star weaving, as well as wood spirits, Waling, and other nature spirits. At the Excellence 3-star stage, nature spirits awaken the talent to communicate with flora. They can harness the power of the forest to gather various types of information within a certain range. But the actionable intelligence that can be gathered is quite limited. It's a pity that Sophia is not here, otherwise, this girl would probably have a knack for intelligence gathering. Baptizing and evolving her to Epic 2 stars and Epic 3 stars could likely awaken abilities conducive to reconnaissance. However, with her absence, there was nothing to be regretted. Mu Yuan could only repeatedly engage in probing and pitched battles with the Fang of the Jackal Wolf across wilderness, dense forests, and lakes among other places. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf is trying to put pressure on us. They clearly understand that we dare not gamble. We must prepare for the possibility of a legendary ambush. This tied up a great deal of the office's and elites' time for cultivation as well as time for exploring and seeking treasures. However, this was normal for the world of lords. Lords who possess vast power are burdened with greater defensive responsibilities. Just like during the Red Fog disaster moon, the inland lords are obligated to lead their troops to support the frontline fortresses. Mu Yuan opened a map woven with techniques. On it, several elite forces representing the Tianyuan territory were roaming various wilderness areas. Further away, tokens represented allied elf and giant forces. Not long ago, Dead Bone sought to use itself as bait to lure the werewolf legend of the monster tribe. Regrettably, it seems the werewolf legend has resisted the bait. Until now, both sides have only skirmished tentatively, but it seems another storm is about to break. At this moment, the headquarters of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. The red fog drifted here, and the heavens and earth seemed to be showered with a fine drizzle of blood. The Wolf King, draped in a large cloak, bathed in the blood rain, feeling content in heart and mind. We have sent messengers to the Tianchi mountain range over 10 days ago. Can we really expect reinforcements to arrive? A werewolf legend expressed doubt. After all, they were legends, no longer lowly cannon fodder, naturally preferring to stay alive. Otherwise, why bother calling for help? They could just launch an offensive and tear their enemies apart. They were merely afraid of taking losses, especially afraid that the legendary creature to be lost might be themselves. Although the Fang of the Jackal Wolf is one of the factions within the Dirty Country, Eternal Abnormality, it was not certain whether the other children of the Dirty, who believe in the flesh's immortality, would assist them. They will come. The Wolf King spoke with certainty. He looked down at the foothills where their Fang of the Jackal Wolf pasture lay. Faintly visible were numerous bedraggled humans, elves, and other sentient beings, shackled and stumbling across the undulating, fleshy fields. Some of the female creatures were also visibly pregnant. This was their pasture, enabling a continuous proliferation of beings and a steady harvest of their blood. In the Broken Mountain Land, they possessed the largest pasture of beings within the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, and it was also due to this that they maintained a close relationship with the main vein of Tianqi eternal life. Of course, most importantly, this land we occupy is connected to multiple large domains. The Wolf King's gaze stretched off into the distance, as if he could see the edge of the Broken Mountain Land, the area where violent energies perpetually raged. Through the violent lands, we can reach the Twilight Plains, the Azure Sea, and other rich domains abundant with living resources. And our Broken Mountain Land is just such a crucial transit point. The old creatures of the Tianqi mountain range would never allow such an important transit point to fall into other powers' hands. What our Fang of the Jackal Wolf needs to worry about is not the beings, but the blood snake in case and others. We must be the sole spokesperson. The enemies deep within the wasteland can generally be categorized into two groups: the Fallen God Force and the Monster Kingdom. In the Courtyard Secret Realm, Mu Yuan flipped through the information and intelligence he had someone purchase for him. The attendant ascendants we encountered earlier, the monster tribes with totem pillars, they all fall under the Fallen God Force. Amongst them, the largest Fallen God faction, known as the Senluo Divine Court, includes well-known fallen gods such as the Snake God, the Black Crow, and the Sparrow God. However, not all monster tribes worshipping totem pillars are affiliated with the fallen god. Even flesh has its totem pillars. Within the Monster Kingdom, there are also several colossi whose influence spreads across the realms of the eternal world. One is called Shadow Whiskers, seemingly dominated by dungeons and dark monsters, fond of venerating unspeakable totem pillars. Another is called Birth Nest, apparently a monster power with strong proliferative abilities, capable of creating nests of filth, hiss. The third is called Tianqi Eternal Life, which advocates for the immortality of flesh and is proficient in creating aggregated monsters. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Blood Snake in case that I encountered are most likely part of the overlord power belonging to Tianqi Eternal Life. Of course, while they may be said to be under control, monster overlords typically have no unified allegiance. These three monster kingdoms can be seen as three different paths of development taken by monster overlords. Some worship tentacles, some worship flesh, some believe in the birth and proliferation. Mu Yuan sought out this intelligence to guard against the enemy's tactics. The elves and giants' understanding of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf is limited to the surface. Their information might not be as detailed as these intel reports. Even if the information comes from other monster overlords, there are commonalities that can be referenced. For example, a monster overlord following the Tianqi Eternal Life path usually possesses abilities like Eye of Mutation, Mutation Spell, and sometimes they can even cause a terrible tide of blood and flesh through sacrifice. These methods naturally don't have obvious weaknesses, but with prior preparation, one can take specific defensive measures. If he were to engage in all-out war with Fang of the Jackal Wolf, preparation would be indispensable. He massaged his throbbing temples. The pressures between people are not the same. The majority of lords within the secret realm were feeling relaxed. Now that the Red Fog disaster moon had ended and Langsing had finished merging, they were no longer under pressure. However, the lords were not slacking off or relaxing. Without warfare, it was the most opportune time to enhance their strength. Most lords were training new and old generals and expanding their military contingents, or constructing buildings and upgrading their territories. I actually failed the level 5 territory upgrade challenge, even though I had as many as 10 Third Order Warlord level champions. A tall and muscular lord complained. In the distance, Lord Shen Mao, also a member of this secret realm, shook her head slightly. Success in the upgrade challenge isn't guaranteed by sheer strength alone, not to mention. Just 10 ordinary war generals are far from being considered powerful. She had recently passed the upgrade challenge herself, and during her attempt, she had sent several elite figures from the 4-order level. The other lords from her batch in Dragon Court were only Kong Ming as a city lord back then, but now, everyone had passed the trial and was promoted to city level. Oh, of course, except Lord Tianyuan, he was not part of the norm. Seeing that quite a few lords were curious about the upgrade challenge, she thought for a moment and said, "The upgrade challenge is similar to the hero trial, but it has a much lower pass rate compared to the latter. Most level 4 lords can't get through this trial. Of course, all of you are exceptional lords, and there is a great hope for you to pass the trial in the future. But if there's still room for improvement in your territories, then I suggest you all wait a bit longer and accumulate more strength before attempting the upgrade challenge. After all, like the hero trial and lord trial, the world rules will grant different levels of rewards based on personal performance. Besides the basic upgrade rewards, if you have the chance, you should certainly strive for higher level rewards. I myself delayed for a while, waiting until my power had accumulated to a very substantial level before attempting the upgrade. Of course, there's no need to be as cautious as me, it's all about personal judgment." Like her strongest general, who was not far from ranking on the Dragon Court leaderboard. Taking such a force into an upgrade challenge, she was being overly cautious. She was almost invincible in the challenge scenarios. Who else taking on the upgrade challenge could boast so many generals, as elite as a rainstorm? She suddenly caught sight of the low-key yet noticeable young man from Tianyuan sitting not far away. Back during the Dragon Court competition, Tianyuan had outshone everyone. Once Tianyuan meets the conditions to initiate the trial, he might already have super champions ranked high on the Dragon Court leaderboard, right? Going into a trial with an invincible 4-order champion, just thinking about it is quite extravagant. Mu Yuan also wanted to hurry up and initiate the trial. As long as the trial is passed and the territory is upgraded, warriors like Lulu could receive a baptism and be promoted to 4th order peak in a short time. That would save a significant amount of time on the path to legendary strength. However, level 5 territory upgrade requirements. 1234. Omitted, already met. 5. Population must be greater than or equal to 30,000 people, including over 300 individuals with special skills. 15,366 30,000s. 6. Upon meeting the above conditions, the Lord may spend 500 soul crystals to initiate the upgrade trial. Note that an additional 500 units of soul crystals is required upon passing the trial, and if the trial is failed, the initial cost is not refunded. Building, public sentiment, military strength, safety index, and other conditions had long been met by Tianyuan territory. But the one thing, it was stuck on population numbers. It was not just a bit short for Tianyuan territory, it was way short. Is there any way to accelerate this process? Mu Yuan could certainly wait, but during this period of territorial promotion, he stood to gain the most. If he waited for the territory to naturally grow to meet the requirements, either Lulu and his generals would already be legends, and a little baptism wouldn't matter. Or the grass on the graves of Tianyuan territory would be overgrown. As long as Isloa, Lulu, and the other generals all became legends, he would have the power to push through Fang of the Jackal Wolf, and even confront the many monster overlords in the vicinity single-handedly. Even if, taking a step back, Lulu and the others were not timely enough to become legends, having already reached the 4th order peak, they also possessed the strength to barely contend with ordinary legends. After all, Duo Lai was just one person. If he were Fang of the Jackal Wolf, he would definitely find a way to tie Duo Lai down, then crush the enemy from other aspects. The more generals able to shoulder the burden at this time, the more confident he would be in his Tianyuan territory. Time slowly passed, seemingly quick yet slow. A month had passed since the Battle of Wolf Head Mountain. Mu Yuan was flipping through the battle reports. 11 days ago, the 3rd exploratory team encountered a Jackal Man legend, and it was lucky that the general leading the team was Lulu. Lulu rallied hundreds of elites, resonated with the incomplete army spirit, and sustained for a while under the hands of the legend. Seeing that they could not defeat the exploratory team, the Jackal Man legend withdrew on his own. 9 days ago, the 4th exploratory team encountered a large number of Fang of the Jackal Wolf's monsters surrounding them, among them several large flesh conglomerates. Thanks to Black Crow's reconnaissance, the 4th exploratory team joined forces with Uta, Shi Lu, and other powerhouses, to counter and kill Fang of the Jackal Wolf's minions. At the time, Duo Lai was lurking nearby. Unfortunately, the Jackal Man legend did not make an appearance. 6 days ago, legendary elf Malena encountered a Jackal Man legend. Malena was defeated by the wand of Jackalwolf the legendary, but encountered an ambush while pursuing and suffered severe injuries. 3 days ago, movements from Bloodsnake in Case were reported from the south, Wolfhead Mountain, surrounding the territory. Patrolling squads encountered Snake Man powerhouses several times. The actions of Bloodsnake in Case were becoming increasingly evident. This was what Mu Yuan had always been worried about. The location of Tianyuan territory, situated in the cracks between Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Bloodsnake in Case, was closer to Fang of the Jackal Wolf. But with the destruction of several large tribes near Fang of the Jackal Wolf and the establishment of Wolfhead Mountain Fortress, Tianyuan territory had developed a certain strategic depth facing Fang of the Jackal Wolf, and the possibility of exposure was not high. However, Bloodsnake in Case was to the south of Tianyuan, and the nearest large tribe was only a little over 200 kilometers away from the territory, practically a neighbor. Once Bloodsnake in Case made a move, Tianyuan would become very passive. However, this is also within the contingency plan, he mused. Bloodsnake in Case and Fang of the Jackal Wolf, both monster overlords pursuing the path of eternal flesh, would collaborate, which wasn't too surprising. As beings, they would inevitably clash with the various overlord powers surrounding them. It was inevitable, however, they were still weak at the moment, and the fact that Fang of the Jackal Wolf allowed Bloodsnake in Case to step into their territory so early did surprise Mu Yuan somewhat. Activate Contingency Plan B12. Next, we need to establish a mining base at the Soul Sand Vein to the south, and use this base as the center to sniper Bloodsnake in Case's minions. This Soul Sand Vein was only a little over 100 kilometers away from the territory. Previously, Mu Yuan had not exploited it and even used some methods to hide the parts of the vein that were exposed on the surface. But now, since Bloodsnake in Case began to bare its fangs, using this vein would naturally conceal the territory further back, creating more strategic depth for himself. The plan was approved. Although his enemies continued to probe, it was only a matter of time before the main territory would be exposed. Mu Yuan went to the secret realm to issue a purchase commission for lookout tower blueprints. High-quality lookout towers might be hard to find in a short period of time, but ordinary lookout tower blueprints are just rare level, and should not be too difficult to procure. Naturally, Mu Yuan also posted a commission to purchase Thunder magnetic coil towers. He had already posted this commission earlier, indicating that he could offer remnant souls of excellence and high-order treasures as compensation. His payment was quite generous indeed, and the various types of remnant souls of excellence would meet the exchange needs of most sellers, but no goods meant no goods. There were, however, no shortage of lords who privately messaged him wanting to purchase remnant souls of excellence. 2 days later, the Soul Sand Mine base has been established, including lookout towers ×2, thunder magnetic coil towers ×10, sniper watchtowers ×10, and several arrow towers. 2 more days passed. Bone 4 led the full Dead Bone Corps to confront the Jackal Man legend and Snake Man legend that suddenly attacked near the Soul Sand Vein. With the power of a complete army spirit, the Corps withstood the pressure of the two legends. The Jackal Man legend and Snake Man legend only probed a few moves before vanishing into the vast wilderness. Indeed, this human power still possesses the means to confront legends, but that's all there is, remarked a Jackal Man strategist. Elves and giants also heard of this battle. Humans seem to really lack a second legend, they commented. They were not surprised that Tianyuan territory still had means to confront legends. However, they thought Lord Tianyuan was a legend. Now it seemed that might not be the case. They too hoped that Tianyuan territory possessed more legends. Even if they were just ordinary, newly breakthrough legends, one more could relieve a lot of pressure. At this very moment, in Tianyuan territory, within the excellent structure of Iceheart Lotus platform, Dead Bone stood alone. It was preparing for the breakthrough into the legendary realm. At this time, there were not many mighty practitioners from the territory who came to observe and learn. Most of the commanders were either stationed at Wolfhead Mountain or the Soul Sand Mine or engaging enemies in the wilderness. Thus, they could not attend such an important event. They could only wait until their shift ended and they returned to the territory to watch the scenes recorded by the Crystal of Image retain. Compared to seeing it in person, the crystal's recordings ultimately lacked much flavor. It's about to start. The Tianyuan territory's experience in breaking through to the legendary realm was still insufficient, and their preparations were far from adequate compared to other lords. But the one breaking through was General Deadbone. Not only was Mu Yuan full of confidence, but so were the other commanders present. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the event. Compared to General Duo Lai, Mr. Deadbone's experience and process of breaking through must be more worthwhile to learn from, right? Yes, Duo Lai's power was too overwhelming. We don't have the ability to mimic that, and many of his moves are too rough to serve as a reference for us. But Boss is different. Boss is accustomed to achieving perfection in every aspect, and that is indeed worth our diligent study. The Iceheart Lotus platform operated at full power. The arrays and patterns hummed to life. All sorts of arrangements and preparations were sequentially activated, and after several hundred seconds, everything is ready. Dead Bone's eyes lit up with a ghostly glow. Dead Bone ignited his will and entered the extreme sublimation state. Dead Bone burst forth with a soaring brilliance. Dead Bone broke through. The soaring brilliance slowly converged, and Dead Bone was now lifted by the heavenly and earthly great power, suspended in midair, commencing the process of transformation and sublimation. Its breakthrough had already ended. It seems like, maybe, probably it's ended. Wait a second, I just blinked. Come on. You dared to blink while observing Boss's breakthrough? I've noted this grudge on behalf of our boss. I didn't blink the entire time, but just now, did something happen? The process of Dead Bone's breakthrough was too fast and too uneventful. It ended in a snap. Everyone was watching. If Duo Lai's breakthrough was done with brute force, then Dead Bone's process can be branded silky smooth. The entire process was incredibly fluid, with one step smoothly following the next, concealing profound mysteries, making everyone feel as if in a mere daze, as though nothing had happened, it was over. In the process of breaking through, had Dead Bone achieved perfection in every aspect? Yes. How much of this perfect process of breakthrough did the commanders understand? Less than 50%. And 0 is also less than 50%. One day later, in the territory, the Skeleton Cemetery area, Dead Bone's domain had expanded to a radius of 1,200 meters. This scale was slightly less than Duo Lai's initial foray, but it could leave other newly promoted legends far behind. Moreover, in contrast to Duo Lai's crude use of his domain, Dead Bone emphasized precision and aimed to utilize every aspect of his domain. Boom boom boom, the Wraith's sacred mountain emerged. Upon it, the second and third wells of death emerged following Dead Bone's will. Stepping into the legendary realm, the territorial range of its Wraith's sacred mountain, along with its domain, had also surged. Whereas before it could only construct a single well of death, now it could build more. It extended its hand, and strands of golden light emerged. This was not the power of heaven and earth, but will, a substantive manifestation of the king's authority. It turned the invisible force of deterrence into something with shape and form. Having stepped into the legendary realm, merely through the talent, King's Might, Dead Bone could make the majority of the elemental particles in the world submit. When it came to commanding the power of heaven and earth, Dead Bone was even slightly better than Duo Lai. Of course, Duo Lai had now developed the whale-swallow tactic and no longer used the outdated method of commandment. Dead Bone didn't need to either. It reached out its hand, and the dark elemental particles within thousands of kilometers swarmed towards it. These particles were very proactive, and Dead Bone hardly needed to expend much of its own energy to boast the heavenly and earthly great power. In the blink of an eye, it shaped a 100-meter-long black giant hand with white bones embedded within the palm print. Dead Bone, with its extremely strong control, maintained this massive hand. It dispersed the power of the hand and then in an instant gathered a river of netherworld far surpassing the previous scale. These techniques appeared very powerful, but it wasn't satisfied. Too slow. The speed of commanding and gathering the power of heaven and earth is too slow. With the enhancement of King's might, its control over the elements of heaven and earth was actually much faster than other legends, but to accumulate the power of heaven and earth still required several breaths. Besides, the river of netherworld it had just amassed was already very vast and massive enough. In such a case, even if it were to expand the river of netherworld tenfold, the killing power against a single individual would not increase by much. At most, it just used less energy. But if a battle reached the point where it had to compete in attrition against an enemy, then that would be too dangerous. This was absolutely unacceptable. Dead Bone had already thought of a strategy long ago, but before stepping into the legendary realm, its plans were simply plans, unable to be verified. It took out a book provided by the Lord, Advanced Legend, to review and learn anew. This book described some rather unconventional operations in the legendary realm. Usually, battles in the legendary realm are about domain confrontations and both sides controlling massive and cumbersome forces of heaven and earth to bombard each other from a distance. Even if a strong practitioner specialized in close combat or physical fighting before breaking through to legendary, they would mostly transform into a shape of a turret after the breakthrough. Legends from the Warrior series would at most draw sword lights hundreds of meters long to continue the bombardment against their opponents. The existence of domains is the reason why legendary figures in the legendary realm rarely engage in close-quarters combat. Normally, one would not dare enter the domain of another legend, as it would put oneself at a disadvantage, or even in an inescapable situation. Therefore, confrontations between legends often revolve around a war of attrition. But combating with the power of heaven and earth is not just crude force, there are still many tactics involved. This textbook was already a rare level item, which Mu Yuan had obtained by spending quite a few contribution points. With a light tap from Dead Bone, an image was projected above. A legendary figure in a robe lightly tapped his staff, and hundreds of red lights appeared around him, hurtling towards their target like meteors. This was also a manipulation of the power of heaven and earth. It emphasized speed and precision. Of course, the foundation of this method of control was that the powerful individual possessed similar skills and had a very profound artistic conception and control. This method of combat advocates for speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, drawing the enemy into one's own rhythm and preventing them from amassing a large power of heaven and earth. As long as one firmly controls the rhythm of the battle, it is possible to incapacitate the enemy, leading to their defeat. This demonstration battle lasted a full 2.5 hours. The adversary, mired in a quagmire, was suppressed from start to finish, unable to find an opportunity to turn the tide. Dead Bone also admitted that such a method of combat had an artistic sense. Subsequently, Dead Bone browsed several other more sophisticated combat systems, humbly learning and nodding from time to time. But it would not choose these systems, for no other reason than they were too slow. Even if it could overpower others with strength, it often needed to first break through the enemy's domain before slaying the opposing legend. Dead Bone flipped to the end. There is also an unconventional method of legendary combat, which is similar to the close combat of lower levels. A small number of legends incapable of wielding the power of heaven and earth comfortably might choose this kind of combat. Friends who have stepped into the legendary realm know that once you step into an enemy's domain, you're at an absolute disadvantage, but if we can tear apart the enemy's domain, there's no need for close combat. So, before engaging in close combat, we need to use our own domain and transform it into a sharp needle to briefly forge a path. In the projection, a legendary figure condensed his domain into a bridge of heaven and earth, brutally penetrating the domain of his adversary. Both domains trembled. The red bridge of heaven and earth shook more and more violently, its edges fracturing and shattering, like an ancient bridge crumbling and its broken pieces falling away. Yet, the wielder of the red domain crossed the bridge of heaven and earth, rushing toward his enemy and striking sword blow after sword blow at vital points. This method of combat was, from the start, a gamble with one's life. We can see that both domains are originally of similar size, but due to the red one's intrusion into the enemy's domain, he needs to use several times more domain power to counteract the enemy's. Under these circumstances, if the red legend doesn't gain a quick advantage and injure his opponent, he will soon be at a disadvantage. Not only that, because the red legend has already entered the enemy's domain and his own domain is overly depleted, once he is at a disadvantage, he may have no chance to retreat and could fall on the spot. While in a normal legendary confrontation, one who is at a disadvantage still has many opportunities to escape. Unlike in close combat, it's either victory or death. Even victory does not come easily, with significant self-depletion involved. This is why most legends do not choose close combat unless it is by way of a surprise attack. If a friend insists on taking this path, then turning one's domain into a bridge of heaven and earth is a crucial skill. Typically, legends can master this skill in a few months, but continuing practice and refining it to a higher realm can make one's bridge of heaven and earth more stable and last longer. This is important as it concerns one's very life. Dead Bones strongly agreed. It expanded its domain. The realm of the dead surged like a tide and, in a moment, began to condense into a black bridge similar to one paved with black iron rock, stretching directly into the distance. However, the bridge of heaven and earth was far from the ultimate realm. In this textbook, transforming the domain into a boat and merging with the domain were mentioned as two higher realms. The second realm, transforming the domain into a boat, allows the legend to ride a vessel made from the domain within the enemy's domain, sailing swiftly and with lower consumption, and retaining the possibility of retreat if the battle turns sour. The third realm, merging with the domain, allows the legend to completely condense and merge the domain into one's own body, a phase in which not only can they ignore the influence of the enemy's domain, but they can also receive a massive boost from their own domain. As for how to achieve these two realms, the legendary figure in the textbook says, he doesn't understand either. Whether there are higher realms is also hard to say. These three realms are paths discovered by the predecessors of Taizan. Merging with the domain is not necessarily the end of the road. And the road does not necessarily have only this one path. The path of close quarters combat is indeed more suitable for the undead. Even at the four-order peak, relying on the power of Wither Kingbone, the undead managed to kill a legendary. Niu Yuan also felt it was appropriate. Of course, Emperor Dead Bone would not limit himself to melee combat or long-range bombardment. He wanted both, and he was keen to develop even more tactics. Only with such capabilities could he cope with various situations and be truly stable. Niu Yuan also saw that Dead Bone was making rapid progress in solidifying the bridge of heaven and earth. Last time, I was able to kill several legendaries in a short time thanks to the enemy using the space earned to envelop myself. Otherwise, legendaries are not so easy to kill. Now that Fang of the Jackal Wolf is on guard, General Duo Lai finds it not so easy to kill a legendary and the undead. Below lies the domain solidification of the bridge of heaven and earth. Above, Wraith's Sacred Mountain assists with the ceiling. Moreover, with the instant death-inducing power of Witherness, the undead can instantly kill most legendaries. Even if the enemy is on guard, it is not necessarily effective. This is the might of Emperor Dead Bone. Niu Yuan expressed his sense of security +1+1+1. Of course, 1 month later, General Duo Lai also made obvious progress, and his new combat system, Whale Swallow plus Body Furnace, had begun to take shape. Now, my Tianyuan territory possesses the super combat powers of the Undead and Duo Lai, along with the regular legendary combat power of the Undead Legion, so we are quite abundant in high-end strength. If a stronger than anticipated enemy from Fang of the Jackal Wolf appears, the Undead can also command the Undead Legion to counter it. Niu Yuan pondered. Of course, he still felt that he did not have enough powerful beings in his command. He would rather have 8 or 10 super legendaries of his own. Ever since he became lord, he had been working diligently and treading on thin ice, never enjoying the life of a lord with clouds of maidens. But he imagined, once his Tianyuan territory entered an era of legendary explosion, would he be able to live a stable, joyful, and carefree life? Ding! Notice. A special personage, mysterious merchant, has entered the territory. Mu Yuan was briefly stunned. This double happiness has arrived. The mysterious merchant, Kie, traveled on the road to Tianyuan territory. It had only been over 2 months since his last visit to Tianyuan territory. Being able to arrive here again so quickly, Kie had used a certain privilege he had just acquired. Otherwise, according to the rules of Eternal World, he would have had to wait a long time before revisiting Tianyuan territory. He was so eager to progress. Among his client list, he could not find anyone more generous and with greater purchasing power than Lord Tianyuan. However, Tianyuan seems to still be a small territory, with weak ability to resist risks, only with high potential. I hope my choice is not wrong. He, Kie, had dealt with many lords in trade, and some were indeed richer than Lord Tianyuan. But those lords were very stingy, scrimping and saving even when buying rare treasures. But whether Tianyuan could bring out the same kind of wealth as last time, he was uncertain. He was making a gamble, gambling on a chance to advance. Gambling that Tianyuan territory still had money, betting on the future of Tianyuan. The road ahead was gradually becoming clear. The fog lifted, and Kie slowly descended from mid-air, his eyes suddenly widening. In front of him, mountains soared high with a majestic fortress erected at mid-mountain. Not far away, a gorge ran straight to the end of the horizon, within which lightning and fire interwove, bursting continuously. This place, he hadn't taken a wrong turn, had he? Kie glanced at the panel. The information displayed that he had already arrived near Tianyuan territory, no mistake. Swoosh! An arrow broke the sound barrier, vanishing into the depths of the sky. Kie looked afar and saw, kilometers away, monsters being penetrated by arrows, dropping dead one after another, including 4 order monsters. Is this really Tianyuan territory? Kie fell into thought. Kie, as a mysterious merchant, had visited all kinds of domains. His knowledge might not have been unparalleled, but it was certainly far superior to that of the vast majority of lords in the Eternal World. During his last visit, he had only caught a glimpse of a corner of the Tianyuan territory, but he had still deduced that it was just a small domain. A town-level domain. Of course, the fact that such a low-level domain could offer up a considerable fortune only highlighted the potential of the Tianyuan territory. Kie took a gamble, but now, he was a bit confused. The only thing he could confirm was that this place was indeed part of the Tianyuan territory. One of them, at least. Kie, leading his sheep like pack animals, hurried towards Wolfhead Mountain. Mu Yuan had not expected that the mysterious merchant would appear not outside the domain, but around Wolfhead Mountain. In a conceptual sense, indeed. As long as lookout towers and other pioneering structures were established, spreading the territory, then this place would be his domain. The appearance of the mysterious merchant at Wolfhead Mountain seemed quite fitting to him. There were no secrets on Wolfhead Mountain. He directly ordered his men to lead the mysterious merchant up the mountain, to the place where the 2 legendary races had been entertained last time. "Oh, my friend, we meet again." Kie removed his felt hat and smiled broadly. On his way here, he had already witnessed the full view of Wolfhead Mountain. High-level lookout towers, large thunder magnetic coil towers, and hundreds of defensive structures and fortifications lined up in rows, showcasing the Tianyuan territory's formidable defensive capabilities. He had been uneasy before, worried that the Tianyuan territory was too weak, that it might not withstand a sudden crisis and could face destruction, becoming nothing but smoke and dust of the past. This wasn't groundless anxiety. A colleague of his had suffered a similar fate. One unfortunate colleague had bet their promotion and salary increase on a Greenhand domain brimming with potential. But on the 3rd visit to the domain, all that was left was a wasteland. Small domains are indeed fragile. and the eternal world has always been riddled with natural disasters and calamities. The fact that the Tianyuan territory can build such a massive fortress is evident of its strength, remarked Kie. This place also possesses a combination of large thunder magnetic coil towers and many small thunder towers. Kie had sharp eyes and recognized them immediately. With such a set of combination moves, the Tianyuan territory, even if it faced an assault by a legendary realm monster, would have the strength to fend it off. This alone meant that the Tianyuan territory's capacity to defend against dangerous calamities far exceeded that of many large city-level domains. He could no longer say that the Tianyuan territory had weak risk resistance. Not weak anymore, in fact. Of course, even if it were a city-level domain or a large city-level domain, the possibility of ruin still existed. No lord would dare claim invincibility, they still faced risks. A large city-level domain could collapse if targeted by a monster overlord and besieged by a dozen or more legendary monsters. But the Tianyuan territory was just a green-hand small domain, it wouldn't so quickly face the force of an overlord-level power. The Tianyuan territory was very stable, Kie had bet correctly. After exchanging a few greetings, Kie began to unfold one by one the shelves hanging from the sheep-like pack animals, each of the shelves folded through space. He knew full well that Lord Tianyuan was eager to see the goods, and he, Kie, was just as eager to advance and couldn't wait to improve his performance. They were in perfect accord. On the shelves, each item shimmered with the luster of treasures, splendid and enticing. Mu Yuan looked over each one. Compared to the last time, the mysterious merchant seemed to have brought even more goods. The most eye-catching item on display was the miracle blueprint, energy well, that he had previously reserved. The Tianyuan territory already had an energy well, but he did not mind building another one. The Staff of Divine Right was a massive energy consumer, as were the other defense structures. Purchasing another set of energy well blueprints was the same as reducing the domain's energy consumption, lowering the use of soul crystals, resulting in reduced expenses, which is tantamount to making money. Therefore, spending money was equivalent to earning money. Friend, take a look at shelf number 4. Here you have the speed guidance landmarks you wanted, 2 rare and 1 excellent. Miracle blueprints, speed guidance landmark excellence. Description: a high-efficiency speed guidance landmark that can guide refugees more quickly from all over the eternal world and from various shattered worlds, and it also has the probability of attracting high-level talents. This speed guidance landmark was not one of the goods Mu Yuan had reserved. Reserved items come at a premium when purchased, and his need for speed guidance landmarks was not yet an urgent matter. It was a random stroke of luck. By now, he had learned that the mysterious merchant had a set of rules for selling goods. Mysterious merchants do not choose the goods themselves to sell to the lords of different lands. They have some authority, but often, what items they can carry are determined by random rules. Besides this item, Kie introduced another, which Mu Yuan found very appealing. Miracle blueprints, Great Thunder Magnetic Coiling Tower, excellence. Mu Yuan was indeed satisfied. A combination of the Great Thunder Magnetic Coiling Tower and the Small Thunder Magnetic Charging Tower could threaten the legendary realm. One more Great Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower meant that he had another strong card in his hand to deal with legendary creatures. After earmarking the 3 excellent blueprints for the Great Thunder Magnetic Tower, Energy Well, and Speed Guidance Landmark Excellence, as well as several other rare blueprints and items, Mu Yuan waited for Kie, the mysterious merchant, to name his price. The pricing method remained the same as last time, valued in terms of rare items. But as expected, items like the Bone of Grey Silence and Feather of Wind King, which he had provided last time, no longer held as much value on the scales of equivalence. Mu Yuan had anticipated this. Otherwise, during his last transaction with the mysterious merchant, he would have cleared out the entire shelf, rather than forcefully restraining himself from the greed of continued freeloading due to his firm will. Thanks to not overspending last time, I can still take out 6 or 7 kinds of epic byproducts that haven't been priced yet, and I still have plenty of money on hand, he said. Besides, even the materials like the Feather of Wind King that were priced last time aren't worthless now, they can still make up quite a number of equivalent points. Trading with these materials is still much more cost-effective than investing other treasures. It was for this reason that Mu Yuan dared to indulge in such extravagant spending. Otherwise, he would at most only buy essentials, like the energy well, the Great Thunder Magnetic Tower, or the Speed Guidance Landmark. It seems that these few essentials have taken up the majority of this purchase. Mu Yuan asked Duo Lai to quickly make a trip to the Tianyuan territory and bring the transaction payment. Soon, money exchanged hands, and the first batch of transactions was completed. Mu Yuan continued browsing through the merchandise. Still relying on his strong willpower, he restrained the desire to buy, and merely picked out another dozen items. These included a superior grade 2-star remnant soul of the power type, a batch of precious crop seeds, 2 soldier recruitment order tokens, a collection of cultivation items including the remnants of a baptism, and so on. Suddenly, Mu Yuan stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on an item that looked rather ordinary and wasn't priced high, a superior grade tool. Refugee recruitment coupon, superior grade, description. Using this item allows one to recruit a large number of refugees within a short time. The specific number of refugees and talents that can be recruited depends on the number and grade of guiding landmarks your miracle territory possesses. Note: after using the refugee recruitment coupon, the number of refugees that can be naturally recruited by the territory will significantly decrease for a period of time. This is why the refugee recruitment coupon, despite being a superior grade item, is priced only a little higher than rare treasures. It has side effects. It equates to overextending the potential for recruiting refugees in the territory for a period of time in the future. Of course, it certainly isn't overextending everything. But lords generally have no great need for the number of territory citizens. Most of the time, old lords even find too many destitute refugees attracted to their territories bothersome, and few would complain about having too few refugees. The only exception: Mu Yuan thinks there are too few. He was too eager to progress. As long as the territory was promoted, the lord's power could be upgraded. There was also a chance for Evo power to be upgraded. The large thunder magnetic coiled towers could break through level 5, gaining more terrifying destructive power. Lulu and other officers could also receive a baptism from heaven and earth, ascending to the 4th order peak. Advancing to level 5 was crucial, and overextending the potential to recruit refugees for a while wasn't an issue at all. Especially when his Tianyuan territory was under the oppression of the monster overlord. There were a total of 3 refugee recruitment coupons on the shelf. Mu Yuan didn't buy them immediately. He had never heard of such items and lacked specific historical usage data. So, he asked the mysterious merchant Kie for detailed product information. Facing a big customer like Tianyuan, Kie naturally didn't hide anything and wouldn't just push sales for the sake of performance. The lower limit for this recruitment coupon is 300 and the upper limit. For every ordinary level guiding landmark, 100 more people could be recruited. For every rare level guiding landmark, over 300 more people could be recruited. For every superior grade guiding landmark, over 1,000 more people could be recruited. And, currently, he owned 2 superior grade landmarks, 5 rare level landmarks, and ordinary level landmarks. He'll take a gamble. Mu Yuan purchased all 3 recruitment coupons. He acquired the opportunity to promote his territory to level 5, along with a host of much-needed treasures. The mysterious merchant Kie got a significant amount of performance, and everyone had a bright future ahead. Before long, the mysterious merchant left, his figure disappearing amidst the vast fog. Mu Yuan stared at the treasures in his hand, beginning to plan. He wasn't going to just slap down the 3 refugee recruitment coupons and be done with it. The current gap in the number of territory citizens is over 14,000. If things go well, using all 3 coupons should cover this gap, but having over 10,000 refugees flood in a short time will have a tremendous impact on the territory. If not managed properly, it could lead to major chaos. The current volume of his Tianyuan territory was also just over 10,000 territory citizens. Fortunately, the number of soldiers in his territory outnumbered the territory's citizens. He currently had over 2,600 elites who had awakened their self-consciousness. Among them, the minor elites who were not part of the main forces were now undertaking patrol duties within the territory. Many of the older territory citizens could also be called upon to form temporary patrol teams and guiding teams. However, aside from management, the food and accommodation issues for the newly recruited territory citizens also needed to be properly arranged. Territory City Lord's Mansion. Dressed in professional attire, Isloa Persona secretary, holding a work notebook, said, "Thanks to our continuous expansion of the territory, we currently have vacant residences that can accommodate more than 4,000 territory citizens. More than 4,000 is quite a bit less than more than 10,000, but our Tianyuan territory's accommodation standards are always high. If we squeeze a little, our currently vacant residences can accommodate more than 13,000 people. After that, if we construct some temporary housing, we will be able to meet the housing needs of the new territory citizens. As for food, we have a large reserve, and even if the population of territory citizens doubled, there would be no pressure. This is also related to the fact that we have not sold any food outside after the territory migration. After all, there was nowhere to sell it, and in their Tianyuan territory, thanks to the presence of nature spirits and flower fairies, they were streets ahead of other territories in terms of crop cultivation. Food and shelter were not problems, it was clothing and daily necessities that the territory reserves were lacking. Although Mu Yuan did advocate the 996 work ethic, he did not intend to let his territory citizens live in slum-like conditions. Isloa felt the same. Otherwise, why would standard accommodations for 4,000 people, if squeezed a bit, not be able to accommodate 13,000 people? Accommodating 40,000 wouldn't be a problem either. Since they were his territory citizens, he had to take full responsibility. This was the basic integrity of a lord. Indeed, I am too kind-hearted, he said to himself. Mu Yuan quickly delegated the various tasks. He went to the secret realm, spending a large sum of money to purchase a wealth of basic daily necessities. Lulu got to work selecting a group of strong men who were loyal and reliable, and of a certain level, from among the territory citizens, to form a public security corps. He also started to gradually set up guiding bases a few kilometers outside the territory. Isloa was drafting expansion plans. Isloa was setting up a new citizen registration department. Isloa was making financial estimates. Isloa was. Dead Bone took full responsibility for external wars, to ensure that everything could proceed smoothly during the great recruitment of refugees. There were no major problems with the big recruitment, but minor issues kept arising. Mu Yuan constantly traveled back and forth to the secret realm, purchasing various types of basic materials, as well as primary and auxiliary materials needed for the construction of miracle buildings. After 2 days, the treasury of Tianyuan territory had significantly depleted. "That should be about enough," he said. "We don't have too much time to prepare at a leisurely pace," he said. Mu Yuan used the first refugee recruitment coupon. Buzz. Reminder. You are using a refugee recruitment coupon, superior grade. In the next 24 hours, a large number of refugees will be guided here. Reminder. As the reminder sound ended, the guiding landmarks standing within and outside the territory walls began to emanate invisible, intangible, and undetectable ripples of laws. In an instant, they pierced through the world and the universe. The next moment, at a certain location outside Tianyuan territory, thick white mist surged, and after several seconds, more than a dozen disheveled refugees with yellowed faces appeared as the mist gradually dispersed. Confusion and astonishment were clearly visible on their faces. Attention to the 26th Guiding Squad. Attention to the 26th Guiding Squad. Please immediately proceed to the coordinates, XX, XX, to guide the refugees. From the command center, Lulu overlooked the entire territory through Hero's vision, directing operations in an orderly manner. But this guiding team had just set out when new batches of white mist began to rise in the southern, western, southwestern parts of the territory. Soon, groups of refugees, ranging from a dozen to several dozen in number, appeared one after another. The vast majority of the refugees were ordinary, without any special skills or attributes. Using tiers as a measure, they were below ordinary level. But not all ordinary refugees were ragged and skinny. They came from different places around the world, with different pasts. They might have been displaced and wandering in the past. Now, following an unseen cosmic guidance through the fog, they arrived at their new home. It was the longing for a stable life deep in their hearts that led them here. Among the more than 10,000 territory citizens, approximately, a few SR and SSR talents should emerge, right? Mu Yuan speculated. Outside the Tianyuan territory, wave after wave of refugees appeared, their arrival so forceful that even the well-prepared Tianyuan division was caught somewhat off guard. However, unlike before, not even a single roaming wild monster could be seen around the Tianyuan territory. The newly arrived refugees no longer had to face threats from wild monsters. Otherwise, with the refugees emerging too rapidly and their positions fairly random, the guiding teams and patrol teams might not have been able to protect them. The main locations where refugees are emerging are still in the southern part of the territory, someone said. However, perhaps due to the excessive number of refugees, 3 groups have also appeared in the north. Based on the current situation, we need to send more help to the northern area, another added. In the past, the vast majority of refugees appeared in the south. That's because all the guiding landmarks of his Tianyuan territory were erected in the south. The living and working areas for territory citizens were also located in the southern part of the territory. The core area and the eastern, western, and northern regions were restricted zones, accessible only to a very small number of powerful and trusted territory citizens. Now, refugees appearing in the eastern, western, and northern regions of the territory would eventually be guided to the entrance of South City. Spanning several kilometers from North City to South City, and considering that the vast majority of refugees were ordinary people, some of whom were pale and malnourished, unable to walk such distances, Mu Yuan had long since established temporary stations in various areas. The vehicles were alchemic creations, designed by Isloa and built by Master Li. The technical content of these trial-run transport vehicles was not high and they couldn't travel long distances, only operating on the smooth, constructed roads within the territory. The transport vehicles were not hastily made. Mu Yuan had always planned to implement a public transport system within the territory. As the Tianyuan territory continued to expand with new areas being developed, some form of transportation was needed for people's use. This batch of transport vehicles represented the trial-run public buses. Isloa would make improvements based on trial usage, introducing second and third generation models. Time slowly passed. The surge of refugees began to slow down. The various teams responsible for guiding the refugees were gaining experience and handling things more adeptly. At the entrance of the South City Gate in Tianyuan territory, the place had already gathered an increasing number of people, including refugees from all over the world and old Tianyuan residents bustling about tirelessly. Welcome to Tianyuan territory. From now on, you will all begin a new life here. Here, no one will be oppressed. Everyone can have enough food and warm clothing, and you won't have to worry about the threat of monsters. Of course, this is on the condition that we all adhere to the laws of the territory, a municipal hall official said, repeating the speech over and over to calm some of the refugees' confusion and fear. Let's work together to build a better tomorrow, the official concluded. When the refugees followed the heavenly guidance and arrived here through the mist, they also heard the mystical hints from heaven and earth. However, not all refugees understood what miracle territory, or guidance, meant. For some, the sudden alterations in their situation caused utter astonishment and helplessness. But since they had ended up here and were guided by the heavens and earth, it indicated that their circumstances were dire, and in their hearts, they longed for a secure home. They were confused, bewildered, panicked, but seeing others of their kind and the steamy hot soup and porridge at a distance, the unease in their hearts dissipated a lot. Those in need of food, please queue up for your share, 1 per person. I'll repeat, queue in an orderly fashion. Anyone who disrupts the order will lose certain privileges, be sent to jail, and in severe cases. The speaker, who was a captain from the defensive troops, declared. His voice was loud, effortlessly reaching hundreds of meters around. He thrust the heavy halberd in his hand into the ground as if piercing tofu, easily burying it in the soil. This captain was a halberd guard, specifically chosen by Lu Lu for his particularly fierce and intimidating appearance among the mid-tier and senior officers. Lu Lu initially wanted to invite a Rakshasa to be this deterrent. A Rakshasa was someone whose mere face could make a child burst into tears. But Lu Lu reconsidered. Someone too menacing could easily crush the already unstable spirits of the refugees. Moreover, using such a strong figure as a gatekeeper was an overuse of talent. The captain, Li Gui, with his bell-sized eyes, swept his fierce gaze around, causing some of the refugees who had thought about taking advantage in the chaos to stiffen, stricken with fear. There were simply too many refugees to expect everyone to have lofty morals like Mr. Mew and voluntarily follow the rules. Especially since many of the refugees were hungry and food was right in front of them. Once the scene became chaotic, it could become very difficult for the patrol teams to control, and at the very least, incidents of bloodshed would be inevitable. These were his Peru, and Mu Yuan cherished them deeply. However, with the base of refugees so large, there were always some who acted foolishly. I am a baron. Is this how you treat a noble baron? To think you would make me a baron? Stay with these lowly commoners, outrageous. Where is your lord? Hurry up and bring your lord to see me, a portly man exclaimed. He was disheveled and his robe was covered in twigs and leaves, but the fabric's fine quality was still discernible. His claim of being a baron was probably not false. But what of it, if he were a baron? Viscounts, marquises, and dukes receive the same treatment here. In Tianyuan territory citizens, regardless of past identities, must rely on their own abilities to strive for better treatment. And this middle-aged man who calls himself a baron has only a white-tier attribute, not even qualifying as an SR talent. Of course, even if this person were talented, Mu Yuan had no intention of employing him. A flawed character and insufficient loyalty mean the higher the position, the more trouble he may cause. A baron from a fallen minor nation was dragged away, facing a life as a miner. Sewing machines? No chance, that's a quality profession. Such minor incidents were few and didn't stir up the slightest ripple. The work of accepting refugees proceeded methodically. City Lord's Mansion. Mu Yuan opened the panel, scrolling through batches of information on newly accepted territory citizens. When refugees were recruited, their statuses transitioned from refugees to Tianyuan territory citizens, making their information accessible. However, the majority of the refugees' information was very basic, with just a name and their gender, male or female. These are the common territory citizens. A few citizens have some simple white-tier attributes. Herb identification, leatherworking, hunter, brewing, lockpicking proficient, corpse stitcher, and so on. These are ordinary talents, possessing vocational skills in a certain area or some natural advantages, such as innate strength or swimming ability. Some refugees arrived with professional ranks like spearman or archer, which also placed them among ordinary talents. Lord Shepherd naturally valued the former more. Crafts such as brewing or herb identification could be acquired through learning, but it required a learning process. They couldn't compare to technical talents who could start working immediately. Moreover, ordinary people who wanted to learn still needed teachers skilled in the relevant crafts. Ordinary talents were not few in number, they were the foundation of a territory's management and construction. In contrast to ordinary talents, SR talents were much rarer. Half a day had passed, and Mu Yuan had only encountered 4. Herb expert, pharmacist, forging proficient, alchemist, senior forging master. These talents possessed green-tier attributes, indicating they had high proficiency in a certain field or had entered a profession involving supernatural elements. These talents were already industry leaders in small territories, capable of forming and leading a team. But they were few in number. First, reaching a high level in any field was challenging, and such high-level talents were rare. Second, people at this level of talent often had fairly high status and were not so easily reduced to refugees. Finding high-level talents among refugees was naturally difficult. SSR talents were those with blue-tier technical attributes or blue-tier talents and superior-grade professional ranks. These were the top talents that could possibly emerge in the recruitment of refugees. Purple tier attributes? They did exist but would not be found among refugees. Lords couldn't recruit purple tier individuals even at the festival grounds, let alone during the recruitment of refugees. However, as half a day went by, not a single SSR talent had turned up. Mu Yuan wasn't too surprised. When Master Li first came to Tianyuan territory, he was just an SR talent, at most distinguished by his higher aptitude within the SR rank. After years of constant toil and year-round work, Master Li's forging skills had improved significantly. In terms of technique, he could be considered SSR level. Top talents with blue-tier technical attributes were, perhaps, even rarer than superior troops. The first 24 hours passed quickly. Minor battles erupted occasionally to the north of Wolf Head Mountain, and the Seoul Sand Mine base faced one monster-tide assault. It was lively outside. But Tianyuan territory and the surrounding area for miles were enveloped in the night-hidden starry sky array. It was quiet, peaceful, and harmonious here. Not a single monster hair in sight. For the moment, at least. A whole day has passed, and a total of 6,322 refugees have been received, which is excellent. Mu Yuan was very satisfied. This meant that the territory's promotion was soon to come. As the first refugee recruitment coupon came to an end, Mu Yuan immediately started using the second one. He did not use all three at the same time, fearing that their effects might not stack. Even if they did, an influx of too many refugees at once could lead to insufficient manpower. Teams took turns working around the clock so refugee acceptance continued non-stop. Amidst all the hustle and bustle, the second 24 hours flew by. This time, only 4,986 refugees were received. It seems the effect of the refugee recruitment coupon has significantly declined. But, he glanced at the panel count, this should be enough, right? Please don't let me fall a few hundred people short in the end. He continued to use the third refugee recruitment coupon. Sunset, sunrise. As dawn arrived, the flow of refugees seemed to increase significantly, and a long line formed outside the South City Gate, bustling with excitement. In the distance, refugees approached slowly, gathering like grains of sand into a long river. Suddenly, some refugees ran to one side in terror, trembling and not daring to take another look at the main road. Is there a monster? Lulu, who had been monitoring the area without sleep for the past 3 days and 2 nights, noticed the situation here immediately. He cast a glance in their direction, and looked away again. It wasn't a monster, and no one was causing trouble. The new arrival just looked a bit more fierce and intimidating. However, one still needed to be somewhat cautious. On the broad dirt road, several figures strode forward from a distance. Their appearances were striking. There was a towering, muscular man over 3 meters tall, suspected of having giant bloodlines. There was another who was less than 1 meter tall, suspected of having dwarven ancestry. And there were others with fierce faces, swaying large tails, suspected of having lizard man or dragon bloodlines in their veins. Each one looked ferocious, with patches of blue and red blood staining their bodies. The leader of the group seemed to be an old man, his face showing signs of age but his build just as robust. His face was adorned with scattered scales, making him look even more ferocious. Behind the elder, he carried a huge iron pot nearly as tall as a person. He walked step by step toward the city gates, leaving behind a series of clear footprints on the dirt road. Monster Chef Peyotu. He was a chef committed to creating a path in monster cuisine, and for decades he had been studying monster recipes with a few like-minded companions. They had been to many places and encountered various fresh monsters. Little giants, dwarfs, lizard men, including himself, they were all pure humans. Only they had each undergone some mutations early on in their culinary research due to insufficient skills. But that was no hindrance. For pioneers, some sacrifices were always necessary. This was also a badge of honor for their culinary path. Elder, this territory seems quite populous. Shall we pledge our service to its lord? The dwarf asked. Let's observe a bit longer, Elder Peyotu replied. They were not ordinary, destitute refugees. They even had the capability to survive in the wilderness for extended periods. Naturally, they would not simply offer their services to any lord. They possessed the rights to choose or refuse. Ordinary refugees would beg lords for protection, but they were different. They were esteemed guests in any territory they visited, and oftentimes it was the lords who implored them to stay. Only, Paotu's standards were high. It was not enough for a territory to be prosperous and grand for him to decide to stay. Sure, he hoped to live a more stable life, but the condition was that there needed to be a platform for him to realize his grand plans. 6 months ago, following the guide, they passed through a city-level territory. The lord's offer at the time was not bad, but unfortunately, the ingredients that could be provided were all ordinary. Cooking ordinary ingredients is utterly uninteresting. Monsters may be polluted, but extracting that bit of purity from the filth is the essence of culinary art. Only then can one create the most delicious food. What a pity, the vast majority of lords do not understand. HMPH, such ignorance. The way of monster cuisine was not spreading as he wished, which caused significant distress in his heart. Paotu and his colleagues soon arrived at the city gates. His gaze swept over the registration booths, the talent submission windows, and several other points of interest. Naturally, they did not queue up in the area for food relief. As strong characters who could survive in the deepest wilderness and forage wherever they liked, they never went hungry and had no desire for soulless basic food like porridge or bread. First, register, take a look inside the city, and then decide on the next steps. Thus, several fierce-looking burly men quietly lined up. They were well disciplined, but the refugees in front of them felt uneasy, as if targeted by some ferocious behemoth. They made way, not wanting to cut in line. Lulu walked over. Based solely on looks, these few individuals were at least SR-grade talents. Moreover, they were all elites above the second order. The leading elder had even stepped into the four-order realm. As a wild monster chef of the leading realm, the burly elder's grade was definitely at the superior grade, and very likely at a high star within it. He was a strong individual, however, a mere four-order was nothing in the Tianyuan territory. With Lulu stationed at the southern city gate and several Arrow of Polar Star watching over, there was no significant threat. The surrounding senior team captains also possessed four-order combat power. Because they were strong enough, the Tianyuan territory didn't need to guard deliberately against newcomers, a bit more vigilance was sufficient. At this moment, Elder Paotu and the other travelers had not yet pledged loyalty, so Lulu, as a hero, couldn't see their information. But after a brief exchange, Lulu understood the professions of Elder Paotu and his companions. So you are chefs, our territory indeed lacks high-level chefs. Not ordinary chefs, monster chefs. If you can provide some monster ingredients, I can show my skills on the spot. Whether I stay or leave, I'll prepare a feast for you with special effects from monster cuisine. This was his capability. The food he prepared was not only delicious but also had miraculous effects. It wasn't just common effects like energy recovery gain, strength boost, or spirit boost, but rather more special ones. Lizard Man Bloodline +1, Blood Elf Bloodline +1. Rock Element Affinity +1, Enlightenment of Strike. And other unique effects like these. Only with unique monster ingredients could these miraculous effects be achieved. Such is the greatness of the way of monster cuisine. Elder Paotu had thought that even if the lord of this land agreed, going out to find and hunt monsters, then packing and bringing back the ingredients, would take a lot of time. However, monster ingredients, you say? That's not difficult. Lulu took Elder Paotu and his companions to a nearby camp kitchen and had someone haul 2 carts of ingredients from the city's high-level warehouse. These ingredients, without exception, were not artificially bred livestock, but rather grotesque-looking, diverse in form, yet meticulously packaged and preserved monster ingredients. Toxic iron-armored scorpion, blue-silver tyrant dragon, red flame rock-covered creature, hiss. Elder Paotu swallowed his saliva. They may have managed to survive in the wild, but with their capabilities, hunting high-grade monster ingredients was not that easy. He could win the fights, but he also had to find and catch the prey. The territory he yearned for was one that could provide a variety of high-level ingredients. And the Tianyuan territory before his eyes. It's one thing to have a tyrant dragon, But to think they also have a stock of rock-armored beasts and toxic scorpions, clearly. The lord of this land also favored monster cuisine. Elder Peyotu felt as if he had met a kindred spirit, realizing that he was not alone in the path of monster cooking. Thinking of this, tears of relief streamed down from the corner of his mouth. Lulu was not a close friend of Master Peyotu. He usually wouldn't eat monster ingredients. With no shortage of normal food in Tianyuan territory, why would any respectable person study such bizarre ingredients? But after witnessing Master Peyotu's meticulous and pleasing ingredient processing procedure, Lulu had to admit that the man before him was quite skilled. Even if he couldn't understand or hear it, the vast majority of monsters are born from filth, and most parts of their bodies are inedible. Only a few parts can be transformed into real ingredients after going through the correct, appropriate, and special processing. And what if the ingredient processing is improper? At best, it leads to contamination and mutation. At worst, it results in death. Although Master Peyotu advocated for the way of monster delicacies, he never ignored the associated risks. But it was precisely because of the accompanying risks that the essence of the ingredients was exceptionally delicious. Master Peyotu took out a kitchen knife as tall as a person, his knife danced and glittered, and he began to dismember the giant scorpion in front of him that was as big as an armored car. This toxic iron-armored scorpion looks terrifying, and it truly is, as the fierce poison inside its body could easily bring down a 4-order leader. Hence, the processing of such ingredients must be handled with extreme care. Generally speaking, from 3 tons of scorpion pincers, you could only extract less than 3 pounds of the real essence. Master Peyotu had barely finished speaking when he caught sight of a blue-haired girl who had appeared by his side at some point. The blue-haired girl was a bit chubby, looking harmless to humans and animals alike. However, she was holding a scorpion leg that had been sliced off. The girl brought the scorpion leg to her mouth, opened her small mouth which seemed not too large, and with a crunch, bit into the scorpion leg greater than a horse-cutting knife, leaving a crescent-shaped bite mark. These teeth were simply sharper than rare weapons. Wait a minute. This is the leg of a toxic iron-armored scorpion. Master Peyotu had been in the business for decades and had never encountered such a severe accident. Swallowing a toxic iron-armored scorpion alive could result in instant death. Even legendary beings would likely suffer from vomiting and diarrhea, looking wan and listless. Duo Lai's complexion was rosy. In the blink of an eye, Duo Lai had crunched through a large scorpion leg. Duo Lai wiped her mouth. This kind of snack never gets old, no matter how many times you eat it. Master Peyotu looked at the giant scorpion in front of him and began to ponder. Boom! The little giant assistant who had taken a bite of the raw scorpion leg at his side, his face turned purplish, his whole body stiffened and trembled twice, and then he collapsed to the ground with a thud. This is our territory's foodie, Duo Lai, Lulu introduced. Master Peyotu's understanding and experience of monster cooking were far beyond what Duo Lai could compare to. What Duo Lai excelled in was merely the knack for cooking. Her treatment of ingredients was very simple. Of course, many high-end ingredients only need simple preparation. To Duo Lai, issues such as toxin removal and purification from filth were unimportant, as she could absorb anything in one gulp. For Master Peyotu, Duo Lai's recognition of various monster ingredients, their shapes, tastes, nutritional values, evaluations, were astonishingly impressive. Master Peyotu was passionate about developing a variety of new monster ingredients. However, this was not an easy process. Monsters often mutated, and determining which part of their body had the potential for development and what kind of process was needed to eliminate impurities, Master Peyotu had to spend a long time researching and experimenting. The scales on his face, the stains on his hands, and the specks of blood red in his eyes were all the traumas of contamination accumulated during the process of discovering new ingredients. This was unavoidable. Even so, to date, Master Peyotu had only developed over 300 monster recipes. For Duo Lai's descriptions, he even found that there were parts of monsters he had originally thought to be worthless that still had the potential to be processed into high-end ingredients. My vision is still too narrow. He looked at Duo Lai. Master Duo Lai, if your lord would not mind, we would like to offer our services. Hint. You have recruited special territory members, Monster Chef Peyotu, Big Stomach, Xiao Cheng. Peyotu was a high-ranking 4-order level 3 expert with a quality of excellence 2-star level. Even in the Tianyuan territory, Peyotu's combat power could rank among the top 100. Peyotu had several special skill entries. Master-level culinary skills, Light Blue, Monster Chef, Deep Blue, Advanced Hunting, Green, Outdoor Survival, Green. Peyotu obviously possessed normal culinary skills, and they were quite high. However, the culinary skills of the mundane world could only cook delicious dishes and didn't have the effect of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary, therefore the rating is not too high. And Monster Chef, roughly, is like the professions of pharmacist, forging master, enchanter, alchemist, involving supernatural elements. Peyotu is the spirit chef of the culinary world, only specialized in monster cooking, and he is particularly skilled and insightful in this field. Niu Yuan could understand. He was not averse to monster ingredients either. He was from Zan country. People from Zan country Baiyun state even claim that anything can be food. He had also tasted some monster delicacies before, of course, mostly earth rock dragon, fierce flame-flying dragon, crazy lightning double-headed bull, those that looked drool-worthy. These ingredient class monsters had also made it onto Tai Zan's list of edible monsters early on. Their juices were succulent, a vast majority of their body parts were edible, and they were not difficult to process. Niu Yuan's earlier feast of Earth Rock Dragon was based on the methods from the Tai Zan cookbook. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare eat just anything. Well, maybe he would. The over 300 recipes that Master Peyotu developed were quite different. These recipes were all targeted at non-food ingredient monsters. He had classified food ingredient monsters as standard ingredients. Myriad poison salad, green, fight poison with poison. The more poison, the less poisonous it becomes. Consuming this dish can permanently enhance an individual's resistance to toxins. Gazing at the abyss, green, the abyss gazes into you as you gaze into it. Consuming this dish can permanently enhance spiritual power. Mercury bug egg soup, lava eruption soup, eyeball platter. Each dish could be called a work of art. They also had quite artistic dish names. Niu Yuan. But to be fair, these dishes sound and look a bit unsettling, but the taste is quite good. Even setting aside the taste, the permanent enhancements to spiritual power, toxin resistance, and other effects were enough to make people eagerly seek them out. Potions that can permanently enhance certain metrics are already quite rare. Wealthy lords don't have the luxury to complain about the taste when consuming such potions. They're lucky to have them at all. Master Peyotu's dishes, in addition to being as potent as potions, also boast unique flavors. Niu Yuan could say that Master Peyotu's dishes tasted different from mainstream dishes, but it was undeniable that they were delicious. Master Peyotu's dishes, like potions, provide diminishing returns with increased consumption. A potion with a permanent enhancement effect shows significant results within the first 3 uses. Beyond that, its efficacy greatly diminishes, and after 10 times, imbibing more will have no effect unless the user has a devouring talent like Duo Lai. The monster dish effects are similar, with the best dietary effects occurring within the first 3 consumption of the same dish. But compared to potions, Master Peyotu's cooking has one advantage. Master Peyotu has a vast collection of recipes. Just for permanently enhancing spiritual power, he has 21 recipes on hand. Do the effects of the dishes diminish after eating too much? Just switch to a different monster ingredient? What eternal world has in abundance are the varieties of monsters. Now that the territory is open to Master Peyotu for supplying ingredients and experimental materials, and with Duo Lai, the extraordinary food connoisseur, Master Peyotu's development of new ingredients will surely far exceed the past. The recipe book looks promising. By the time night fell, the effects of the 3rd refugee recruitment coupon had finally worn off. Outside of the city, the mist and refugees ceased to appear, but inside the city, it was still bustling with activity. Over 10,000 refugees entered Tianyuan territory, bringing many challenges to its management. Lords like Lulu and officials found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Isloa also lacked experience in handling such situations. However, with her superior computing power and the multiple avatars capable of handling affairs independently, she managed to keep control of the situation. Lord Shepard oversaw the bigger picture, checking the information of each talent. It seemed like in the blink of an eye, daylight had come. They had not slept for 3 days and nights, but it was no concern. He still felt energetic and thought he could go a few more days without sleep if necessary. Territory population: 31,233 30,000. Ding. Prompt: Tianyuan territory has met all the requirements for promotion. Would you like to spend 500 units of soul crystal to initiate the promotion trial? Mu Yuan chose not to start immediately. Inside the territory, each commander, including himself, needed some rest. He felt energized and confident, but maintaining a top condition for the trial was a basic requirement of steady spirit. Let's rest for 4 hours. Can't rest completely though. Open up a practice room and replace sleep with silent meditation. Within the territory, all departments were still operating at full capacity. The newcomers who had just obtained Tianyuan territory citizen status had been assigned housing, received clothes, and been grouped into work teams, beginning their new lives and work under the guidance of the old citizens. They were moving into farms, ranches, mills, or into forging factories, alchemy workshops, canteens, and restaurants. The latter group often possessed skills, having performed excellently in earlier interviews. These workers going to various units were only a minority among the new citizens. The rest of the new citizens turned into brick-moving laborers, starting their work to build with grunts and groans. The vast majority of them were working hard because it was clear to them that the new houses being built would be their own homes. Why wouldn't they work hard when it was not for their lord's house but their own? Thanks to the busy work and physical exhaustion, conflicts among these newcomers were few. The few that did occur were quickly settled by the order-keeping team, with both verbal and physical mediation. 4 hours later, Mu Yuan awakened from his silent meditation. He opened his panel to take a look. Territory morale: 72.5%. Territory security index: 92.8%. These were the other two fundamental conditions for territory promotion, both requiring a score above 60% to satisfy. The morale index had inevitably dropped sharply with the influx of a large number of new citizens. This would need to increase slowly over time. The security index: Mu Yuan did not feel that Tianyuan territory was very safe. To the north, hundreds of kilometers away, skirmishes were still ongoing, and Tianyuan's elites were occasionally wounded. Southward, they were discovering more and more signs of active snake men. He felt that a crisis was looming right at his doorstep. But, perhaps in the eyes of the world's rules, the safety index of a fourth-level territory only measures the area within 100 kilometers, or even closer. Who would directly confront a monster overlord thousands of kilometers away from their fourth-level territory? 4 hours had passed, and generals such as Dead Bone, Rakshasa, Uda, and Hong Yi, who had been out and about, had successively returned. The advancement trial needed them. There's no time to lose. Let's get the advancement trial over with while the battle situation isn't so pressing, Mu Yuan said. He had already informed Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and the others about the preparations. At Wolfhead Mountain, at the Soul Sand Mine, at the territory's headquarters, the generals waited quietly. In the ears of the heroes, the sound of heaven's notification chimed. Ding! Notice. The Tianyuan territory advancement trial has begun, waiting for the Lord to select warriors. Mu Yuan's consciousness soared higher and higher, and everything in front of him whirled in a colorful chaos. With the aid of the powerful light of will, Mu Yuan did not lose focus. He could clearly feel that he was entering a profound and mysterious spacetime. Ding! The chime in his ear sounded again, like a grand bell. Notice. You have initiated the advancement trial. Notice. You have triggered a special event. The scale and difficulty of the current advancement trial have been upgraded. The reward for passing the trial has also been increased. A special event? There are upgrades in the scale of the territorial advancement trials? Mu Yuan was suddenly alert, coming back to his senses. In front of him was a spacious underground hall, with a door aglow with light slightly ajar, leading to the outside. On the floor of the hall, characters emerged one after another, forming hints from the rules. The trial has begun. This trial's mode, multiplayer. Background introduction. In the year 9366 of the Holy Radiance calendar, the foul red mist began to spread in the extreme north land. In the year 6371 of the Holy Radiance calendar, the affiliated country of the Bright Empire, the Pure White Kingdom, encountered the disaster of the Red Moon, and the Pure White Knights were driven back in defeat. The entire kingdom was on the brink of collapse. At the edge of annihilation, the Pure White citizens prayed to the gods, and amidst the severed divine connections, only heroic spirits from ancient times answered them. Trial task. Assist the Pure White Kingdom in resisting the disaster of the Red Moon. Duration, 10 days. Notice 1. Trialists' identities as heroic spirits from ancient times are reinforced by rules power and will not raise suspicion in native humans under historical projections. Notice 2. Lord may deploy 9 types of warriors or heroes to assist in completing the trial. Notice 3. Based on different performance in the trial, the trialists will receive different cosmic rewards, with only one highest level cosmic reward available. Notice 4. Please select the warriors to dispatch as soon as possible. The advancement trial is about to officially begin. Any delay will preclude further deployment of troops. Countdown. 60, 59, 58. A panel sprang up in front of him. He had only 9 slots for generals. Mu Yuan pondered for a moment. Dead Bone, Duo Lai were must choices. Others like Sophia, Lian Yu, and 17, who were not within the territory, had grayed out icons and could not be selected. Otherwise, Mu Yuan would have liked to call them over to ask about the situation. His gaze lingered briefly on Isloa, then moved away. Isloa is busy with work, and with the influx of new migrants, who knows what chaos might arise in the territory without her. So he decided not to summon this maiden. He had enough combat power without Isloa. Mu Yuan made his selections quickly, summoning the 9 generals. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Uta, Hong Yi, and others appeared in succession. Soon, the countdown reached 0. The space in front of him blurred slightly, and time seemed to start flowing from that moment on. In the empty hall, 6 huge, profound magic formations appeared consecutively. No, the formations had always been there. It was only at this moment that he truly set foot in this world. Mu Yuan and his company stood on one of the formations. And around them, several trial lords from different lands and nations appeared at the same time. To the left, a dazzling light bloomed. A golden-haired youth in glorious armor stood with his arms crossed. Behind him, a pair of shimmering gold and white wings unfolded. This was an angel. In epic life, a dual-wing angel. To the side, several trial lords suddenly widened their eyes. Mu Yuan squinted, observing his surroundings. He was slightly surprised when he noticed the dual-wing angel. Not by the angel's position, but rather, the identity that the angel represented. Angels were different from giant dragons. The lords of the 7 great nations, as well as several native powerful nations, all had a chance to recruit epic giant dragons. Even small nation lords without a nationality could possibly recruit a dragon if they were lucky. But angels, in the entire eternal world, there was only one power that could possess them. That was the Holy Griffin Empire, the current strongest power on the eternal continent, which claimed to be the successor to the Bright Empire. Within the Holy Griffin Empire, usually only the royal family or greatly favored nobles were qualified to be granted an angel. This was not only a symbol of strength but also of identity and status. All of the above was what Mu Yuan had read in books. He had never even left the Tai Zan Alliance or the Twilight Plains territory, let alone visited the Holy Griffin Empire deep in the continent's heartland. The lord from the Holy Griffin Empire was a young man with luminous golden short hair. Although younger looking than the angel, the aura of sanctity that spread from him was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the angel. To be precise, that divine and noble great force emanated from the divine armor worn by the Lord of the Holy Griffin. He made no attempt to conceal his divine armor. The bright golden halo spread in ripples, its edges adorned with streaks and wisps of lightning, exceptionally flamboyant. Mu Yuan identified at a glance. This was a rich, top-tier second-generation heir. Aside from him and the Griffin's second generation, there were 4 other trial lords. To the left in the first position was a young man wearing round-framed glasses and a plain-colored mage robe. He exuded an aura of cultured amiability. Several commanders accompanied him, none sporting conspicuous features like the angel, so their details remained unclear for the moment. To the left in the second position, Mu Yuan took a second look. This was a young female lord, clad in what seemed like flimsy black body armor. Her legs were fair and slender but outlined with clearly defined muscles, robust and powerful. Of course, Mu Yuan's focus was not there but on the swaying cattail and cat ears of the lord. This was a cat-person race lord. Mu Yuan made such a guess because the commanders that followed the Catwoman lord also had distinct cat ears. She was a true Catwoman, not a human with Catwoman lineage. To the right in the first position was a man wearing a black trench coat and a magician's top hat. His face seemed coated in a layer of gray and was indistinct. The commanders who followed him were all cloaked in black, hoods drawn, giving off a mysterious vibe. The last trial lord was completely enveloped in thick silver armor, even the eyes invisible. The armor was incredibly tall, over 3 meters, making the silver armor lord stand out like a small giant among chickens. 6 people, some cautious, some confident, some bewildered. What's going on? Isn't this just a trial of promotion? Why is there a special event? The trial was supposed to be a sure thing. It won't turn into a big problem, will it? The Catwoman thought this, her ears drooping. Not far away, the expression of the trial lord from the Holy Griffin Empire was the exact opposite. The young man with golden hair couldn't help but smile, his lips turning upwards. Promotion trial. Ha ha ha, even I, the prince, have stumbled upon such an opportunity. It shows that destiny is on my side. He seemed to be very clear about the situation of the trial. By his side, the young man with round glasses recognized the identity of this trial lord from the Holy Empire, His Highness the Golden Lion Prince. I am Duke from the Star Luo Holy Palace. He paused and asked, do you perhaps know the workings of this matter? Could you enlighten us fools? Mu Yuan looked over, not surprised. After all, the identity of a prince from the Holy Griffin Empire far surpassed theirs. This was truly a top-tier second-generation heir. Within the entire eternal world, the most top-tier of second generations. To the likes of Wangba and Lu Miamu, the top second-generation figures of Taizan, they might just appear as rural commoners in his eyes, not at all comparable. The Golden Lion Prince relished the feeling of reverence. He lifted his chin slightly and said, since you have asked so earnestly, I shall give you a slight hint. During the promotion trial, there is a very low probability of encountering a historical trial. The reason for its scarce appearance is because several sufficiently outstanding lords need to apply for the trial at the same time to trigger it. If only one lord applies, even if that lord is very excellent, strong, and full of potential, they cannot encounter this special event. Special trials require a sufficient number of excellent trialists to match up. According to the intelligence controlled by the Holy Griffin Empire, that's how it was said. Just on this point alone, the Golden Lion was quite appreciative of the people in front of him. He had found 3 level 4 lords of decent level to apply for the trial at the same time as him, but clearly, none of those 3 were present. They probably did not meet the criteria of the laws of heaven and earth. Without others to compare to, the Golden Lion Prince could not showcase his strength and strategy, despite having them in abundance. The difficulty of the historical trial is far higher than the normal mode, of course. I am fully confident that as long as you all follow my command, passing this special trial will not be difficult. Glasses Man Duke chuckled and quickly steered the conversation away from that topic. The Golden Lion Prince's raised lips stiffened slightly as he turned to look at Catwoman. Catwoman smiled awkwardly. Shouldn't we first clarify the mission process? Oh yes. My name is Sanhua. from the Federation of All Nations. I'm relatively skilled in gathering intelligence and reconnaissance. Catwoman shifted the topic. In truth, she didn't mind cooperating, but her instincts told her that cooperating with the Golden Lion Prince wouldn't be a partnership. It would be working entirely under someone else's command. She too was a lord of Xinqing, unwilling to be dictated by others. However, she didn't dare offend a prince from the Holy Griffin Empire. Putting his identity aside, the sheer power that the Golden Lion Prince revealed was enough to make her tremble with fear. He had not less than 3 dual-wing angels of epic life. One of them, with wings gold-tinged white, was very likely an entity of epic 2 stars life, with the potential to evolve into the 4-winged angel of epic 3 stars. And probably, this prince possessed more than just 3 epics. There could well be a 4th or even a 5th. Offending this prince, if he decided to set some small traps for her, could mean that her trial would indeed become impossible to overcome. The others held similar thoughts, sharing a bit about their origins and strengths to hint at the possibility for cooperation, yet they carefully avoided any mention of taking orders from the Golden Lion Prince. They couldn't afford to provoke the Golden Lion Prince, but surely they could still avoid him? The Loki Lord Shepherd quietly observed, gleaning quite a bit of information. He was likely the person among all the lords present with the least experience. He ignored the names given by the other trial lords, assuming most were fake. He assigned his own code names to these trialists. To the man wearing a magician's top hat, Mu Yuan referred to as magician, who claimed to be from Wan Shang country. This nation revered commerce and had trade routes covering every corner of the world, one of the 7 chosen nations. Catwoman, from the Federation of All Nations, and Glassesman, from Star Luo Holy Palace, were both native forces remaining from the old era. Like the Holy Griffin Empire, these states were positioned in more inland areas. The Star Luo Holy Palace worshipped the old era gods. The Federation of All Nations, on the other hand, was composed of many remnants of past civilizations and races. Their gazes shifted to the silver armor giant. From within the massive giant's helmet, a soft and melodious voice emerged. I come from the Thunder Mountain range and am, quite good at frontal assaults. He was a minor country lord. Of course, it wasn't discounted that he might have lied about his origins and used a voice changer. After all, Mu Yuan himself, he was currently dressed in a set of dark blue armor, his silver hair fluttering, with eyes glowing red. My name is Tianxing, from Yangxing Empire, good at a little bit of everything. This was a transformation he had undertaken for safety, right before the countdown ended. Using Duo Lie's perfect mimicry ability. Not only could this ability change his appearance and physique, but even external equipment and accessories could be modified as well. This change was not an illusion, it was a fundamental transformation, imperceptible to any insight skills. As for why conceal his identity in the grand scheme of the world, Tianyuan was just an insignificant nobody. But with a prince from the Holy Griffin Empire present in this trial, and given there was a certain competitive element amongst the trialists, wearing a disguise might not be useful. But without the disguise, in a crucial moment where it might be needed, there could be trouble. It's always best to play it safe. Moreover, in this trial, he was planning to. Da-da-da-da. Gears turned, and the heavy, deep doors slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading straight upwards. The Golden Lion Prince, leading his 9 officers, walked out first. Let's go, let's go. What we'll need to do next depends on the situation. The trial mission has given us too few hints. Glasses Man stepped up to follow. Outside, the space opened into another vast hall. The hall was supported by several thick columns, with the dome looming a good 20 meters above the ground. The sunlight shone through the crystal surfaces of the dome, casting a golden glow throughout the hall. At the end of the hall stood a majestic statue of a god. The face of the god statue was indiscernible, with pure white wings slightly folded. However, as Mu Yuan gazed upon this statue, the name of the deity naturally surfaced in his mind. God of Purity. In the old era, many gods coexisted on the Eternal Continent. Of course, according to scholars from the Tai Zan Alliance, the deities of old were merely powerful life forms. It was their innate control over magnificent forces that made them gods to the lesser beings. God of purity. The magician recalled something and said, "It seems that back then, when the pure white kingdom fell, the god of purity perished as well." Glasses Man nodded, indeed, and the fall of the pure white kingdom happened so swiftly that their patron state, the Bright Empire, didn't have time to offer help before the kingdom became a part of history. Wait, could it be that our trial is facing the very historical battle in which the pure white kingdom perished? The more Glasses Man thought about it, the more likely it seemed, causing a chill to run down his spine. After all, the pure white kingdom wasn't an insignificant nation like Eagletown or Blocksnake, situated in desolate areas and already in ruins. The pure white kingdom had the foundational size to be called a kingdom. Within its border, it surely had a few legendary realm beings in residence, a number of fully formed army soul corps, and dozens or even hundreds of fourth-order strongmen. And them? Altogether, they were but 60 people. Without commanding the army soul corps, mortal leading-level individuals stand no chance against legendary beings. What could they possibly fight with? Moreover, it seems that the pure white kingdom, despite its considerable size, lasted only a few days under the calamity of the red mist before it fell. Glasses Man was just about to say something when hurried footsteps approached from afar. A bishop accompanied by a man and a woman, both priests, quickly approached. His gaze swept over the group and he nodded slightly. "So there are 60 of you in this batch, not bad. Heroic spirits. The pure white kingdom has paid a great price to summon you here for." The bishop NPC began his introduction. The expressions on everyone's faces changed subtly, uncertain. The good news was, they were not the only ancient heroic spirits. Before them, there had been 12 batches of heroic spirits, with varying numbers and strengths. These were probably bona fide ancient heroic spirits, not treelists like themselves. They were the 13th batch. The bad news was, according to divine prophecy, the pure white kingdom truly was on the verge of destruction, and the battle they were to be part of, likely, would be the battle for its downfall. After finishing his speech, the bishop left, not giving them much regard, seemingly treating these summoned ancient heroic spirits as nothing more than cattle. And they literally could not refuse, such was the task. According to the bishop, aside from emergency decrees, we are free to choose our tasks at other times. However, merely completing these tasks will certainly not be enough to survive the 10 days safely, said Glasses Man, adjusting his glasses. Catwoman pondered, perhaps, we should gather as much intelligence as we can while carrying out our tasks and find the enemy's weaknesses. We still know too little about our enemies. Glasses Man nodded, we can basically assume that among the enemies there are legendary beings, and definitely more than just one. We are no match for the legendary realm, so we must avoid these formidable enemies as much as possible in selecting our tasks. However, we are not without advantages. We possess some technological methods that the pure white kingdom does not, he added. Their unique skills, special equipment, epic life forms, and the ability to deduce the process from the results, these were their advantages. But even if we find some weaknesses of the enemy, we alone wouldn't be able to overrun them, the magician spoke up. Glasses Man nodded, indeed, which is why we need to join forces with the strengths of the pure white kingdom itself. However, from what we've seen, the pure white kingdom's leadership seems to view us merely as tools, and they may not take seriously what we say or the intelligence we provide. I suppose, he speculated, that to get them to pay attention, it will be closely related to the number of tasks we complete early on. Thus, the strategy chain took shape. Complete tasks, right pointing arrow, build reputation, right pointing arrow, provide intelligence, right pointing arrow, unite with the kingdom's might to repel the enemy and buy time. Even with a clear plan, Glasses Man and the others still felt immense pressure. Only the Golden Lion Prince maintained a faint smile, as if everything was proceeding as expected. Historical trials were always difficult, and his angel possessed the power of resurrection, which was a major trump card that could tip the scales on the battlefield of legends. However, taking on the trial alone and striving for the highest rating was clearly still very difficult for him. He looked towards Glasses Man and the others. At that moment, Glasses Man hesitated. According to his calculations, without the Golden Lion Prince, The chances of them barely making it through were slim. But he still hoped for some autonomy. When performing tasks on normal days, it's still better to act separately. This way we'll be more efficient. Agreed. The Golden Lion Prince was a bit disgruntled but accepted it nonetheless. After all, the combined strength of these individuals was not insignificant. Catwoman, the Magician, and the Silver Armor Man agreed in succession to cooperate temporarily. Only Mu Yuan declined. "I'll opt out," he stated. The Golden Lion Prince frowned, displeased. The Magician spoke up. "Lord of Yangqing, are you going to disregard the bigger picture?" Mu Yuan had already walked over 10 meters away when he suddenly stopped. His character was usually indifferent to such matters, but now, he was the Star Lord of the Yangqing Empire, and he had a role to play. He recalled the lords of Yangqing he had seen, and after a pause, he turned half his face, with a faint smile. "The bigger picture? No, I am the bigger picture." His figure disappeared into the dazzling golden sunlight, vanishing from the view of the others. If it were peacetime, Lord Shepard might have also chosen to conquer the trial slowly, savoring the ambiance of an old era, but the regular process for getting through the trial would take too long. He was facing the threat of the Jackal Wolf Overlord. A great battle could erupt outside Wolfhead Mountain at any moment. He did not have the luxury of time to conquer slowly. He had no choice. He was compelled to break the rules and push through everything. The Pure White Kingdom, its capital city, was not in chaos. The war had not yet spread to this place, but people on the streets already hurried along, a tense and desolate mood permeating the air. It was said that now the entire Pure White Kingdom was sealed off, communication with the outside world cut off. And the filthy tide was spreading incessantly, step by step pressing closer to the capital of the Pure White Kingdom. Duo Lai looked around, the shops along the street mostly closed, not a place in sight where one could taste the local specialties. It was somewhat disappointed, however, thinking it over, it would soon be able to taste the flavor of ancient monsters, so there was no need to feel too disappointed. Mu Yuan observed his surroundings and began to ponder. Judging by the situation in the capital, the crisis is severe, but still far from the brink of national extermination. Yet, if one were to infer from historical outcomes. No, there's no need to look at history. Just from the mission objectives alone one can deduce that the Pure White Kingdom won't last 10 days. Assist the Pure White Kingdom in resisting the Red Moon disaster, time limit of 10 days. If the Pure White Kingdom could hold out for 10 days, then there would be nothing for them trial lords to do. The normal approach to this challenge would indeed be to try to weaken the enemy, or to find any potential weaknesses in the enemy and break through these to delay their offensive. And the regular mode of overcoming the challenge would probably require the unification of all trial lords to have a chance at a perfect completion. He made such guesses based on 2 points. The mission objectives leaned towards cooperation, the lords sharing a common enemy and goal. However, the highest gifts from heaven and earth emphasized that only the one who performs the best may possibly receive them, creating a direct competitive relationship among the trialists. This was akin to one of the purposes of the trials, to test whether the most outstanding trial lord could subdue all other trialists, and then jointly harness their powers to combat formidable foes. Mu Yuan actually wanted to follow the normal challenge process, as it was the most reliable method. Only 10 days was too long, and he had no choice. He was forced into this. He had to find a way to break the rules, to complete the challenge ahead of time. Was such a scenario possible? Historical trials nearly perfectly replicate the scenes of the past, the rules and logic of the entire world, approximately having no difference from the real world. In any case, whether or not it's possible to break the rules and complete the challenge unorthodoxly, trying it out will tell. There's no need to waste time overthinking or guessing, simply attempting would settle it. The worst-case scenario would just be failing the trial. Failing would merely mean exiting the trial world, wasting time and the entry fee, a cost he could afford. He also didn't have the time to take things slow. Not far from the church, there was a hall for ancient heroic spirits to take on tasks. Without exception, all of these tasks were rather thorny and urgent ones. Otherwise, they wouldn't appear here. Pure White Knights 6th Battalion has lost contact in Tianmu Mountain. Request investigation into the situation. In the northern area of snow-covered city, a 60-meter class aggregated monster advancing has been spotted. Assistance requested. Urgent supply transportation task for the 3rd Battalion. Intelligence reconnaissance tasks for regions A2, A4, A9. Mu Yuan browsed the details of each urgent task. Aside from him, other trial lords including the Golden Lion Prince and Glasses Man had already snatched up a few tasks and left. Though Mu Yuan intended to pursue a speedrun course, at this moment, he was not in a rush. He was seeking relevant information within the tasks. There are differences in difficulty among urgent tasks, like the task involving the suddenly lost contact of the Pure White Knights 6th Battalion, which undoubtedly means that whoever accepts the task would face greater risk. By the time he headed to this hall, Dead Bone, Hong Yi, and others had already scattered throughout the capital city gathering some information. They were neither experts in intelligence gathering, but they knew a little. For instance, Hong Yi, even without using the inhumane soul-reading ability, could bypass many tedious steps of probing with a slight application of the illusion technique, and directly find information brokers in the capital city who had some status, were not strong, and had more news to share. Soon, Mu Yuan had a rather deep understanding of the Pure White Kingdom. The Pure White Knights are the strongest martial force of the Pure White Kingdom, with its leader and 2 deputy leaders all being legendary realm existences. The Knights are also each an elite warrior. For example, the leader of the 6th Battalion of the Knights is a 4th Order peak strongman. For such an elite battalion to suddenly lose contact and not even be able to transmit a message, there is a very high likelihood that they have encountered a legendary realm monster. This task stood out as a particularly difficult challenge. Among the urgent tasks were a few that seemed not too dangerous at first glance, but deeper contemplation revealed the possibility that these tasks might also encounter legendary monsters. If a trial lord were to meet a legendary monster, even if they could escape alive, they would likely suffer heavy losses and pay a tremendous price. If one were to follow conventional procedures to navigate the trial dungeon, the lord would need to analyze intelligence and avoid danger. But, if one wishes to quick clear, the most dangerous places are where the most valuable intelligence can be gained. Even without intelligence, killing a few legendary monsters wouldn't be a loss. Mu Yuan pondered. While others carefully avoided areas haunted by legendary monsters, Mu Yuan was already considering the strategic value of killing one such creature. Legendary monsters, after all, not only had they faced them head-on, but they had also killed quite a few, without really any sense of awe left. He tallied up the potential. At present, there are 4 regions that appear to be the most valuable. Naturally, in each of these 4 regions, there was the possibility of encountering legendary enemies. Which one should be visited first? Intelligence always had a shelf life. Wait a bit longer and you might not find any valuable clues at all. Mu Yuan wasn't torn about it. Just go to all of them simultaneously. This time, the officers from Tianyuan territory entering the trial's secret realm included General Dead Bone, General Duo Lai, Hong Yi, Rakshasa, Uda, Shi Lu, Laney, Hua Ling, and the Arrow of Polar Star, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was, besides 17, the most talented individual within the Arrow of Polar Star. His level wasn't high, merely 3rd order. However, the Arrow of Polar Star boasted an incredibly long shooting range and had also learned the Eagle Strike the Sky skill from the elves. Setting aside combat power, Zhou Yi of the Arrow of Polar Star could provide significant strategic value. For Mu Yuan's luxurious team, one more or one less high-order 4th order strongman didn't really matter. Mu Yuan selected 4 targets and incidentally took on 3 tasks. Oh, it's worth mentioning that these destinations were high-valued targets analyzed through task information, not the same as the urgent tasks issued by the kingdom. Even for the 3 urgent tasks he had taken on, his attitude was that they could be done or left undone. What urgent tasks are of great importance, affecting the political situation? He was the political situation. Team Dead Bone, Team Duo Lai, Mu Yuan's own team, a team with Uda, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Zhou Yi. 4 teams quickly set off. Several hours later, Pure White Kingdom, capital city. The Golden Lion Prince, Glasses Man, Catwoman, and a few other trialists gathered again. Most of them had not left the capital city but merely dispatched their top generals to lead teams to carry out tasks. For the trial lords, if their officers perished, they could still continue the trial and search for hope. But once they themselves died in battle, that would be game over. Moreover, they also needed to figure out ways to increase their standing in the eyes of the local legends. Only then could they influence the decisions of Pure White Kingdom at critical moments, invite the kingdom's legends for assistance, and possess the strength to turn the tides. Establishing friendly relations with legends was also part of their strategy. However, reputation within the kingdom was also indispensable. Combining the two would significantly boost their standing in the eyes of the kingdom's legends. That was usually the case, should we say, befitting a prince from the Holy Griffin Empire? The looks Glasses Man and the others gave the Golden Lion Prince were somewhat complex. Just now, they had met the leader of the Pure White Knights, known as the Pure White Sword King, the strongest fighter in the kingdom. Initially, in the eyes of the kingdom's legends, they were nothing more than decent fighters, ancient heroic spirits that could be used ruthlessly. But when the Golden Lion Prince revealed his angel follower, the Pure White Sword King's gaze changed. His attitude became very friendly. If it could be quantified, it would be goodwill plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Originally, we might have needed 6 or 7 days to establish a sufficiently solid relationship, but now, with the face given by the Golden Lion Prince, 2 or 3 days might be enough. The chances of passing the trial have greatly increased. Indeed, all thanks to His Highness the Prince. At this point, the Lord of Yongqing is probably still hitting walls everywhere, right? But then again, apart from that initial meeting in the hall where we saw him, it seems like we haven't seen Lord of Yongqing since. The magician murmured. Glasses Man still held no optimistic views. Our current progress is good, but the enemy seems to be more formidable than expected. Not long ago, my team tried to snipe a 40-meter class aggregated monster but failed, and it seems that flesh and blood aggregates of 3 to 40 meters in size appear on the front lines from time to time. Catwoman took over the conversation. My team almost ran into trouble. They had a close brush with a legendary monster. Even though I had already avoided one dangerous area after another, I didn't expect to still nearly face disaster, and it's only the first day. Glasses Man pushed his glasses up. This just indicates that the number of legendary monsters is far beyond our expectations. The Golden Lion Prince did not speak. He couldn't exactly join in complaining about the difficulty of the trial. He had his pride as the Golden Lion Prince, even though he felt the same way. Something didn't seem right to him. Compared to dozens of historical trial records he had reviewed, was the trial he was experiencing too difficult? Boom! A 40-meter tall flesh-aggregated monster riddled with rotting flesh crashed to the ground. Mu Yuan wiped the blood from his clothes, clearly dissatisfied. 6 hours, a full 6 hours, and he still hadn't encountered any legendary monsters. Was this reasonable? He had clearly pushed hard into the danger zone. Before him was a town that had already sunk into blood and fire. By the time Mu Yuan arrived, there were hardly any survivors in the entire town, save for one elite soldier who had retreated from the front line and was barely hanging on to life. It seemed like the elite soldier had a momentary resurgence, as he took out a blood-stained medal. Cough cough, please. Please be sure to deliver the message that 100 kilometers away at Deadwood Village there is a legend. No sooner had he finished speaking than the soldier breathed his last. Bringing back such crucial information could have been worth several urgent tasks, substantially increasing his own kingdom's reputation. However, even if the trial lord could call for legendary reinforcements from the capital city, by the time they came and went. No, even if it was just one way, the enemy would have long since disappeared. Shi Lu, let's go! The Red Dragon roared, and Mu Yuan rode Shi Lu, rushing towards Deadwood Village at top speed. At the same time, boom, a powerful flame soared into the sky, its might spreading for tens of thousands of meters around. Duo Lai was killing monsters in a high-profile manner. Intelligence indicated that not long ago, several powerful ancient heroic spirits had perished in this area. Before their deaths, these heroic spirits had been ambushing blood-flesh aggregated monsters and some high-order intelligence monsters. Clearly, if kingdom elites hunted monsters too fiercely or too ostentatiously, they would attract the attention of legendary monsters. This situation was not unique to this area. It was happening in various places and regions. Therefore, kingdom elites had to be extremely cautious when ambushing intelligence monsters. They would take a shot and change locations immediately, daring not to linger or make any earth-shattering commotions. But Duo Lai, Lord said, killing more monsters is never wrong. Theoretically, as long as the monster tide is wiped out, the kingdom's crisis will be resolved, right? So Duo Lai turned into an artillery battery, continuously firing without stop. With this level of output, it could maintain a non-stop barrage for 7 days and 7 nights. The number of monsters it had killed so far was beyond count, greatly reducing the pressure on the troops behind it. But this method of bombing is likely to provoke legendary beings among the monsters. Tens of kilometers away, lieutenants of the Trial Lord, drawn by the noise, arrived. They too were fourth-order strongmen. Among them were top elites with large-scale destruction skills, and heroes with strategic skills like Meteor Shower and Flame of Heaven. Using their skills, they would have no trouble wiping out 1 or 2 waves of monsters. But what then? They dared not do so. Ambushing a few high-order intelligence monsters was feasible, yet to forcefully cut through a monster tide for short-term gain would put them in mortal danger. The sky suddenly darkened. The ground too became a black marsh, spreading for 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers around. It's the legendary realm, legendary domain. The black marsh spread from the ground to the sky. A pair of colossal pincers, large as mountains, burst from the murky waters, lunging towards the delicate girl riding a flying slime in midair. The girl sitting cross-legged on top, however, suddenly had her eyes light up. Behind her, a black and white scroll emerged. Out of the white backdrop of the scroll, a black serpent violently shot out, erasing the black marsh as if it were pencil marks removed by an eraser, creating vast areas of blank space. The black marsh domain began to fluctuate, and in the next moment it froze. Just like the mountainous pincers that had risen from the swampy dark waters and now were suspended in midair. Crack, crack, crack. Space shattered, the ground shattered, the domain shattered, and the mountainous pincers shattered too. The collapsing space enveloped the surrounding hundreds of kilometers, slicing and swallowing everything around it, leaving only a girl sitting on the slime in the center of the broken space, like a god demon. Your troop, Uda, obliterated a 100-meter class flesh aggregated monster. Your troop, Hong Yi, trapped and killed 3rd order and 4th order wisdom monsters times 16. Your hero, Dead Bone, stealth attacked and killed a creature from the legendary realm times 1. Stealth attacked and killed 4th order boss level monsters times 30. Stealth attacked and killed. Your hero, Duo Lai, obliterated a creature from the legendary realm times 1. Miu Yuan possessed the talent of spiritual link, and within each squad, there was at least one hero unit. No matter the distance, or whether they entered any enchantments or interference areas, they could communicate without delay. Gradually, each squad also began to achieve some combat results. After all, this was just a trial secret realm, merely a minor trial for a level 5 lord to rise from a level 4 lord. Here in this realm, legendary realm enemies were almost like background boards. Miu Yuan pondered, if he could not find a way to break the situation, perhaps simply killing more and more might resolve the crisis? And even if taking a step back, if it proved impossible to clear the legendary level ahead of time, as long as he killed enough, he could still greatly reduce the pressure the Pure White Kingdom faced. Miu Yuan made 2 preparations. The first was naturally to break the rules and clear it with lightning speed. But if the first plan was not achievable, as long as the enemy became weak enough, then the mission, to assist the Pure White Kingdom in holding out for 10 days would no longer be difficult, and maybe he could clear it by just lying down during the last few days. By then, even if the situation in the outside world became tense and multiple legendary realm creatures attacked, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and the others could withdraw first. As long as Mr. Mu himself was still in the trial's secret realm, his trial would not be interrupted or fail. And even if he cleared the trial through the holding out for 10 days method, with the luxurious combat achievements they had achieved, his trial rating was bound not to be low. This was his more comprehensive plan. Boom! The two-headed ogre from the legendary realm, with a domain radius of 1,600 meters, kneeled on the ground, eyes locked on Mu Yuan. Not yet stepped into the legendary realm, yet. Yet you possess such combat power. The pure white kingdom actually has a prodigy like you. You must not be allowed to live. In its dying moments, the two-headed ogre let out a long howl as if it was sending out a message. In its huge pupils, it seemed to see the death of this pure white kingdom's prodigy. It died with its eyes closed. Thanks for the gift before your death, old iron. Mu Yuan did not expect such an unexpected windfall. He welcomed it, very much so, wishing to encounter more legendary creatures. When Dead Bone and Duo Lai slain monsters from the legendary realm, those monsters did not send out any messages before dying. Of course, Dead Bone and Duo Lai were so quick that the legendary realm monsters had no chance to leave any tricks. Given the combat power they displayed, if legendary monsters could send messages, the most likely would be, "Don't look back, run fast." Huff huff. Mu Yuan took a few deep breaths. The ogre that lay with closed eyes in front of him decayed rapidly, turning into wisps of smoke in the wind. That was the effect of Wither Kingbone. The power Mu Yuan could borrow was limited, and forcing legendary power from a profane level was even more inconvenient, and the power was greatly reduced. Even so, the power of witheredness he now possessed was stronger than that of Dead Bone at the fourth order peak. Mu Yuan used a similar tactic, taking advantage of the attacking ogre not taking it seriously enough, and wounded it with Wither Kingbone. This strike, infused with a large amount of the power of witheredness, was enough to kill an unprepared ogre of the legendary realm. However, the two-headed ogre seemed to possess two lives, sacrificing one head's decay in exchange for its survival. After that, it was a chase by Mu Yuan and the ogre fleeing, but could not escape. Caught between him and Shi Lu, the creature from the legendary realm fell dead in the wilderness. The whole process was not easy. The ogre unleashed a furious outburst as it neared death, and Mu Yuan was also not lightly wounded. The main tank Shi Lu had its scales shattered, presenting a miserable sight. Laney was healing both of them on the side. Indeed, a being from the legendary realm, truly, dreadfully formidable. Mu Yuan expressed his trepidation. He took action this time also with an attitude of trying it out. He was not too far from advancing to legendary status himself, and before stepping into the legendary realm, he had to try what it felt like to strike against a legendary being with a mortal body. His first experience was very difficult. Legendary beings were too strong and too difficult to kill. If not for being close enough at the beginning, he would not have had the ability to leave behind a creature from the legendary realm. And the two-headed ogre was merely a combat power unit from the legendary realm. Next, there might be other legendary creatures coming for me, which is a bit beyond my capacity to cope. So, Mu Yuan glanced at the positions of the various squads and moved towards where Dead Bone was located. Night fell. Inside the capital of the Pure White Kingdom, the Golden Lion Prince and others were still running around everywhere. Leaving the city, executing missions, returning to the city, exchanging intelligence. And trying to get an audience with the various legends, become acquainted, and pull strings to build relationships. Their own 9 generals also divided into teams of 1 to 3, venturing out to execute some manageable tasks with lower risks. Even so, I have already lost a general, and 3 others have been gravely injured. Ha ha ha, my situation is even worse. One team was completely wiped out. It seems Catwoman was nearly killed. Didn't she nearly die after being swallowed by a flesh tentacle monster? When she was rescued by her own general, she was foam in a puddle of blood with vacant eyes, no?